Next level, leagues above the devil. Flying higher than they said I would, they label me a rebel. Bogota barely as dope as me. Success the only thing that give me dopamine. A legend, the only thing that I'm supposed to be. Everything's the only thing that's owed to me. Yeah, I want it all, my baby. I didn't come to watch, I came to ball, my baby.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final, to round 7 of Drift Masters 2025. And that is right, we are in the PGE Narodowy in Warsaw, in Poland, for a special one, for the big one, for the title fight to be contended this weekend. My name is Ian Waddington and I'm joined alongside my very good friend, Jacob Gettins. Jacob, welcome to Poland. Welcome to your first ever stadium event.
All inspiring. It was something walking in here, and truly a day I will never forget. This place is incredible.
It certainly is. Look, it's awe-inspiring. You walk in here, you see the stadium, the track built in 3 days by an army of men, and it has led us to what is going to be an incredible weekend. This is the calendar so far. 2 back-to-back winners. We had Conor Shanahan and Peter Wojciech, who have both won 2 rounds this year. That is the main focus. There are 3 drivers in the hunt for the championship, but 2 guys that are really in it. But this is how it played out in Ferropolis in Germany just a few weeks ago when we went under the lights in that Iron City. It was a spectacle, and this was how it went down. It was Jack Shanahan that finally took down Peter in the final battle before the final. Jack got it done. Yeah, it didn't look like anyone could get it done.
And it needed to happen for Jack to stay in the championship race, and really for Conor to be able to help out with this, because, I mean, Conor Piotr in the finals would have been nuts, but this all-Irish, this brother-on-brother final battle was just absolutely epic and really set us up for what we're getting into, I mean, today, tomorrow, and what will be talked about for the history of drifting.
It certainly will be, yeah. And it was a clean sweep for the Shanahan brothers. Not only did they do it in the qualifying showdown, but they also did it in the weekend. This is the driver standings as they stand right now before qualifying. It is Conor Shanahan leading the points with 390, but Paddock behind him with 383. The championship fight has never been closer, but Jack Shanahan still in the fight. 300 points on the table, and we know that there's just over 100 that could be earned on a weekend here. Look, no messing around. Our queen of Drift Masters is down with the man of the moment at the moment. It's Becky Evans. She's with Peter Wojciech.
Yes, hello everybody. Becky Evans here, bringing you all the gossip on the track, off the track, and the hot gossip right now is the fact we're here with Peter Wojciech. Peter, I know you hate it when I talk to you about the pressures of this event, but we've got to talk about it. This is the first time you've ever come into this big stadium event, the Red Bull Drift Masters final, with a chance to win the championship. So tell me, what has been going through your mind this morning as you prepare for this afternoon?
To be honest, it's very nice to welcome you guys from this position, as you said. But honestly, I've been thinking about the setup of the car, if we manage to figure out everything. And I think we are in a good spot. But to be honest, I should say that after qualification. So let's leave it for later. For now, we just need to focus on our next job to do, which is the first qualification run. We hope to score some points, and then we will see.
Absolutely, Peter. Well, we're wishing you the best of luck for this afternoon with your qualifying. Guys, back up to you. If you need any more gossip, give me a shout.
We certainly will, Becky. We know you're down there in that paddock again, all of the juicy details. Well, this is how the weekend is going to be planned out. Qualifying kicks off right here, 4 o'clock, as we go under the lights, and then we go qualifying showdown at 7:30 p.m. Those all-important final points could count this weekend. And then tomorrow, exclusively on Red Bull TV, Top 32 kicks off at 2:45 p.m. Then we have a small break, and then 6:50 p.m. for the Top 16. Let's take a look at the track, though, because we say it was built in 3 days, and it certainly was. It will be torn down in 1. But this iconic track in this iconic stadium looks like this. They come off the line through the gears, first, second, third, kick the car across the track, and then on to a concrete wall. Then it's full throttle into outside zone 1, then come across the track to inside zone 2, then back across the wall, and that's right, inside zone 3 is on a wall before you get to outside zone 4, all the way around that long wall section. Then it's through the middle on that cut through to outside zone 5. A nice snappy transition to get the car set up perfectly on the wall for outside zone 6. Keep planted, keep on the wall, and a little waver there as you get into that final outside zone 7, before you cross that white line, and the run is done. It looks easy, Jacob. It looks so easy, but we know it isn't.
No, it's not at all. And practice, I think, showed that, but we'll get into a lot of that. But yeah, this is it. 2 runs of qualification. I mean, best run counts, top 32 advance into into our battles in tomorrow, and up to 8 championship points for the best 8 qualifiers. And then we get into that showdown. Those points, I think it is going to play a massive role in our championship. I really do.
Well, look, there's been rumours flying around the paddock that if certain drivers had have taken those points throughout the year, they could have been in a different situation.
Yep.
We're not going to get into that because we're going to get into qualifying. This is our starting list for qualifying this evening. It's going to be Alexei Halovnia to kick it off from the Ukraine as we make our way down. You can see some big names popping in there. Adam LZ making a return. Hiromu Noah from Japan, a huge name stepping up this weekend as we move through. Matt Field from the USA, Steve Bagsy Biagioni all the way from Essex in the UK, back on the grid at Drift Masters this weekend. Dave Egan hoping to get a bit of turn of fortune this weekend and claim some more points. David Spossop, the Polishman, the wildcard driver that came and now cemented himself in the championship, looking good this weekend. McKeever all the way down in 27th, trying to get some points in the bag. The winner of this event last year. Oliver Andalou looking good this season, but now starting to fall off. Needs to claw it back in as we get into the top 10 drivers. Kavir, Heinonen down there, not in the championship contention at the moment. James Dean still kicking around in 4th place though.
It's nuts.
It certainly is nuts. Well, I'll tell you what, there's no time for waiting. The cars are getting ready. They're on the line. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for qualifying. Here we go, straight on to the onboard and no messing around. It is Alexei Halovnia all the way from Ukraine, Toyota GTX-X, 2JZ, 900 horsepower, a wild card at round 1 in Spain with this new team, Xtrinity Racing Team, sits on the line in this incredible car. This man, not scared of the walls and not scared to put that car where it needs to be, looking good in practice, but can he put it down now where it needs to? We've predicted already behind the scenes some high scores in qualifying, Jacob. Here we go, no messing around, flicks the car from left to right and sets that car up on the handbrake, gets himself into that first outside zone. Now looking to put the back bumper as close to the wall as possible without smashing the back end into it, and same with the front, trying to get that front wheel through that white line in that inside zone. Back on throttle he goes as Solovnia now puts almost all 4 wheels into that long outside zone as he fires across the circuit, picks up that outside zone once again. Now he'll dab with the handbrake as you can see him slow the car down before he collects outside zone 6, stays on that wide line, picks up outside zone 7, puts the bumper towards the wall, hangs a spoiler over it and across the line.
Wow, big start there from Halovnia. I mean, this is solid. He's a driver that, I mean, if you're new to drifting, he's been around. He's done a lot of different series all over the world, and this is great for a vehicle that, you know, I mean, he's spent a bit of time in, but all things considered, not that much, and a big improvement from practice. Looked like he was bobbling a little bit around in practice, but through this run, things look good. The only thing standing out to me, that big handbrake pull. Judges, I mean, drivers meeting last night, one of the longest ones we've had probably this season, but a lot of conversation of not only what goes on in the zones, but what goes on in between the zones. How do you want a correction made? How do you want things to be changed going zone to zone? So to me, I think that big handbrake pull is going to be a kind of a hit to the style side of the points.
Yeah, it certainly was. There was a lot of chat last night, as you say, about where drivers were allowed to make a correction or decel the car. And we have amber and red zones this weekend. Is very, very technical because this is only a short circuit, but there's a lot of points to be gained within that short amount of time. As we see the beautiful slow-mo shots from our Phantom camera back this weekend, and our man Addy down there going to be getting in and around all parts of the circuit to bring us the best shots from our Red Bull Media House. Well, there we go. That is the view from where we're sitting almost.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little further down from there, but that corner view, I mean, there is no bad seat here. I spent a little bit of time today kind of checking out the different areas and like...
Yeah, you were meant to be working.
Yeah, I know I was supposed to be, but I had to play tourist for a little while.
You were just soaking up the ambiance?
It's truly crazy. I mean, the sound, the feeling, every pop and bang, you're kind of taking it to the chest. It's a
sensory overload.
It is. It's a lot, and it's just incredibly difficult to put into words what this place means to drifting.
I think the biggest thing, and here we go, scores dropped in for Alexei Halovnia. It's an 81.5. That will put him in first place at the moment. I think this is, now for Drift Masters, a stadium event is just what we do. You know, it's kind of expected. We go back on the line, it's Konstantin Shironenko from the Ukraine, and yes, another Trinity Racing car comes off the start line. We have 3 of them back-to-back for qualifying as he absolutely lights up the tyres on the back of that GT86. 2JZ shuts it down though. Oh, and he's made a mess of that, kicks the car to angle. It looks like it didn't really want to work for him as Shironenko now puts himself back into the moment. Oh, and he catches a big load of understeer. It looks like this car could have some issues. was down the paddock earlier in the break between practice and qualifying. I can see a lot of panic, a lot of confused faces down there from the mechanics trying to get that car back together, trying to make sure that all 3 cars are on top form ready for qualifying as he goes for it and across the line. I do have a feeling that will be a 0. Prolonged amount of straightening won't be what the judges are looking for, and the judges this weekend, as always throughout the whole season, David Kalas driving the bit of a feeler. We go back on the line to the final of the 3 Trinity Racing GTA 6s. This one is going to be piloted by Amanda Sorensen from the USA, from Las Vegas. 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. She's the most powerful one out of all of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, see what she can do with it. I mean, she has a massive pedigree from like karting to side-by-side, obviously a lot of drifting stuff, doing work with Chip Ganassi, like incredible pedigree for her age, and I mean, really coming alive in practice as well. So a lot of weight on her shoulders here, a lot of eyes on her, but I'm excited to see how she's able to put down.
Yeah, exactly that. She stares over to our start line light, a deep breath as she fires off the line in this incredible 1,000 horsepower Toyota GTA 6, lights the tyres up, big flick across the circuit, gets into it, big handbrake drag, and that messes her up, and that puts her on the wrong line. She gets into outside zone a little late, and she now picks up that inner zone and looks for that inner zone 3. Back across the circuit, she goes into outside zone 4, a very long outside zone. Plenty of time to get yourself in there. You can see her on the left foot brake, pushing the back end as close as she can to the wall. Picks up outside zone 5, nice transition back. Little dab of the handbrake, not too much slowing. The judges all like that. She balances that car on the foot brake against the wall as Amanda Sorensen wavers in that final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation here and there, just trying to get to terms with it, and it's tough too, because you can be in practice and have an incredible set of runs, everything feels great, and then when it comes to go time, you know, there's just that little bit more pressure. But once she got this car settled, it looked really solid. Just getting into a few of these zones, this is a great shot of that bit of hesitation to fully commit into the wall. And that's the other part with this too, is this is not a forgiving track at any corner. So there's going to be that feeling of like, okay, I need to point, you know, this car directly at the wall, swing the back end around at the last minute, and hopefully everything lines up. And if that doesn't, I mean, you're either way off the wall, or we're calling the trucks.
It's wheels off.
Yeah, and wheels off literally mean coming off the car when it comes to this facility.
Yeah, there's very limited areas of this circuit where you can go wheels off circuit. And
yeah,
I mean, look, if it's near the wall, it is literally pulling the wheel off the car. We've seen it in practice today. We've seen it before in the past. And we like to call this track the Octagon because, you know, when 2 guys enter there to battle it out, it is a fight till the end. Someone's going to come out the winner, and someone will come out a little bit battered and bruised.
Yeah, so maybe a cautious run to get things started, and then we'll see her really push the pace and push a bit more commitment through the rest of the run. But yeah, it's tough. It's a completely different way of driving in a facility like this, and we start to see more and more fans stream in.
Certainly is. Well, there we go, a 66 on the board for Amanda Sorensen. She'll probably go back to the pits, reassess, look back over the broadcast and see where she went wrong. We go back on the line to Alan Hines from Ireland, 29 years of age, 2JZ, 600 horsepower Nissan Silvia S15, built by James Dean. And Alan Hines lucky enough this weekend to be given the opportunity to drive this car after serious crash in Ireland with his own car. Look at this as Alan Hines flexes the carbon Kevlar on the back of this S15 against the wall, puts the car where it needs to be. Look at that, very close to the wall, flirting with danger is Alan Hines as he now sticks it to outside zone 4 as he puts the car right against the wall once again, balances it on the foot brake, locks up the front wheel, picks up outside zone 5, and it's a nice line across the circuit into 6. Nice arc, hardly any braking from Alan Hines as he comes back through his smoke cloud, and he slows the car down massively in outside zone 7 and across the line.
I mean, a solid run from Alan Hines. He is one of the most prolific sim drifters in the world, and coming from the Hines name, when it comes to drifting, that name carries a lot of weight, but it also means that he's got, I mean, the grandfather of drift. Is that what we go with
Yeah,
Kieran?
Granddad.
Granddad? I mean, yeah, but it just also means that his ability to be technical, his ability to understand the kinematics of this sport are some of the best in the world. And getting to now see him once again on the big stage. Ireland didn't go so well for him, having that big hit, but now in a world-class built car in one of the craziest facilities and really putting on a good show here. So a few little corrections here or there, but overall, this is the Alan Hines I was expecting to see in Ireland, and it kind of got robbed from us because of that incident. And I mean, yeah, big left foot brake there, but that's kind of it. At least in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think the big amount of left foot brake into outside zone 7 was kind of what the judges didn't want to hear. We did hear a little groan across the commentary booth judging area from the judges, because I don't think it was needed.
Okay.
Personally, I think he could have stayed in it and kept that car where it needs to be. I think he just kind of wanted to stand on, maybe dial some angle in and put the car where it needed to be. And there we go, a 94.5 on the board, and Alan Hines already drops us into the 90s. And the prediction was, I'm going to put it out there, that this weekend we may see a top 32 of all 90s.
That number, 94.5, was the highest qualifying score last year.
Wow, there you go.
There you go. That number holds. That's a big number.
And then we go back on the line. We go to our first Finnish driver of the weekend. It is Timo Sundma, M50 B28 turbo, 807 horsepower, BMW 46 coupe. As he comes off the line, flicks it left to right, puts that car where it needs to be. Nice initiation from Timo as he stands on the accelerator. Now starts to open up the throttle even more as he picks up that inside zone, but comes a little shy, backs away from the wall now, puts it back into that outside zone very long as he dials on the angle, trying to find the proximity of the back end of that BMW to the wall. We've got a big tyre fire on the back of that car as he flicks it. Self-extinguishes though as he now puts it into outside zone 6 on the throttle once again for Sundma as he dials on the angle for the final outside zone and across the line.
Yeah, big tire fire there. So really interesting. I mean, to get that to happen, especially on a track like this, which seems to be relatively smooth. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm seeing a ton of wheel speed. He's obviously got the grip. Maybe not the fastest run that we've seen all the way through, but...
well, once again this weekend, we have our good friends from Race Data Labs with us, and we got the Wally system on the roof of the car. So if you're looking at that little box, that little black box right there on the top of the car, and you wonder what it is, that is our GPS tracking system from Race Data Labs. We have Wally in the building this weekend, and they feed that information directly to us and the judges. It's used as a judging aid in certain situations.
Right.
It's not the be-all and end-all. Not until it replaces the judges.
I don't think that's going to happen.
That's never going to happen.
No, we need them. Imagine how boring this booth would be
without the
Wally
judges.
system.
Yeah, we couldn't have no fun, me and you.
It's not fun hanging out with an AI. But
So what's Wally telling us? Who's the fastest so far? Biggest angle?
Yeah.
I mean, look, Sundma had a good max angle.
Yeah, 81.3 degrees on that run. But yeah, for average speed, sitting around about 61 kilometers per hour. So maybe not the fastest, and not a bad score though, 84.5. I did look it up. Last year the cutoff was 83.5.
Yeah.
So it's going to give you an idea of where we were at last year.
I'm thinking we're going to see some high scores, but we go back onto the line from what I believe. Now I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I've been wrong in the past, once before. Our first ever Brazilian driver is João Barrion, driving a Ford Mustang, a supercharged Coyote motor underneath the bonnet, 600 horsepower. Big impact with the wall in practice. The team hustled together, got the car repaired, and he's back out once again. Now for qualifying, João Barrion, a man that drives in Formula Drift most of the time, and said that one of his goals, one of his dreams as a driver was to be here at Drift Masters, and he's here this weekend. He looks like he's doing a pretty good job so far as he puts the back end of that Ford Mustang into that outside zone, opens up the throttle now, 600 horsepower being unleashed towards the tarmac as João Barrion puts it back again once into this outside zone, looks for the wall, finds it with the back bumper, stands on the foot brake, dials on the angle, falls out of that final outside zone a little early, but gets it across the line.
Yeah, super cool to see João over on this side of the pond, and seeing him in the Mustang is a big breath of fresh air. Struggled a lot overseas with the Corvette, where they basically developed it as they went, whereas this car, much more at home with it, and you can see that. This car was stuck in customs forever. They only got this in very, very late last night.
Was it like 50 days?
It was something like that, yeah.
Crazy.
And then it was a 30-hour drive from the docks to here. His team was able to do it, got everything running. They had a backup car in place, but this is his home car. Getting this all the way over from Brazil, this is huge. You and I have talked about, both privately and publicly, how Brazil is really, really coming up in drifting, and Joao is one of the biggest drivers there. And yeah, just seeing him drive like this is really, really cool. So I'm nerding out a little bit because he's somebody I've known for a number of years, and it's just great to see him on form, even though that car, I mean, that damage to the wall, that thing is it's pretty beat up.
It's already a little battered and bruised. It's already looking a little tired. But look, you know, they have this evening and tomorrow to work on the car if they need to, if he gets himself into the show. But look, Joe Barrion, a really nice guy. It was a pleasure to meet him for the first time this weekend, and so humble and so nice. And as you say, a huge following from Brazil, and one of the biggest names to come out of drifting in Brazil.
Yeah, great guy. And not too bad of a score for that first run.
No, a 76.5 for Joe Barrion, and that'll be a very good score to settle the nerves, as we like to say here at Drift Masters. Get himself in there, as now the seats start to fill. 20,000 people this weekend here just for qualifying, as we amp up the numbers tomorrow and we pack out the stadium for a sold-out house. We go back on the line to a man from the United States who did a full season of Drift Masters in 2024, is the one and only Adam LZ, 2JZ BMW 36 900 horsepower from Orlando in Florida, comes off the line. This man, third on the podium here last year. What can he do this weekend as LZ puts the back end of that BMW into the outside zone? Very comfortable here at Drift Masters, tickles the front bumper along the wall as now LZ sets himself up beautiful in this long outside zone, smushes the back bumper, takes the back end and the boot lid and the whole shebang out the back of it as he now fires himself in to outside zone 6, collects the throttle once again as LZ sets himself up for outside zone 7, back end into the wall and across the line.
Yeah, no doubt on this one. I mean, all the way through, very comfortable back in this car. And to me, one of the coolest parts of this is the correction that he makes on the inside clip at the wall and actually pushes a little bit harder through it. We'll get to it here in the replay because it's such a crazy move to pull because you're already facing the wall, and then he kind of decides to drive into it to really push that proximity even further, as we can see how many phones are out for this run. A very iconic moment. I mean, this is it. This is the spot right here. Look at, pulls it in even more to try and get closer to that wall. So that's a tough correction to make in a very risky spot, but manages to do it well. Maybe not perfect, but definitely really, really well. So it feels like it was yesterday when he was standing on the podium here.
I know,
right?
We did a bit of a flashback and look back at the podium from 2024, sorry, and it was good to see Adam here after a very hard-fought year in Europe, his first ever program in Europe. With his own car and you know, shipping everything over and running that whole team here at Drift Masters, and so good to have Adam LZ back at Drift Masters as a wild card for the final. Looking good, and the car looking good. And apparently the Wally system telling me that he is the fastest man on circuit.
I'm not shocked by that. Not shocked by that at all. Yeah, so average speed 68 kilometers per hour at top speed of 83. So that is a fairly big jump.
There we go. Score drops in an 89.5 for Adam LZ on that first qualifying run. He'll be happy with that to get one in the books. We go back on the line to Bartosz Ostalowski from Poland, from Krakow, in this BMW 92 LS3. Now, you probably see the door was open. Now, Bartosz, if you haven't heard the story, had a motorbike accident many, many years ago, lost both of his arms, unfortunately, learned to drift with his feet, adapted a car to work on a paddle shift situation with his shoulder. So he drives his car with his shoulder and his feet. He steers the car with his feet. Unbelievable driver, incredible determination to never give up.
Yeah, and oversteer on that one. Unfortunately, not the run he's looking for, one that's more or less conducive to his ability, because he's an incredible driver. No matter what he is fighting, you remove every obstacle in his way, and he's still a world-class driver.
He certainly is. Look, to even make it round there, you know, you couldn't even drive around there in the rental car.
100% good.
No. We stopped you.
Yeah,
because we were so scared.
There's a lot of cars left with keys in them in the parking lot, so I figured I'd give it a go.
But look, you know, unbelievable story of Bartosz there, and just getting it wrong ever so slightly on that inner zone. He said this track's difficult for him. The amount of times the steering wheel has to revolve on the transitions. He said it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, 7 zones, a lot of work, a lot of transitions, a lot of, just a lot of work that way. And I'm sure that's the most difficult part, is having to kind of release and recatch that wheel through these transitions while staying on throttle. So a lot of things going on. I might take a bit of a tour there to really understand how this control system works, because I've seen a lot of in-car and I'm still scratching my head as to how he's able to do this.
I mean, if you haven't followed the story of Bartosz, get online, have a look. Incredible story, and just to see the work that's gone into the car is phenomenal. And there we go, score drops in. It will be a 0. Yeah, that amount of straightening and that big amount of understeer coming into outside zone 4, not what the judges are looking for. We go back on the line to a man that, well, a lot of Pippin saying that he could win this event, he could top qualifying. 16 years of age, from Japan, from Tokyo, is the one and only Hiroya Minar. 2JZ, 800 horsepower S15, built by the one and only James Dean this weekend, sporting that Red Bull livery as he comes off the line. Hiroya now fires that car in. Look at this. Already incredible from the young 16-year-old driver, predominantly driving in Formula Drift in America, as he now puts that bumper right towards the wall, as Hiroya now fires into outside zone 4, picks up the throttle, puts the back end, just tickles the tail light on the wall, as Hiroya puts on a masterclass right now. He couldn't be any better. What can he do? As he comes into the final 2 outside zones, he looks absolutely textbook and clinical. He's put on a masterclass out there and throwing up the signs of the rest of Driftmaster, saying, what have you got? As he puts a 360 into motion and flies it across the line.
This is how he has looked since his second run.
Yeah.
And this is one of the most magical drivers we've got in the sport right now. I mean, if you've been watching him drive, qualifying, I mean, we actually really haven't got to see him do that much qualifying over in the States just because of the different system there. So his real magic comes alive in the chase, that he's able to adapt to whatever he needs to do in order to beat the other driver. But this is really incredible, and you can see how precise his lead run is. Look at that front tire. It makes the smallest corrections, but it's not even needed. Look at how relaxed he is, how smooth these transitions are, how precise they are, and then completely locked in again. No panicking, nothing, on the rev limiter. Doesn't matter the engine, doesn't matter the chassis. I want to call him a child because it feels that way at his age, but this driver, this motorsports athlete, you're looking at the future of drifting right now.
You certainly are.
Yeah.
Look, I spoke to James Dean earlier in the paddock and had a good chat with him, and I said it's crazy because it's like watching James Dean drive his own car.
Yeah.
He's that good.
It's very similar, and you'll see this, I'm already calling it, you'll see this in top 32, where whoever he's up against, he will drive in a very similar style that they do and try and pick up the zones in a better way than that driver did. It is uncanny. So very, very excited. I mean, judges picking their jaws up.
They're delivering this one. Here we go. Scores in a 95.5 on the board for Hiroya, and he tops qualifying at the moment and puts a higher score on the board than we see in 2024.
Already.
Incredible stuff. We go back on the line to Edward Alexander Husa from Norway. Nissan 206 2JZ GTE 1010 horsepower, every single horsepower. All of them. We go off the line, very aggressive start for Edward Alexander as he fires that car from left to right, steps himself up nicely this outside zone on the foot brake now, dials the back end towards the boards. He now needs to come in and collect that inside zone. He does beautifully as he puts the car to angle. It's a nice line so far from Edward Alexander as he puts the back end now into outside zone 4. A little wavering though, off the wall quite a bit. Judges will be looking at that as they start to remove points from the score. Balances the car across the circuit, full throttle on the transition. It's very nice there, heavy on the foot brake, but then puts the back bumper and the spoiler right up against the wall in that final outside zone and across the line.
Just another incredible driver coming out of Norway. There's so many places now where we look across the globe and go, where is the next driver coming from?
Scandinavia.
I mean, Norway has produced so many incredible drivers, and a bunch of them we've got to see here, and we still get to see here. But yeah, I mean, Edward is just another young gun coming up, 18 years old, and just, man, very, very precise. Has that Scandinavian flick coming out. A lot of the confidence that we see in the Norwegians, that little bit of craziness that arrives as well, and a solid run throughout this. A few spots where you could see just maybe not having the total confidence to be able to get into those zones, that little bit of left foot braking before he gets into it to kind of set things up. But overall, solid run, solid stats coming off the wall. He's 72 kilometers an hour for the max speed, average angle around 46. So pretty mid-pack is where that's coming up overall, and curious once again how that lines up with the less digital judges that we've got here in person.
How do you know they're not digital?
I'm not, I think, yeah, I don't know.
You don't know?
They don't, yeah, they could be.
And 83 dead on the board there for Edward Alexander Husa. As he gets the job done in his first qualifying run, we go back on the line to Lukas Tazemski from Poland. Representing the hometown, sits in the car, big breath as he slams that car into gear. Ambassador for the virtual Drift Masters comes off the line through the gears as Lukas Tazemski made his debut here at Drift Masters last year. in 2024, and back once again as a wild card for 2025. Very nice line. This man would have drove this car and this track a million times on the simulator, and look at that, very close to the wall with the front bumper as he balances the back end now into this outside zone. It's a real textbook line. You can see the guys that have done a lot of laps on the simulator before they've come here this weekend, because they are absolutely clinical, and it's a really nice line into outside zone 6 as he goes for outside zone 7, shallows up the angle, now starts to dial it in, and Tsemski gets it across the line, and it's job done.
Yeah, besides that one little wall tap, I mean, this looks very, very close to an Alan Hines run, which all of these drivers coming from the virtual side of things, Manoa, another, maybe not competing as much, but spends so much time, drifting virtually. But yeah, this is just another very, very solid run. Man, it's already tough to start picking apart little pieces of it. Maybe a little bit too much commitment into the wall is really the only thing, but the transitions are always very smooth. What I found a lot with the drivers that spend a ton of time in sim, they're not always the fastest. They're usually dialed back just a little bit, but the car always looks very comfortable to drive.
Yeah.
They're smooth, they're precise.
Very settled.
Yes, very, very settled. And I don't know if that is one thing leading to another coming from the sim side of things, where they set their cars up a lot that way to be a bit more neutral, but they just want to get through the run. But it's just a trend that I'm more or less seeing coming out of that world. But yeah, for Lucas, that's just a very, very clean run. Is not a lot of drama, a little bit of aggression there into the wall, just very clean and textbook.
And I mean, we like to see that, because we're trying to break down the best 32 lead runs.
Right.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, and really, I mean, the only other part is that left foot brake, which I think kind of came into play there as we take a look at, the style score coming back a little bit on that one.
Yeah, there we go, an 86 down on the board there for Lucas Tsemski. You're back on the line to a man from the United States of America. Well, San Jose is Matt Field. All the way over for America, stares across the line, driving the drift force as we're racing A90 Supra this weekend, and there's a big story behind that, but we won't get into that right now. As we see Field tag the wall, keeps himself in it though, and it looks like he's done some damage to that rear wheel, and the track may be evolving ever so slightly after that break between his practice session and the last one. Nice line though, along outside zone 4, now starts to collect outside zone 5, and you can see the damage on that rear wheel. He's going to keep in it though as Matt Field goes for outside zone 6. It's a clean line, and Field absolutely dialed in, touches the foot brake, puts the bumper to the wall, and Field looks like he's flying.
Call him the Beast from the Bay for a reason. He is one of the most aggressive drivers we've got coming out of the U.S. Always goes at it hard, comes out of every single run. I mean, just at it, and you can see they're getting a bit too aggressive into that outside zone, and unfortunately tapping the wall, but decides to finish out that run. Why not, right? Is it complete, incomplete? I don't know.
But this is what I was just going to say. I mean, look, you could bail out of that run, shut it down, drive off the track and say, look, I'll save it for the second one. But it all comes down to whether the judges deem it, an incomplete. Because if they don't, and you bailed out,
you just wasted it.
You've just wasted what could have been, we're guesstimating.
Yeah.
A 90 could be the cutoff. We don't know. We have no idea.
Yeah, we're just speculating.
We have no idea about
I think you're close to that, though.
But I think we're going to be close to it. But if this score was, say, an 86, an 87, it could be in the show with the first run.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, this is already the fastest run we've seen. 85 kilometers an hour going into that initiation, fastest spot in the track, and pretty indicative of Matt Field. He is very, very aggressive, loves driving with a ton of speed. You can see, that looks like a bent wheel or something going on there.
Yeah.
But solid outside of that wall tap. This is, I mean, very, very much Matt Field. Supra, we'll get into it on his next run. Yeah, as you said, very interesting story about this car. But electing to go
and the whole story.
All of it is just really great. And I mean, fans bringing out all the mascots. Not sure who the mascot is of that, but
is Swan?
Maybe.
Duck?
Somebody's a silly goose.
Oh, is that what it is? There we go, 73.5. So Matt Field was right to stay in it. Judges did give him a score for that run, and you never know, it could be enough to get you in the show. Who knows? As we move on, we go back to the start line to Mads Andresen from Denmark, BMW E92 M3 Eurofighter, and it is a V8 turbo BMW engine underneath the bonnet, about 1,850 horsepower.
Is that a one in there? I don't know.
I don't know if that's a one in there or not. It may be. It wouldn't surprise me. Here we go, though, as he now fires through middle of the circuit. Really nice line, good transition. You can see the way he used the weight to flick the car across the track into outside zone 4. Balances that car perfectly on the foot brake as he now waits. to get that car right to the edge of the circuit before then picking up the transition. Doesn't slow the car down too much either as he gets back on the throttle into outside zone 6. Now starts to slow the car down, needs to really let it go off the foot brake, and he does as he gets it across the line.
Yeah, solid run. I mean, if that was 1,850 horsepower, I'd expect it to be a little bit quicker, but I think it's a typo on our side. But either way, very, very clean run there from Mads. I really like the way that this car is set up. I mean, it's a little bit more on knife edge. Look at that. Get that bumper right into that wall. You know, judges asking for you just to be kissing that wall all the way around with the rear bumper. Everybody's going to take a bit different of an interpretation. And for Mads, the left foot brake, trying to get that back end around. Looked like he was about to sail into the wall, so good correction on that. But yeah, using the weight in the transfer, really interesting. And for a lot of these BMWs, I mean, look at that. So gets on that transfer, you can see the front end dip down, picks up that grip through it, so he's not understeering, and then back on throttle, very smooth to get it out to angle, and that left foot brake. So I do think seeing those lights flashing on and off as the driver's using that middle pedal might be a bit much. What a great shot. That is like from a 90s music video.
There you go, an 84.5 drops in Mads Andreasen from Denmark.
Amazing to see how much he's been around too.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh,
look,
locked
Honor
in.
Shanahan in the grandstand watching everyone else's runs.
Man.
A man, there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, leading the championship. Go back on the line though to Timo Peltola from Finland. And no, he's not driving the wagon this weekend.
No.
Yes, it is in the paddock, but he's decided to drive the baby Benz, they like to call it, this weekend as he comes off the line, taking a different approach for the final round as Timo Peltola, the showman, puts the back end into the wall. Very nice line there from Peltola as he now goes for that front zone, picks it up beautifully. Look at the line from Peltola. He's absolutely flying into outside zone 4. He goes almost all of that Mercedes-Benz in to that outside zone 4. Nice line across the circuit as he works to throttle. That's right, that is, again, another diesel-powered Mercedes-Benz as Peltola goes for that final outside zone on the foot brake, dials on the angle. Peltola has never looked so good.
Is this the match we've been waiting for? Is this the driver and car combo that he's needed?
There's been a lot of chat in the paddock around what car Peltola uses.
Right.
Okay, there's been a lot behind the scenes of people saying, if only he would put that power plant in a different chassis or a different size car, would it be beneficial? You know what? I'm going to say yeah.
Question answered.
Because
100%.
look at that.
This is great. And I don't know, I mean, the wagon's been around for a little bit. This is a brand new build. The wagon's been beaten up a lot.
It's his brand. Okay.
Right. Stick with the Mercedes. I get all that. I get the diesel. I mean, if there's no, maybe I'm the third biggest diesel fan in this crowd right now. Timo's first.
I'd say you're probably the first.
Okay. But this looked phenomenal. This looks like...
We haven't seen him drive that good all year.
No, he has struggled all season, and the wagon has struggled all season with mechanicals and strange crashes and things breaking. Fresh build, chassis that's not beat up, everything's mechanically there. The engine is solid. It seems simpler. He's not got all the pops and bangs and all the craziness that was going on in the wagon. This is it. This is the Peltola that we've been waiting for.
And look at this, an 88.5 on the board for Peltola. And I'm going to say it now. If we see him return in 2026, could we see him in a different chassis once again? We go back on the line to a man that was the former Drift Masters champion. 2017, this man took the championship. He's had a rough ride since then. It is the one and only Adam Zalewski from Poland. An S58 powered Toyota GT86, 1,000 horsepower comes off the line. As Adam Zalewski looks for some redemption, and the car doesn't do it, shuts it down, and has to reinitiate. And I don't think it's going to, no, and it isn't. The car isn't going to play ball.
Something is wrong there. So, looking to see if maybe an axe. I think I saw a bit of something pop out as we get a shot, potentially a spotter and some, people that are close to him. So
yeah, family there and the spotter on the radio straight away trying to find out what's going on. And did you spot something come out of the back of the car?
On a second shot there when we were pretty low, it looked like a bit of metal or something popped out. But
well, there we go. We need to make it official. It will be a 0 for the first run there of qualifying for Adam Zalewski.
Yeah, tough to see if maybe it's a CV or something. I don't know if it popped out of gear. It was just really weird.
Yeah, very strange indeed. We go back on the line to the man from Great Britain. It is the one and only Steve Baxi Biaggioni. Decided this weekend to bring the very famous Nissan Silvia PS13 and said that he feels very comfortable driving this car in stadium events. Now, Steve's been driving this car for many, many years. Drove this car at the first ever stadium event in Drift Masters in 2018. And he said, when I get into this car in a stadium event in Poland at Drift Masters, I feel like I'm at home.
It's amazing how many drivers are changing up cars for
just this event.
Just this event.
And I'll tell you something now. Bagsy in this car at a stadium in front of a big crowd, he's a showman, could be dangerous.
It's a little scary.
He's got some more power underneath the bonnet this weekend. He's now running 890 horsepower. That V8 supercharged screams as Bagsy fires in that PS13 and puts the bumper onto the wall, flexes the tailgate. Not sure how the judges are going to like that much. It was a little heavy on that front. And now he comes into it, picks up that front inside zone, back across the track into outside zone 4, works the back end along the wall, and it's a little heavy contact. I'm not sure what the judges are going to say of that. Bagsy goes reckless as he fires the car back onto the wall once again, slows it down the foot brake as he absolutely destroys the back of the PS13 into the wall and across the line.
One of the biggest conversations that we had last night, one of the reasons why we were here so late, is how much do you want to be in the wall?
Yeah.
What the drivers want, what the judges want, what should be going on when it comes to the back bumper into the wall. And there's a lot of interesting things that came out of that conversation and modifications. To me, Bagsy was really into the wall. He was on it. I mean, his back wheel, if that was a shorter bumper, his back wheel was basically about to touch it.
Well, look, we know that Bagsy has the Toyota GT86, 2JZ, 1,000 horsepower. Drove that car in Germany, drove that car in Spain at round 2.
Yeah.
Decided to come back for the final in a different chassis because he said the overhang on the walled circuits, the car that I like to drive on a walled circuit is what I prefer.
Yeah.
And there was big discussion last night in the driver's briefing. You know, are you better off with a car with some overhang? Are you better off with a shorter chassis? There's been a lot of chat around the whole paddock and behind the scenes of what's better for this event.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he's still driving it like the 8.6.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
77.5 drops in. I'm going to say that was contact with the wall was a little bit too aggressive, and all of the judges look at me and nod and say, you're getting it. You're finally understanding what drifting's about. Here we go, back on the line. Dave Egan steps up to the mark. Dave Egan, 2 laps of practice. The alternator failed in the first practice session. In the second practice session, the alternator failed again and shut the car down and put him in the wall. What can Egan do? He said he spent a lot of time on the sim. Will that play into his hands this weekend as Egan needs some redemption? Puts that A90 carbon Kevlar Super across the circuit, stalls up massively into outside zone 4, but now picks up the throttle once again, unleashes 1,000 horsepower from the 2JZ as Dave Egan fires the car across the circuit, nice line into outside zone 6, opens up the throttle, collects it nicely, gets on the foot brake once again in outside zone 7, fires it across the line, job done.
Yeah, getting those nerves out of the way, having a bit of a safe run like that. Now, I'd say safe, but I mean, it was really solid. Dave does a great job of getting the proximity into the walls, although, as you alluded to a little bit earlier on, a few of those corrections, a few spots where I think he kind of realized where he was on track and had to make that correction. The inside clips look good. It's such a tough thing to do, especially pointing it right at the wall. And there's the inside for Dave. Locked in, looking very far ahead on the runs. Great job on that. Good racecraft with that. Getting the tire right into the wall.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just a lot of conversation to be had around that, especially once we get down to our final couple of drivers, some fun stories popping up. But for me, Dave does a really solid job on this for a driver that's had barely any laps when it comes to this facility in real life.
Yeah, certainly so. And there we go, nice and close to the wall there as our wall cam comes into play. A 79.5 for Dave Egan on that first qualifying run. And I'm going to see how things play out as we move through competition.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I really don't. Like I said, that cutoff last year, 83.5. Things already looking better. So it's going to be tough for Dave.
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see how that evolves as we go through competition. George Christoforou from Cyprus sits on the line, BMW E82 1 Series S50 Turbo underneath the bonnet, 1,100 horsepower. A lot of work being done on this car in the paddock before qualifying, a lot of alignment checks and the engine tuner plugging in and making sure everything was up to scratch and in health as Christoforou now puts the back bumper towards the wall, picks up that inside zone, a little deep though to be fair, and he's going to struggle, and he does struggle to get all of that inside zone 2. And works his way around outside zone 4. Is a little shallow, keeping it off the wall. And this is going to come down to that conversation from the driver's briefing of where did the judges want you to be? As Christoforou looks for outside zone 6, stays on the throttle, nice line into outside zone 7, goes towards the wall for the last outside zone, but crossed the line.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We're seeing with this section of drivers right now, we're kind of into this mid-pack, where they're playing it a bit safe on these first runs. I don't know if it's strategy, I don't know if it's nerves or what's going on with it, because even in practice, the few runs I did see from George were a lot more aggressive than this one. And even with Dave, the runs that he did get in, they were a bit more aggressive. So I'm curious if this is a bit more of like, okay, play this out. The other part that you alluded to, and some of the data is starting to show up, this track is now rubbering in a little bit more. The light is also changing. Because of the build of the stadium, the light traces a bit of a path around the track. So there's going to be different hotspots throughout basically qualifying. And even a change of 5-10 degrees Celsius, that is a massive difference in traction. So that's going to play a bit of a role, as well as some of the light in the eyes, although I don't think we're going to be getting any more of drivers kind of blinded by the sun through the rest of this. So for George, I mean, just get that run in, get those numbers on the board, but then come out absolutely swinging on your next one.
Yeah, certainly so. 74.5 for George Christoforou. I think there was nerves creeping into that run. That's what kind of, I was watching the replay back, it looked like there was some nerves, some Cypriot fans in the building. So guys travelling from all around the world this weekend. There's some cool stuff going on the Jumbotron tomorrow for you guys' entertainment. You go back on the line to Yves Meyer from Switzerland, to a Supra GR A90. B58, 1,080 horsepower, comes off the line. This man's driving has been getting more and more incredible. Oh! And that was a strange initiation, and he tags the wall as well, and it's another Supra tagging the wall from the Drift Force team as he now works his way into outside zone 4. I'm not sure what's going on there on that initiation. It seems like there's a few guys that have made those mistakes. We're going to get into that as we come through qualifying. Yves Meyer now looks for outside zone 6, stays in it, and the right decision. We see it with Matt Field as Yves Meyer looks for outside zone 7, collects it, puts the bumper towards the wall for the last part of the zone and across the line.
I'm not sure what you call it over here, but we like to call that crab walking. When you see the car do that, where it's hard to explain, but you'll see it again on this initiation because it's really strange, and there's a few things that can cause it, but yeah, it didn't show it as bad on that angle, but watch, see it? Where basically the whole car is just trying to come over completely sideways, but yeah, a bit of a correction, having to pull out of it a little bit. I think he just over-committed on that initiation.
I'm going to say something.
Oh, please.
I'm going to say that the initiation point is grippier than what it has been all day.
Okay.
And if you watch the amount of momentum that was lost when Yves Meyer pulled the hydro into that initiation point, the car stalled up massively.
Interesting. I like that. I mean,
because the car didn't really react to angle.
No.
Where you would automatically assume, flick the car, go for the handbrake. The car didn't turn into angle. If you watch it back on the replay, the front kind of wobbles, the back grips up, that's it. Then he has to rethink the initiation instantly.
The only thing I can point to is that the sun was baking that section of the track heavily earlier, and now it is kind of up further into the grandstands. So I think maybe the temps have come down a little bit, it's tacked up a little bit, and that's why.
Well, there we go, 67 dead on the board for Yves Meyer. To go back on the line to Clint Van Oort from the Netherlands, 29 years of age. San Silvia S14 2JT, 900 horsepower as he slams that car into gear and comes off the line, deciding to put a fresh body kit on the car and make it look pretty once again for the final round. The Drift Masters, as he hangs that spoiler over the wall, now brings the front end in. Clint Van Oort looking comfortable this weekend. Beautiful line from Clint Van Oort. Look at this as he dances the back end along the walls. Clint Van Oort now works his way around outside zone 4, and it's absolutely beautiful from Clint Van Oort. Dials on even more angle for outside zone 5 as he goes for outside zone 6. Just a little amount of slowing, but then back on the throttle once again. The Dutch driver, no messing around as he dials on the angle, clips the wall and gets it across the line.
Yeah, okay, two things. One, there's nothing cooler in drifting than a big wing in a wall track. I love it. I love the way the end plates are scratched up against it. It's such OG throwback. Clint Van Oort looked absolutely solid in this run until the end, where that back end just did not want to come around. Everything up until this point looks good. Look how aggressive it is. I mean, it's just everything in his driving is great. I mean, even the kind of the negative rate, the squat that he's got going on just to get that extra grip. Look at the amount of smoke he's making. And man, it looks so solid. I mean, he qualified 6th here last year. This is no surprise he's coming around like this, but watch. As he's coming around to this last zone, he is just lighting off and trying to get this car to come back around. And now it's pushing, gets on the left foot brake. It still doesn't want to come around. And that's when it pushes out into the wall. So he's making so much bite in this car. It just wants to go. But he kind of became a bit front limited. And some of that is the way that car is jacked backwards as well.
Exactly that. Well, there we go. An 88.5 for Clint Van Aert. Looking good. The Dutchman, we've seen him struggle all season. He'll be the first to admit he's not had the best season in 2025, but nevertheless, it's all starting to come together. A man that's also had a pretty poor season by his standards is Diogo Correia from Portugal, a man that's been plagued with engine issues all year, running that Mercedes M104 turbocharged engine, 1,000 horsepower, BMW E92. But today, looking good, looking strong. So confident, in fact, that when he was warming the tyres and doing a lap, he even waved to me out the window.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow, that's great.
Here we go. Correia off the line, flicks this BMW left to right, starts to pick up the outside zone as Correia straight on the foot brake now works that front end in towards that inside zone, goes for the transition. It's a nice line from Correia. With down with the handbrake, sets himself up nicely for outside zone 4. Back on the throttle he goes once again as he absolutely paints the back bumper along the wall. Correia couldn't be wider for outside zone 5 as he keeps it all together, collects himself into outside zone 6. Back on the throttle, Correia on the foot brake, goes for the wall and across the line, and it's beautiful from the Portuguese driver.
Very, very stunning run. Any of the drivers that are really able to kind of work within the curvatures of this track, I know that kind of sounds weird, but you'll see it as they drive through the inside clip, and they're kind of following along with the wall. The crew that set up this track did such a good job of keeping everything flowy and working within that and looking ahead and driving with these walls. It's hard to explain. Like, it's the drivers that work with the flow of the track, that are not fighting it, that are following the line the judges played out. But like right through there, Correia does such a good job. Big stab of the left foot brake there, but that correction looks big only because the suspension is kind of soft in the front.
Yeah,
right.
Because the car reacts to it.
Yeah. Other than that, that is how the judges would prefer you to use a left foot brake. One quick dab, get the car to rotate around, and then get back on throttle and act like nothing ever happened. So drivers that are dragging it through the zones that are getting deducted a lot of points. So yeah, Correia, I mean, good job there. Now we're starting to see all the fans packing in here. We got kind of everywhere. So a few of them suntanning up high. But Correia coming through the line, great wheel speed, great smoke. I mean, just I love seeing it. When he's on form, he's great. I mean, yeah, 3rd in Finland in 23. Look at it. There it is.
And there it is. A 93 dead on the board for Diogo Correia. Yeah, we've seen him on the podium before in Finland. Not seen him kind of come back and make that stab at the championship. And I say, a man has been plagued with problems. As we go back to the line to our first Irish driver from the Shanahan camp, it is, of course, the one and only Fionn Roche. From Mallow in Ireland, 2JZ Toyota GTA 6, 975 horsepower. Up and down season for Fionn. Yeah, kind of had strokes of luck and then some misfortunes, some crashes. What can he do this weekend in Poland as he gets on the handbrake, sets that car up nicely for that first long outside zone. Fionn now bringing that car into the inside, looks for this inside transition, and again follows that line, that curvature of the wall as Jacob was talking about. Gets himself into outside zone 4, stands on the throttle, lights up the tyres, just working that left foot brake, not too heavy on it, as he follows a really nice line now into outside zone 6. As Fionn Roche puts the back end of that car right where it needs to be, impressing the judges. Fully locked up on the front brake though as he gets himself into 7 and across the line.
It's that last spot that so many drivers are struggling with, the last outside zone.
It's like the car wants to fire into the inside, and they're so heavy on the left foot brake to keep it in the zone on angle that they're having to work hard.
Yeah, and Fionn's, I mean, he's off the limiter. He's doing everything he can just to try and get that car to come back around. And what I have to say is his story this year has not gotten the spotlight that I think it deserves, because he has come so far in one season. It's been incredible, both like as a driver, as a person, his mentality around drifting, from being very frustrated earlier rounds to now looks like he's having fun and he's really loving the sport again. And that to me has been, he's one of the unsung drivers this season, the way that he's come up and the way he's developed across the board. That last zone though, man, I mean, if he gets that dialed, he's going to be up into the 90s. I'm
going to say now that I think we're going to see a lot of drivers struggle with that, even the guys at the top end of the championship, because I think it is going to be a limiting factor.
Yeah. There's a lot of rubber laid down there. It's a spot in the track that they're kind of going through a couple of times.
From initiation,
yeah,
and then it's full throw on the way back out.
So there's a lot of rubber
through qualifying. you think of the guys on the second qualifying runs, the last ones to come.
There is something that does happen, though, where the rubber starts to flake off.
Yeah.
There is a certain point where the tarmac is only able to hold so much rubber, and then it flakes off, and it gets really strange.
Look, really good score there for Fionn Roch as it drops in, and 88 dead on the board. And we see that young man just staring out of the driver's window across the circuit. We go back on the line to Espen Road, all the way from Norway. 18 years of age, M50 turbo underneath, 1,000 horsepower from this BMW E46 as he slams and works through the gears. This young man, a rising superstar from Norway, as he works at back end of that BMW. Right, needs to leaves the out of zone a little early, but very close to the wall. I think even he took a little breath of fresh air there as he made his way through it into outside zone 4, in and out of the wall. What a little scrappy there from Espen Road as he goes nice and wide for outside zone 5. Now fires the car across the circuit in to outside zone 6 as Espen Road hammers the throttle. You can see the back end of that car already flexed up into the air as he works it across the line. Job done for the Norwegian driver.
Another driver, not as bad struggling through it, maybe starting to look at where other drivers are fighting it, and a good spotter is going to tell a driver that, hey, the last 3 drivers on the last outside zone have all had a bit of an issue. This run looks really good. The setup in this car looks phenomenal. The gearing looks great. He's touching left foot brake every now and then, but you can tell him trying to work the angle with the throttle. Kind of just a really well set up car. What? You give me that face. What do you got?
I was just going to say something.
Just have at it. That's our job.
That's what we're paid here to be. That's why we're paid to be here. Sorry. I think that some of the drivers that haven't been that are watching the broadcast, because we know they sit down there in the tunnel, back in the paddock, watching the broadcast. I think they see what's going on, and I think some of these guys have loosened the car slightly.
Interesting. Okay.
I think they've took a little bit of grip out. Because, look, speed is a factor, but it's all about making the car maybe a little easier to drive, to collect the zones and put on the style, get that line, and 89.5. Now, would you risk some speed just to make the car drive a little nicer?
We don't judge on speed.
Knowing that final outside zone 7 is a little tricky. For some reason that we're guesstimating, we don't really know.
Yeah, it's a double rubber spot, if you will, based on this layout.
Oh.
I mean, the data is kind of showing that, so we're starting to see the speeds, the average speeds come down a little bit where we saw them. I think you're pretty spot on with that. So that could be the case. We'll see how it goes on.
Look, it's just a guess from my part. It's what I would do if I was down there.
100%.
But I'm not allowed on the track. That's apparently not that good. Here we go. Back off the line. David Spossum from Poland. Off the line, Nissan Silvia S15, 2JZ, 950 horsepower. This young man wowed us when he made his debut at Drift Masters and been wowing us ever since in this incredible purple S15. Very close to the wall, that front splitter almost rubbing along that Red Bull Brandon as he gets himself into outside zone 4, opens up the throttle. And Spossum now works his way around, looks for outside zone 5. He's very wide. That's the dial on the angle, and that makes it scrappy. And now it's a very odd transition into outside zone 6. He's there so early as Spossum stands on the accelerator and the foot brake at the same time, pushing the back end of that 15 to wall and across the lines. He throws in a dangerous 360.
I love listening to Spossum drive because his turbo and blow-off valve are so apparent all the way through the run. You can hear him finding grip with his foot. He does it very similar to how the Shanahans do it as well, where they're kind of dancing on the throttle to find that threshold. It's cool. It's really cool to be able to really understand what he's able to do, because it's tough when you see an angle like this where it just kind of looks like they're on throttle all the way through. But for Spossum, you can just hear that whistle as it comes in and out as he's making boost. Over angles it through that section. There it is right there. I mean, adds an absolute ton of it. So maybe he did pull out some of that grip, and it, in this case, bit him. I don't know. It may just be that he's over attacking that section, but either way, I mean, just a ton of angle coming through there. Looked super cool, but as you said, sets up a really awkward angle or awkward line coming to last outside zone. So you got to pull that angle out, almost drive straight through it, or miss a very large section of that part of the zone. Yeah,
I think that was really the only mistake to take from that run was, coming through the center of the circuit. Still, nevertheless, a 91.5 for David Spossum. The judges liked it. They liked what he did. I mean,
look at the angle.
Clean it up a little bit.
but didn't lose the line. Maybe lost a bit of line there, but picked it up in angle and style. So,
exactly.
Hey.
Here we go, back on the line we go to Benediktas Čerba from Lithuania. This BMW E92 2JZ, 850 horsepower. This man, a whole host of trophies under his belt, 31 years of age. This man been around, a bit of a European OG in drifting as he fires that car in. Big aggressive initiation from Benediktas Čerba as he puts that yellow spoiler, the Čerba Fighter spoiler, towards the wall as he now fires his way through. Very nice line. Čerba dabs the handbrake and sets himself up nicely for outside zone 4 on the throttle very, very early. Oh, and a little heavy tag onto the wall, just upsets the front wheels, but keeps himself in it as Benediktas Čerba now works his way across the circuit towards the wall once again. Čerba into outside zone 6, back on the throttle. Look at that, fully locked up. No problem finding angle though for Čerba as he looks out the window and across the line.
Yeah, his pedigree and the experience that he's got within drifting and I mean just anything that he's doing showed here, especially with that wall hit, because getting that first contact in can often cause more contact down the line if you don't react to it well, if you don't try and get the car off of that line, resettle things a little bit. A lot of drivers will try and save it immediately, and often that bit of delay can throw you back into the wall again. So love that his reaction is the correct one to get him back online. So Čerba, just a solid job all the way through. Another driver with that big left foot brake, really dragging things around in that last outside zone, but a bit more aggression that we normally see at a Čerba. He's not one that we often, correlate with somebody who's really attacking the walls. So I'm happy that he's unlocked that side of him a little bit more.
Well, it's the final.
Yeah, why not?
All right, if you're going to get it done this weekend. This is the last shot to get on the podium, to claim some points for the end of the season. And we kind of know what's coming up for 2026 because
we know things.
We know some stuff. There we go, an 89.5 for Benediktas Čerba. And Čerba looking strong this weekend, and always a good guy to see in top 32 in those battles. Dangerous, a man that I put money on at the beginning of the season who hasn't yet really delivered, but is his first year as a Drift Masters driver. Is Jason Benet from France, from Lyon, a Subaru BRZ 2JZ 950 horsepower, lights up the tyres off the line as Jason Benet, the Frenchman, flicks in this car and set himself up nicely. Again, another driver trying to get some redemption in 2025 as he absolutely fires through, picks up that front clip. Wow, it's beautiful from Jason Benet. Couldn't have been closer if he tried, as Benet gets himself nicely into outside zone 4. A little wobble, a little waver from the Frenchman as he goes for outside zone 5. He's very deep, but he makes it work as Benet now puts that back bumper towards the wall once again. Jason Benet, headlights and taillights shining as he fires it Subaru BRZ towards the wall and across the line.
I think that was the Benet you've been looking for.
That's the Benet. That's the guy I've been watching on social media.
Yeah, I mean that's the driver that did so well at the French Championships, and now we're starting to see it come up. And it unfortunately took him this season to really show his true colors. It's a lot. You can be the best from wherever you're from, but almost everybody here is the best from where they're from.
We said this earlier. Look, I was talking to Hiro Manoa in the paddock, and he said everybody is so good.
Yeah.
He said every driver is so good. And I said that's because every driver here has had to earn their way to be here. Every driver is a champion in their own country before they're even allowed to come to Drift Masters.
Yeah.
And Jason Benet is the 2023 and 2024 French Drift champion.
And it's showing on this run. It was quick, it was snappy. At every moment you're like, there was about 3 times I'm like, that's it, he's going into the wall. But is able to, right with that move there, pulls that little bit of angle out, drives out of that spot, finds the grip and is able to pull out of it. This solid run from Benet. 81 kilometers per hour, starting to pick those speeds back up again and find the pace in this car. Very planted all the way through. This is the Benet we've been looking for.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this.
Yeah.
It's here. There we go. An 87 on the board for Jason Benet. Drops himself into 11th place at the moment. And Benet will be looking to improve on that score after he's got those first qualifying nerves out of the way. We're talking about champions. We go back on the line to Dwayne McKeever, the Northern Smoke Machine. He is the 3-time British and Irish champion. He's saying 180SX RB28 underneath the bonnet, 1,000 horsepower. Now a man that won this event in 2024.
And qualified quite well.
Can he do it again? Loves this event, loves these stadium events in Poland. What can he do right now as he puts that carbon Kevlar bumper towards the wall? McKeever gets into it. You can hear that RB28 screaming as he won't want to lift off the throttle, but it's a little scrappy there on the inside zone. He makes it work, and it's early towards the wall, but he has to wobble as he flexes the back end and takes the bumper off. He's held on by one piece at the moment as McKeever fires through the middle of the circuit. It's a good full throttle transition. On the foot brake he goes into outside zone 6. next. McKeever's planted onto the wall as the Irishman absolutely destroys the back of the car.
Oh, that's so fun to watch. I love watching Dwayne McKeever drive. I mean, he could be backing a trailer into a parking spot and I'd be yelling and screaming and clapping. Anywhere where he's put into a situation where he's between a rock and a hard place is where he comes alive. And here in Poland, it is rocks and hard places absolutely everywhere. Gets a little bit too much into that wall. Stays in it, though. Absolutely flying through the whole thing. I mean, I know that's going to be deduction. I don't care. Not my problem, because this is just a great run from Dwayne McKeever once we remove that whole part about him slamming into the wall. He's just fun. And coming over and doing more in Europe has just proven to me that he's one of the best that has never won a championship here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
always been the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see.
Yeah, but
it's hard to see because McKeever has bag loads of talent. He's super aggressive. He's a very good driver. He's controlled, but unfortunately McKeever just has this bad luck that hangs with him every now and then. And when things are good, they're good.
Yeah.
And they're bad, they're really bad.
When his luck changes, the rub of the green, when that comes into effect, you are looking at a champion.
Yeah.
Easy. Oh man, he's just fun to watch.
He certainly is fun to watch. And there we go, a 91 on the board for Dwayne McKeever as the Northern Irishman gets himself a good score on the board already. We go back down towards the start line to Kevin Pascolti from Hungary, a man that's never yet reached a podium at Drift Masters. So close in Hungary in 2024, fourth place in Hungary at his home event. The man that came to Hungary in 2018 and said, one day I'll drive in Drift Masters, and here he is on the biggest stage tomorrow. We sell out this stadium with 50,000 people, and this man will hope to be in the show, in the big show, the top 32, the top 16 for it, as he puts it right where it needs to be. Pascolti, flames erupt from the side skirt as Kevin Pascolti works the back end of this 1,000 horsepower supercharged V8 BMW E92 through the middle of the circuit. He comes as he looks for outside zone 6 and collects it. The smoke absolutely filling out the stadium. We can barely see Pascolti as flames lick up the side of the car and across the line.
Oh, Pascolti, man, it's shocking to me he's never been on a podium, especially with a run like that. I mean, I hate to keep pointing out that last outside zone, so I'm just going to try and ignore it for a little while because every other part of this run is so solid. The way he's able to get into the walls without really affecting, the momentum, the angle of the car. It never disrupts. The way he's attacking the inside zones, the transitions all look good. Holding the throttle, I mean, very, very well, very steady, and as you said, absolutely pumping out the smoke. I mean, these the many fans that we have working to blow the smoke out of here is, they're struggling. They're struggling a little bit
against Kevin Pascolti.
Yeah, that's a crazy run. Ah, man, just that I don't know how you defeat that last outside zone at this point.
It's a kryptonite for some of these drivers, and I think that it's going to be a learning curve for all of them after they've done their first qualifying run. Look at that beautiful shot there from that phantom slow-mo camera. Pascolti in the car, pedaling it around. Look at that front wheel locked and tyre smoke bailing from the back end of that E92. It just looks absolutely beautiful.
He's trying to ABS it. You can tell he's on and off, finding that threshold. He feels it lock up, comes back off.
Well, here we go. Big score dropping in, a 92.5 for Kevin Pascolti, and he'll be happy with that after the first qualifying score. Drops him into fourth place at the moment, as now the 90s start to ramp up, and we're almost with top 10 with a 90.
Yeah, here we go. This is where that cutoff gets crazy.
It certainly will do. We go back on the line to Jakob Kroll, a Polishman from Lodz, not far up the road. 2JZ 920 horsepower, San Silvia S14.9 full carbon Kevlar. And Jakob Kroll looking good, a man that has earned his rate here at Drift Masters, fires that car in where it needs to be, and another man that we've seen many times in stadium events. Used to pilot a BMW E46 and made the change to the S chassis a few years ago, and now never would look back as Jakob Kroll puts it right towards the wall, and Kroll flexing that carbon Kevlar on and off with our painted wall there on that outside zone 4, fires through the middle of the circuit, looks for outside zone 6, and Jakob Kroll doing a good job as he once again puts bumper towards wall. Jakob Kroll with a neon shining underneath the car and across the line.
Another driver going to more or less electing for that softer rear end in the car. The front seems a little bit soft, but maybe not as bad, where he's really getting that car to squat out. The rebound is really quick. It pops back up again. It looks good. The hard part is when you do when you pull the handbrake, when you hit the front brake,
It's reactive.
It's reactive, and it broadcasts that to the judges.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll tell you something about this track that a lot of drivers like, especially with chassis that aren't maybe as easier to drive. This track is almost dead flat.
Right.
There are a little bit here and there of changes.
Yeah.
You know, we made this track in 2 days.
Yeah, there's a bit of like rain runoff, so things slope out a little bit towards the wall, which can actually kind of help set you in the groove. But yeah, having it like this. The other part too is because it is brand new asphalt, that rubbering in can be a little bit more predictable.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just really interesting. I did a track walk where I'm like trying to find anybody who laid down the asphalt to like figure out how they did it and what materials they're doing it with.
It's a secret.
Yeah, I know.
And you'll never be allowed back if you find out.
What I found that was interesting though is even before we put laps down is how grippy it already felt.
Yeah.
But without it being rough, it was very smooth, but it still gripped quite well. So it's quite interesting.
Yep. That's all the information you're allowed.
To take a piece home.
There you go. 89 on the board for Jakob Kroh. I'll be happy with that. The first run under the belt, ready for this weekend. And this man would love nothing to be in the big show in front of all of these Polish fans. A man from Japan on the line right now. It's Naoki Nakamura, Toyota GR86 2JZ 900 and 900 horsepower. So this on the line, this incredible car. This man, such a character at Drift Masters, said that he was so desperate to get back. What could he do here in the stadium? Oh, a little tag, you can see it just upset the car, but now works himself back into it again on the foot brake. Naoki Nakamura fires himself into outside zone 4, sets himself up lovely on the foot brake. Flirts with danger though, that rear wheel so close to the wall. You see these short chassis GRs and GT86s cause bad damage, but no problem so far for Naoki Nakamura as he gets into outside zone 7 on the foot brake, dials on the angle, fires the back end towards the wall and across the line.
So when we first got here, they had the turbo completely ripped apart, and I was kind of getting the gist that they had made some big changes when it came to the turbo side of things, and Nakamura is much happier with it, the way that it's driving, the way that it's coming in and out of boost. I'm not exactly sure what they did change, but this looks a lot smoother. Where we saw some discrepancies with his driving a little bit earlier on in the season, the start of the season was a little weird. He started picking things up around midway through where it got very smooth again. The Nakamura that we were hoping for came out, and then Germany didn't quite go as well. The car was kind of back and forth, never really hit its stride. This is looking much smoother. It's looking a lot more predictable. When you've got that particular engine setup, when you go with that big turbo on the 2J, it can be weird because when it comes in and out of boost, it can be very sudden. And if you don't have a driver that can dance that line, it becomes tough. But this is coming together a lot better for Nakamura.
It certainly is. A 91 on the ball drops him inside the top 10 for the moment after his first qualifying run. And as we say, we're starting to get into the thick end of the championship now, and things are starting to ramp up as fans go for more refreshments and maybe another hot dog. And Joe, you're talking to the judges, Jacob. What are they saying?
Why don't we talk a little bit about the drivers' meeting last night? Let's talk about the bumper situation, because I think that's key. And I'm gonna make sure that I've got this correct. I know the judges can hear me on this one. So essentially, what they've but they've determined, it's not like you pulled it out of nowhere, is essentially you want the bumper on the wall. At the end of the day, that is the whole goal here. Get the bumper along the wall. If that bumper comes off the wall, and I believe 20 centimeters is the number that I was given, once that happens, now it's looking more at where the wheel placement is. So this is to kind of help even that playing field between the big bumper and the little bumper.
We're talking about a man who's got a big bumper and a big overhang is Oren Nilsson, and our queen of the paddock is down there with him. Becky's with Oren Nilsson, who again has had an up and down year, but he's struggling with that big car. How's it going for him, Becky?
Yes, guys, just catching up with Oren right here. And I just said to him, I watched you come in from practice and it looked like you'd rearrange your back end, but I know what that sounds like. But can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, so this track is incredibly difficult to do perfectly. And I always try to push as hard as I can to do the perfect lead. And to get out to auto zone 4 early after the inside clip is really difficult. So I was just coming from the chase a little bit hot in my head. And I took the transition with full throttle and the car just snapped completely around. Yeah. And Conor Falvey hit me. Thankfully it went okay. So the next few rounds felt really good, so yeah.
Well, absolutely. We're hoping for good luck in this qualifying session. But, you know, have you made any big changes to the car ahead of this event?
Nothing changed. I haven't seen the car since Germany, so it's the same. so I know what I have to do. I just have to give it all and put it to the wall.
All right, then, yeah, Oren. Well, good luck for your qualifying run, and we'll see you very soon, guys.
Thank you very much, Becky. And yeah, Oren Nielsen, that car didn't look like a Toyota Sora a few hours ago, but now does, repaired, and we go back outside. You can see the guys gridding up, ready to come out for their qualifying runs. Connor Falvey there in our Carbon Kevlar Drift Games S15. Laurie Heinen, a man who did some changes to the vehicle overnight, and you'll see right there that it's a little bit shorter than what a normal S13 is. We don't quite know if it's gonna work. We don't really know what he's doing, but they decided to take 12 inches off the car with an angle grinder last night. They shortened the S13 down by 1 foot of the back.
So that plays into this theory where if that back bumper comes off the wall a little bit, that rear wheel is now in a more advantageous place. So we chatted with the judges. We went through the rule book. There's nothing against what he had done, and it'll be interesting to see how that works out, or see what happens next year with rule books as well. But it's an interesting tactic. There's rules for a reason, and rules are meant to be skirted sometimes.
They certainly are. Well, look, Becky's still down there, finding out all the gossip. She's down in the paddock. She's caught up with a man that we know very, very well, a man that's got a lot of trophies under his belt. She's with Kuba Brzezinski. Becky.
Kuba, you are a very busy guy this weekend. We're at the Red Bull Drift Masters final, and there are so many stars coming out. Tell us what you've got to get up to this weekend, other than actually driving this car on the track, qualifying today.
Yeah, now is the stressful moment because I'm two cars behind the starting qualification. But this track is amazing. The special made it track for the drifting. This is something what everyone here loves, and I'm super happy to have chance to start in front of these big Polish fans, and I will try to do my best.
Absolutely, and obviously we've got the roof open this year, so does that make any changes to how you're driving? I mean, obviously last year when the roof was closed, it was all wet conditions. Like, how is the track for you this year?
I'm really happy the roof is open, the dry conditions are really good, and this is really drifting. The speed, the smoke, the atmosphere, and this is the real drifting atmosphere.
Well, Kuba, good luck in your qualifying session, and we'll see you very soon. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, a lot of buzz around the building this weekend, as not only have we got the Drift Masters final going on, the Red Bull Drift Masters final, we've also got the Race of Legends going on. We've got some big names in the building. Carlos Sainz Sr. in the house, and David Coulthard.
It's going to be crazy that we get to do commentary over a commentator.
We certainly do,
yeah. That just
crazy.
came around.
I never thought of that earlier on.
Yeah.
But there we go, fans back into their seats and track ready to go after a quick repaint. We try to keep the track as fresh as possible for the drivers. When we start to lose sight of some of those zones, we go back over and repaint them, trying to make it consistent as possible for every single driver on circuit. We go back on the line to Finland's very own Juha Poitalakso. BMW 92 M3, just swapping the engine out this season for the 2JZ 3.5 stroker, 900 horsepower. As he fires on the anti-lag, slams that car into gear, and he's given the nod and the green light to go as Juha comes off the line and through the gears as Poitalakso. That's the back end of that E92 BMW towards the wall and into that outside zone as he stands on the throttle now. 900 horsepower being unleashed onto the tarmac in Poland as he flicks it nicely into outside zone 4. Poitalakso back on the throttle, working that back end, a little tag there. Do you see it upset the front wheels? He stays in it though as he picks up outside zone 5. He's going to look at that nice transition, that nice line, just dabs the handbrake, gives it slightly, dials on the angle. It's late to get to 6. He makes it work though. Poitalakso goes for 7, a little shallow and across the line.
Interesting tactic into 6.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was meant to do it or if it was,
I think that all stemmed from the contact on the wall 4.
Yeah, and it's crazy how something that much earlier, 2 zones before, makes such a big difference. But yeah, Juha Poitalakso through the first outside zone. Could have been just a little bit deeper through there, but still doing a solid job. His driving as well has come so far this season. These transitions, very snappy, very, very quick. And see if we can spot that bit of contact for Juha. Man, I mean, yeah, that little bit, just little bits here and there, and it can affect the line. But yeah, coming really far into that zone and then lighting off. Able to hold on to it, though. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to. It's kind of that bit of a straighter line through it and then backing that car in, but looking pretty good. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, it kind of made it work. It didn't look as scruffy as what it did from the other camera angle. When you see it from the reverse angle across the circuit, he did get to outside zone 6 a little early, creating a longer arc. But, you know, the judges may have liked that line more.
Yeah, fair enough.
Than, you know, to get to the zone even later. From where we looked, it looked like it was later, but it wasn't. It was super early. 85 dead on the board for Juha Poitalakso. That's the Finnish driver. We want to try and improve on that as we head off back to the start line to Oren Nilsen from Norway, Toyota Sora 2JZ, 150 horsepower. This car battered and bruised after practice today. No back end, no front end contact with Connor Falvey. And Oren Nilsen, a man that's been on his roof, been on the podium, he's been everywhere this season. What can he do right now as he works his way through the gears? Oren Nilsen flicks that big car across the circuit on the handbrake nice and early. Gets it set up nicely for outside zone 1 as Oren Nilsen now in that car where it needs to be. Doles on the angles, big angle from Nilsen. He's very close to the wall, and it looked like he was going to take the front bumper off once again. Nilsen, a little wobble there into outside zone 4, but holds on to it. As Oren Nilsen now working his way around the midsection of the circuit, slows up the car. You can see the rear wheels almost coming to a stop as he goes for the transition into outside zone 6. Stands on the accelerator. You can hear the rev limiter being beaten as he gets into 7 and across the line.
Does a really good job in 7. Really, really good job. And this car, I mean, there's a few others, is the kind of that shining example of, oh, what a, hang on. We'll get to the car racing. What a shot. This is one of those cars. Yeah, that's great. This is one of those cars that is the shining example of a large overhang, both front and rear. Because if you look at where the bumper is, yeah, it looks like he's about to catch the front of it, but the wheels were kind of in the perfect spot. So what I do like is for Uran, he's not really utilizing so much of that back end. Like, he's not really crumpling it in, he's kind of dragging it. The other part too is that when you've got a car that's that long, you don't have to drive with as much angle through that zone. When we get into some of the 86s, to really get that bumper on the wall, one, you've got to be fully committed. You're all the way deep in that zone. And you kind of have to have a decent amount of angle to kind of show how close you are to almost crashing. But Uran, oh man, great run there. Using that overhang, I would say, correctly in the way that it should be. But the downside is when you do come off the wall, as you can see him kind of skirting that line, it can be very, very visible. So, interesting. That's the give and the take of a large overhang car.
I mean, look, there is give and take. We're going to see a very long car, and then in a moment's time, we're going to see a very short car.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's a grey area now that's being discussed within drifting all around the world.
Yeah,
it's not just here, Drift Masters. And look at that, what a score from Oren Nilsen. 93.5 on his first qualifying run. Sets a standard for most of these guys and says that's how you lay it down with a big car.
Yeah, and they do have a big disadvantage in the chase. James Dean brought this up. He has so much more that he's got to pull back from the car before he goes in for a dive, and that takes longer. So it's a give and a take.
It certainly is. We go back on the line to the Polishman. Jakub Brzezowski sits on the line. This incredible Red Bull Toyota GR86 comes off the line, slams through the gears as he mixes it up this weekend, adding some colour to the car, and those aero discs on the front wheels took it to the wall earlier on in practice, had to get recovered, but now it looks like the car's in flying form as Brzezowski picks up that inside zone, fires it towards the wall once again, looks to set himself up nicely for outside zone 4 as he works his way into that zone. Look at that, absolutely beautiful from the Polishman, a man that's done it all from Dakar to rallying as he gets himself back across the circuit in to outside zone 6. He slows the car down massively, now opens up the throttle, works his way into outside zone 7 and across the line.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crawl through the last two zones. This seemed very, very safe. I don't know if maybe the hits earlier on has kind of got him to back off a little bit. One of them wasn't his fault by any means. It was just a kind of an unfortunate racing incident. But yeah, I know the car, he took a lot of damage, subframe specifically. So, you know, just trying to get back out there because you only have so much time to get it realigned and hope that everything is still where it's supposed to be. So it's a battle uphill, but unfortunately the judges, you know, no matter what mechanical damage you've got, that's not something that goes into a judging decision. It's what you do on track.
No, exactly that. And, you know, the judges can't, you know, score you more fairer because you had a crash.
Yeah, it's just not, you know, it's not how things go. So we'll see how that plays out. That big left foot brake the last two zones were kind of tough. And I mean, he did a really good job through the outer zones before that, but same thing, shorter overhang didn't maybe look as impressive.
No, there we go. I think that's reflected in his score as an 85 drops in dead for Jakub Ostrowski and the Polishman. Work to be done, as we can see some Finnish fans in and around the building, and plenty of people here this weekend, as they will be tomorrow. We're back to the start line to Juha Rittinen from Finland. And the ritual there, the little warm-up, the little pump, the little fist bump to the steering wheel from Juha Rittinen, back in play this weekend. Toyota GR86 2JZ 1002 horsepower comes off the line, and Rittinen looking really strong in practice earlier on as he sets himself up nicely. Looked like he was going very deep into the wall for outside zone 1, but makes it work as Rittinen now back on throttle nice and early, super close to the wall, follows that curvature once again, gets himself into 4, and that line is absolutely beautiful from the Finnish driver. Puts the back end right where the judges wanted to see it. Now he's on a perfect arc for outside zone 5, finds the car across the circuit, little dab of the handbrake, sets himself up now into 6 nice and early on the throttle as Juha Rittinen going for a big run here, a big score. Oh, tags the wall on outside zone 7.
I'm wondering if the drivers that are coming out of 4, setting themselves up really well for 5, have a ton of speed, and that is what is helping them carry through 6 and 7. So nailing 4, nailing the exit of 4, and transitioning and doing a great job into 5 means you've got this beautiful arc that allows you to carry a bit more momentum, get that car whipped around a little bit better, and it seems to be those drivers that are doing better in 6 and 7. So Juha Rittinen, to me, really personified it in this run, because that arc coming out looks so nice. We do see like a very, very tiny correction to get it back out, but then the way he's able to get this car back around to angle on throttle, really hold it. Look how much he's got that wheel locked over, and then carries that momentum. Still has to get on that left foot brake a little bit, but not nearly as much as we saw with cars with, you know, identical chassis and very, very similar engine setups. So yeah, maybe that's something else that they've got into play.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of factors here this weekend. A 93 on the board, 5th position so far from Juha Rittinen. He gets himself up inside the top 10, and we move things along once again and get back up onto the start line to Jarkko Jula from Finland, another Finnish driver this weekend. And Jarkko Jula, 4th season of Drift Masters under his belt now. Will he come back for 2026? Now he's had a taste of the fun, the circus.
I hope so
too. 2JZ 900 horsepower. This man absolutely screams the rev limiter off the line, and he's ready for business as Jarkko Jula wants to get this underway. Puts that big Toyota Chaser JZX100 into the wall, perfect line, tickles that back bumper, and you can see where the wall's been painted along it all weekend as Jarkko Jula now gets himself into this outside zone. It's a beautiful job for Jula as he does exactly what the judges wanted to see. Picks up outside zone 5, dials on quite a lot of angle, maybe uses it to scrub the speed, and that line again very early to outside zone 6, stands on the accelerator, a little left foot brake as Jula puts the bumper towards the wall and across the line.
That was one of the best runs I've seen Jarkko Jula do.
Yeah.
Very clean all the way through. I mean, the precision was incredible. It was a very kind of refreshing run that we saw come through this, and you know, without beating this down too much, probably the biggest back end we've got in the series right now. It does a great job of just tickling that wall with the bumper at pretty much any opportunity. Inside clip looks good. Just very calculated. Look, he's completely letting go.
Completely off the wheel, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he even was changing hands through that, but look at how stable he is through this whole thing. He's got I think he's got his hands set like he's holding onto a cup. You know, like he's got his hand there like this is how he drives to work every day. He's got
just
the coffee in one
hand, driving with the other. That's how relaxed he is.
I think so. I mean, look at this. This is great. He's just absolutely ready to clock in at any moment.
He certainly is.
Well, Sunday drive for ice cream.
Doing a good job, and the onboard and the slow-mos provided by Red Bull Media House are looking beautiful this weekend, as always.
Top notch for this event.
Giving us incredible views all season here at Drift Masters for 2025 and the seasons before, as Jarkko Jula, you consider under the lights already as the sun starts to set in Poland and we start to put on the light show here at the final round of Drift Masters 2025.
Yeah, it's looking great. Lots of lights, lots of I mean, the amount of devices we have to do other things.
Oh, there's a lot going on. Here we go, a 95 on the board for Jarkko Jula. Drops himself into 2nd place, a Finnish driver, and the Finnish fans are happy. Look at that.
Yeah.
The flags are flying and the arms are waving. We're back onto the lines of Mika Keskikorpi from Finland, another Finnish driver. Look at that, hyped himself up. S58, BMW F22 Eurofire 900 horsepower. He comes off the line, this man been getting stronger and stronger in Drift Masters, and he said, like, now I feel like I'm comfortable, I feel like I'm a contender for a championship fight. And look at the angle and speed that Keski Korpi throws at outside zone 1. That's absolutely unbelievable. As a young Finnish driver puts himself right where he needs to be. Look at the line, maybe a little tag on the wall, just corrects the line but stays in it. As Mika Keski Korpi now fires through the middle of the circuit, collects outside zone 5, puts the car back on throttle again and back to the wall as Mika Keski Korpi looking for that last outside zone, dials on the angle on the foot brake, and it's job done for the Finnish driver.
One of the first drivers really having to combat his own smoke coming back through. And it's going to be an interesting thing that drivers going to have to work with on this weekend. We got as many fans as we could find at ski resorts all over the country just to try and evacuate the smoke out of this. But yeah, Mika Keski Korpi looks so good through this. I know he's done a bunch of testing on his other car back at home, which is almost identical to this. And the big thing he wanted to find was better steering feel. How could he get this car to really, translate what was going on from the tarmac back to the driver's seat? And this is looking like he's got it figured out. So few updates on that side of things, and he's very calculated through all these zones and just comfortable. You can tell when a driver is not panicking and they feel like they're in control of everything going on.
92 on the board for Mika Keski Korpi. He'll be happy with that. 8th position at the moment. Do you want to know what he changed?
What's that?
The fluid reservoir for the power steering.
Yeah, it went back to the OEM one, right? Yeah.
And it's not the first time I've heard that. Working behind the scenes with a few other drivers and cars and building cars, a lot of drivers saying that the BMW one was the one, and struggled with it all season, changed it and said, I can't believe the difference. We go back on the line to Ite Sada, BMW E46 with this F22 M2 body kit on the car, 850 horsepower, 2JZ, as he flicks that car into angle. Ite Sada on the podium at round 2 in Spain. What can he do this weekend? Looking to get himself climbed back up, maybe inside that top 10 of the championship before the end of the weekend as he works his way around outside zone 4. But a little scruffy there from Ite Sada, maybe not the line he needed to take for outside zone 4. Now gets himself across the circuit into outside zone 6, trying to find the wall but not too close as Ite Sada on that foot brake, and he's way deep and shallow. He's wandering and wavering out in outside zone 7.
Yeah, it was kind of a ragtag run where it never fully...
And he's angry. Look, shake of the head there as he slams the car down a gear. He knows it wasn't good.
They know. I mean, you can tell by how much work you're having to do in the car, what you're, what everything... Look, he missed the handbrake on that.
I think it caught understeer.
Oh, interesting, and he went back to it. Yeah, it looked like a series of sections, never like a full run.
Yeah.
Where it felt like he was just trying to deal with what was going on right now, and at no point was he able to look ahead at the next zone to get that car placed that way. Almost like a billiards player.
He's already shaking his head.
Yeah, he knows.
Like halfway through the run, he's already saying, nah, this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough.
These drivers know, even at initiation, if it wasn't solid, and maybe that was it, that little bit of understeer, and then wasn't able to get his head back into the game. Tough.
Very tough, and these guys are the best of the best from around the world, and that's why they're all here together this weekend at Drift Masters final in Poland, and it is a 70.5 dead on the board. 32nd place for Ite Sada. He knows he has work to be done, and that is the cut-off at the moment, a 70.5. You go back onto the line to Connor Falvey from Cork City. San Silvia S15 Carbon Kevlar Drift Games car, 2JZ, 950 horsepower, Rookie of the Year in 2024. He said that isn't enough. A podium is what I want at Drift Masters. Well, will he get it this weekend? He's looking for a turn of fortune. He didn't get it in Germany, where he said he was feeling strong. This weekend he needs to put it all on the line as Connor Falvey puts the back end of that S15 Silvia towards the wall as Falvey stands on the foot brake and slows the car down massively. Now lets it go, puts the front bumper towards the wall as he fires into outside zone 4. Falvey back on the throttle. Look at that, the spoiler just tickling along the edge of the wall there as he now works his way through the centre of the circuit. Falvey opens up the throttle, looks for outside zone 6, and it's very nice line into it. Keeps it clean, keeps it safe as Falvey goes for the final outside zone. Doesn't flirt with danger, keeps it clean.
Yeah, that was expertly placed through every single zone. Just touching that spoiler, not getting the light into it, not really getting the bumper into it, just maybe, it's just very well done. That's it. I mean, he's figuring out how not to overdrive the car, how not to get in his own head, and is driving like he's 10 years older than he actually is. a lot of younger drivers have a tendency to kind of get either a bit frustrated or upset, or maybe not happy with a part of a run and then overcorrect or overreact. And I didn't see that at any point. Not that there was really any part of this run to be frustrated at. Yeah, Connor Falvey, great run here, and trying to get a bit of that redemption after Germany.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
And for me, it was a very, very clean run. It was a technical run.
Yeah.
He knew what he wanted to do, and he executed it. He didn't overdrive the car.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna go all out, throw everything on the line, save it for the second run.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, just get on the board. Try and maybe land upper mid pack, somewhere that's going to be safe, where you don't have to really worry about your next run, and then just go out and have a time, right? Go out and bang doors with your friends. Have one of those qualifying runs that's last day, end of the season, Sunday, 4 p.m. They're about to wrap the track up, and you go, you know what? Throw me for one more. That kind of run is what comes after a run like this.
Well, there we go, and you can see Connor Falvey inside the car, piling it around this custom circuit in the Red Bull Drift Masters final. Everyone's happy, everyone's having fun, the fans are cheering, the Irish flags are waving because we've got some Irish superstars on their way up for qualifying coming up next. And there we go, Connor Falvey drops in a 91.5, only good enough for 10th place at the moment. And he'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
Or will he? Or will he?
I don't know. I don't think he's happy unless he's on the podium at the end of the weekend.
Exactly. There we go. Marco Zaccaril now on the line. We're into the top 10 of the championship. Zaccaril in the top 10. BMW F22 M2 Volkswagen 2-litre turbo underneath the bonnet, 700 horsepower, big engine change for 2025, and it's working for him as Marco Zaccaril is the back end of that BMW right where it needs to be. Nicely placed on the front end as he works his way into outside zone 4. And this is beautiful from Zaccaril. Oh, and it shuts it down.
Ooh, that's a big fire out back. Oh, no.
And I think that's just out of the exhaust. Yeah.
Okay.
So the flame was just from the exhaust. That would have been excess fuel burning off as he shut the car down. There we go. The Czech fans waving the flag, still proud of their man Marco Zaccaril, and looks like we're going to need some recovery for Marco Zaccaril. He's saying, push me back.
Yeah,
he wants to get back to the paddock as quick as possible.
He's pretty close.
He's very close indeed. Yeah. And we have our incredible, you see how soft the back end of these drift cars are now. You see how incredible track staff that have travelled over from Latvia, from Riga, to help assist and run the circuit this weekend. Oh, it was all going so well for Zaccaril.
It did, yeah. I was thinking about how it just sounds like a ball of angry wasps going around the track. That little 2-liter, I mean, he's making it do incredible things, but not entirely sure what all went wrong. He's got to get the peel off of his dash there. That's going to bug me. But he always drives like this, where that one hand is hesitant, but he knew immediately something went down, and I'm just curious what that thing was. Where
did he kill the car? Did he shut it down? It looked like he looked down to shut it down. There we go. We need to make it official. It will be a 0 on the board for Zaccaril.
I think he shut it down, but why? Like, what came up on the dash? What did he feel? What did he know that made that happen? And then a ton of fuel, as you said, popping out from the back. Usually when I see flames like that, it feels like an engine loss to me.
Yeah.
But no fluids as far as we can tell. So, back to the action with Oliver Randlew.
We certainly are. Oliver Randlew from Estonia, from Tallinn, Estonia, BMW M50, turbo underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower from this BMW E46, stands on the accelerator. As Oliver Randlew landed round 2 in Spain at the beginning of the year. Still in that top 10, 9th place at the moment, looking to get himself back up into the order, try and climb a little higher before the season's wrapped up tomorrow night. Randlew does a good job on that transition. This one again, another safe run, very technical from Oliver Randlew, puts the bumper where it needs to be, doesn't flirt with danger as Randlew goes into outside zone 7 and across the line.
That was all limiter. That entire soft limiter, which is nice. It wasn't, banging and popping and doing a ton of damage to the engine, but that was all limiter, and I agree. I think that setup and that whole run was kind of safe. Maybe starting to look at where these scores are sitting at this point in time and trying to make a bit of a prediction as to where he needs to sit. Everything looked solid. There was no point of that where I went, oh man, like I really, you kind of flubbed here, you made a big mistake there. Wish it was maybe a bit quicker, wish it was a bit more aggressive, but it's a score on the board, and maybe that's what he's he's going for. His top speed, only 72 kilometers per hour. Average wasn't too bad, 66. We've seen definitely lower, but we've seen a lot higher for sure. So, yeah, just interesting. Not a ton of smoke.
No.
Right? So not a barrel of grip loaded into this car, but you know, off the rev limiter, not a ton of wheel speed, just a very safe setup.
I think this was what it was from Oliver Randlew, was a safe run.
Yeah.
Get yourself in the show, don't do anything extravagant, save the, you know, all-in run for run 2. Here we go. Score drops in, a 92.5 for Oliver Randlew. He's inside the top 10 once again.
Yeah.
And it's a good score for Randlew. We go back on the line to this young man from Norway, Torani Kavia. Nissan Silvia S13, 1UZ turbo, 950 horsepower, and Kavia only 2 laps of practice this morning. A little angry, said that he wanted some more, but he just couldn't get them. Fires in this car, and again, another driver that's renowned for these stadium events as Kavia flexes the back end of that 180SX off the wall, picks up the front. Beautiful stuff so far from Torani Kavia. The Norwegian sledgehammer comes into effect as he smashes the back end off the wall. Kavia opens up the throttle through the centre of the circuit. Looks absolutely cool, calm and collected as Kavia puts it towards the wall. Looks for outside zone 7, not too close but close enough. Just flexes the bumper on the wall across the line.
Yeah, and in massive opposition to what we saw, I'm fairly certain the Norwegians don't have a word for safe run. I don't think they know how to do it. I don't think they've heard the term. It is just go, go, go all the time. Tona Kavia, like 2 runs, comes out, does that, drags bumper all the way around. You know, one of the vocal people.
Drops him into 12th place. We go back on the line to our 2024 champion. It is Lauri Heinonen, currently sitting out of championship contendancies. Just wants to get a little podium under his belt this season. And that shortened 180SX as the NASCAR V8 underneath the bonnet with a Pro Charger on it as Lauri Heinonen fires in, a man that did it here last time he was here, won the championship under the lights in Poland as he puts that car where it needs to be. That's beautiful from Lauri Heinonen as he works his way around outside zone 4. And look at this, he couldn't be further into the wall. It's bumper to wall, wheel to wall. It's everything the judges were looking for as he fires it in to outside zone 6 on the throttle nice and early. You can hear that NASCAR V8 scream as Lauri Heinonen balances the back end of it close to the wall.
It kind of looks like a Corvette rear end. You know, just
it's so strange.
It's so strange. Yeah, the old S chassis compact. It didn't come out in a lot of countries, but we've got one here today.
They made one in Finland.
They did. Well, I mean, they made it in Poland for the finish. It's a weird scenario, but I'm very, very curious how this plays out for him. Because he was able to get pretty deep in all these zones, but there was a few spots where if those 12 inches were still there, he'd be dragging bumper. So it's an interesting decision, and ultimately, I mean, it's not up to us to see how it plays out. It's a very Lauri run. I mean, he's on throttle all the way through, banging it off the rev limiter, screaming all the way through. That Dodge NASCAR V8 is very iconic, and I'm sure for everybody sitting in the grandstands, there's a little bit of their hearing that was lost on that run.
And some jaws that were probably on the floor when they heard it for the first time inside a stadium.
It vibrated my water bottle when I was out there earlier. Like, it was just shaking in my hand. So
Well, there we go, a 93 on the board, and it seems like everything that Laurie Heinonen needed to do worked. Gets himself into 6th place at the moment, and Heinonen will be happy with that as we now get in towards the top 4 of the championship, and it's Paweł Korpolinski up next from Poland, from Warsaw. The hometown hero is on the line and ready to rock and roll. Nissan Silvia S14, 2JZ 900 horsepower. And we like to call him the surgeon because he is clinical. Now, will he be clinical here in qualifying? We expect nothing less from this man. His lead lines are absolutely flawless. What can Korpolinski do as he stares down the visor and he looks and he flicks the car in big aggressive flick to angle on initiation as Korpolinski now opens up the throttle, fires the car through, and it's very aggressive from Korpolinski as he puts the back bumper towards the wall once again. He's come out here this weekend absolutely swinging as a Polishman. He wants this one. He wants a podium here in Poland. And what can he do as he flicks it towards outside zone 6? He's there nice and early as he opens up the throttle. Korpolinski on an absolute flyer as he lets it go, puts a bumper towards the wall and across the line.
We always talk to him about this, both on the show and in person, that once he gets his style figured out, once he gets that molded, he's a top 3 driver every time. Now, you're only picking up 5 points for initiation, but he definitely got all of them on that one. Style is coming into play for Korpolinski's game, and everybody should be put on notice now because he's driving far more aggressive. He's taking more risks. I mean, the Korpolinski of last year, or even earlier this season, would never have initiated that way. He would have, kind of floated the car in, got it the perfect angle, held it there, set the car on cruise control, and just rocked through the rest of it. We still see that commitment. Look at that. A very, very small correction to get it back out to the perfect line. But there is more aggression than we've ever seen. A little bit of wavering there for Korpolinski, which kind of rare for him. But I'm liking how he's developing. I'm liking the aggression we're seeing out of him and taking a bit more of a risk than he normally would.
He certainly is, and the clinic was laid on by the surgeon, and I think he's going to be rewarded. It was a very, very nice run, super aggressive, and it is rewarded. It's a 94.5 for Paweł Korpolinski from Warsaw, and all the Polish fans around the building are clapping and waving the flags because, well, why not? And the flags are up for this young man, another guy from Estonia. It is Kevin Pasur, 3rd in the championship. Yeah. 4th. In the championship.
It's okay.
Sorry, there's one more driver on the other sheet. I couldn't see it. 4th in the championship. He would love nothing more than to be 3rd in the championship. What can he do this weekend? As he comes off the line, BMW M2, M50 Turbo, 1,000 horsepower. Kevin Pasur, been on the podium before at Drift Masters, would love nothing more than to do it here in Poland as he flicks it across the circuit. It's a nice line from Kevin Pasur. Hasn't seemed to get the job done for most rounds, but now back into the zone, back on form as Kevin Pasur fires in to outside zone 5 and in to 6 as he dabs a handbrake, and it works perfectly for him. As Kevin Pasur from Estonia absolutely rocking around outside zone 7 and across the line. Look at that, hand up. He knew that was a good run.
Yeah, he's gotten to this place due to consistency. Every round he is consistent, maybe not taking all the risks to be the top driver. And that's the difference between the drivers that do well in the series and the drivers that win the series. It's the drivers that are willing to risk stuff. Consistency has gotten Pasur where he is at now. We need to see a little bit more of craziness out of him. He's very calm and collected. This run is right edging on it. You can tell he wants to take a couple of risks here and there where he wants to be a bit more aggressive, but his line is phenomenal. Maybe a little bit more on style, but for Kevin Pasur, it's these little things that as he's growing as a driver, as he's competing more and more, we'll start to see come out of him. But a really, really solid run from him. I mean, he's only 26, and he's grown up so much in the last couple of years. Another driver that I think is very close to that championship. He's in striking position for top 3 for sure.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, look, a good result this weekend, he could overtake James Dean and take 3rd in the championship. That's where he'd like to be.
Yeah, and I have all the faith in the world that he can do it. The car's been great. Knocking on wood there, hopefully that got picked up. It's been consistent, so is he. And we'll see how that goes.
Wow, and he drops in a 96 dead on the board as Kevin Pasur lights up the scoreboard and impresses the judges, and that's a big one in the bag for Kevin Pasur. That's what he came out here to do. But Ireland stands strong right now as we start an onslaught of Irish drivers. The biggest names in Irish drifting steps up. The man, the 5-time Formula Drift champion, crowned last weekend in Utah. The multiple Drift Masters champion, the multiple European champion, plays into the game right now as James Dean puts on the line that Ford Mustang Spec 5 Drift Masters car on the line. Here he goes as he gets himself into outside zone 4. James Dean absolutely flawless at the moment, puts the bumper where it needs to be, looks for outside zone 5, fires this big Mustang across the circuit as he lights up the tyres. The V8 screams as Dean comes back through the smoke, the headlights shining, bumper to wall and across the line.
The question now is, does that take out a 96? Does that have every element it needs to have to take out a 96? Judges already going blasting through this replay to look for a flaw in this run. And from first glance, I can't find any. It is wild. It's so precise. He knows where every single centimeter of that car is at any single moment. It is a massive car. If you've never been near it, it is so big. And look at, man, look how fast the walls are coming by.
The wheel was nearly on the wall on transition, the front wheel.
Yeah, it's nuts. I'm very much running out of words to describe how he's able to drive because it's incredible. And the only things that have taken James out have been very strange mechanical.
Yeah.
Just little stuff like the belt. That belt, I'm sure, haunts him and his team and was kind of the definitive moment of not being able to take home a championship here. But, man, this run, though. He touched the left foot brake. There's a correction. There, he did it again. I got nothing else, man. That's it.
You're all out of words. Look, for a team that built this car in Ireland in just 2 months,
yeah,
and then shipped it to Italy for round 1 that unfortunately was cancelled at Drift Masters. This car has been pretty much flawless.
Yeah.
A few mechanicals, and he drops in a 96.5. The judges are impressed, and James Dean takes top spot in qualifying at the moment. And could this be the tail of the tape as the Irish flags are waving and the hands are in the air from the Irish fans? But the Irish onslaught doesn't stop there. It's Jack Shanahan up next, a man that is in the fight for the championship. We know that Dean can't win it, but the man from Killavullen, from Cork, could. Is Jack Shanahan, 26 years old, GT86 off the line, 2JZ. What has he got as he fires it in? Shanahan on the throttle nice and early, looks for the wall, puts the GT86 where it needs to be. As Shanahan now opens up the throttle, he goes closer to the wall than Dean as he puts it back onto the wall once again. He's into this outside zone, there's no correction. Look at the front wheel, it's barely moved an inch as Jack Shanahan absolutely dialed on that perfect qualifying line, fires it across the circuit on the foot brake nice and early into outside zone 6. We can't even see him through smoke as Shanahan goes for outside zone 7 and across the line.
That is wild. I mean, the family in tow. That is his 81-year-old grandfather making the trip over. His grandmother watching from home. The whole Irish section in this stadium absolutely going wild. Jack Shanahan driving aggressive. They struggled a little bit through practice. I even watched them loop out on a run. I've never seen Jack Shanahan spin. And they were fighting through mechanicals, but this is a driver, once again, driving with a bit of aggression, a little frustration. I don't know what he's mad at, but it's working for him all the way through. Oh, man, just another insane run from Jack Shanahan, a driver that we've said it before, you can squint and you know it's him. You could be in any vehicle on any track anywhere in the world and you're still going to know a Jack Shanahan run. Super fast, 62.5 kilometer an hour average speed. One of the fastest drivers out there. Max angle, 70.5 degrees.
I'm just looking at the front wheel. The front wheel is telling a big tale on this circuit because if it's locked, it's a deduction, as you said. If it moves, it's a mistake. The front wheel, once it's set at angle, Jack doesn't touch it.
No.
It is perfect.
He's able to lock that thing in.
But do the judges agree with us? We're drift fans, so we see everything. Everything is a wow for us.
Yeah.
Everything is wow. I'm telling you now as well, this is going to become a game for these guys. Who can get the higher qualifying score? It's going to be a 94 from the judges. They're not that impressed. They didn't like it as much as they did. Where did he lose out? He lost out a little line and a little bit of style.
Yeah, which, curious on the style. That's pretty stylish to me.
Yeah, pretty stylish for me as well. We go back on the line to a man that every Polishman and woman in the place will be cheering for. It is the one and only Piotr Wojciech. He sits on the line in this incredible Toyota Supra. A90 Supra sits on the line. A car that's been developed over and over. He slams through the gears. Everything is on the line this weekend for this man. Can he win a championship in Poland in front of his home crowd as he fires through? Looking good right now as Wojciech, as he puts it right close to the wall, front bumper almost kissing the Red Bull brand, and as he now puts the back end towards the wall, the back end pops up on acceleration as Wojciech fires it through the middle of the circuit, back on throttle once again. Wojciech looking good into outside zone 6, on the foot brake, on the throttle at the same time. He balances that Supra where it needs to be. It's absolutely beautiful.
There are so many times where I was expecting him to crash. I thought that was it. He would be, getting into these zones. I'm like, why isn't he hitting the wall? What is going on? It doesn't make sense how he's able to just drag the back end of that car all the way through these zones. He's got so much grip coming into this first part and then gets that car settled. The slightest of left foot brake to get the car settled, and it is very planted through all the transitions and all the zones, and that devastatingly angry stare that he's got when he is driving.
Killer.
Oh,
it's killer.
Locked in, hunting people down. I'm like, bro, this is just qualifying. And look at this. But these points mean everything to the championship right now. He needs every single scrap that he can get his hands on to be able to take the top spot here. Winning the championship in Poland in front of all these people is a young boy's dream. And for Piotr, he knows that he's got to be the top qualifier. He's got to do everything he can to grasp any point available to him. And this is right on it.
Oh, and it is on it. It's a 97.2 for Wojciech as he now starts to claw back the championship in Poland in front of the Polish fans. Could this be the dream for Wojciech? Could this be the weekend he does it? This is only qualifying, but as you said, Jacob, every point counts. But on the line is the man that's leading the championship. He won it in 2023 here under the lights in the PGE Narodowy. Could he do it again? Conor Shanahan on the line, 1,000 horsepower underneath his foot. He screams through the gears as Conor Shanahan, your championship leader, fires in for initiation, and it's good from Shanahan. It's on the wall, it's clinical, but can he make it work the whole way through? Shanahan tries to go as deep and as wide as he can on every single turn as he gets himself into outside zone 4. It's bumper to wall as Conor Shanahan fires the Red Bull GT86 through the middle of the circuit. He looks for the wall, he comes back through his own smoke once again. He stalls up ever so slightly in outside zone 6. He shallows off the angle. He dials the angle back in across the line.
This is close. This is very close, Ian.
This is a war. These guys are going to war.
It is shot for shot, every single one of these runs. Man, where does this end? How does this finish? Because everybody is stepping their game up on all of the runs. Conor Shanahan through that first outside zone, very similar to Piotr, with that little bit of a left foot brake stab to go through. Sets himself up so well for that inside clip. This transition is phenomenal. Look at this from that camera angle. Crazy, crazy set of runs here. And Conor is he's feeling the wall all the way through. It's like you're going for a midnight snack and you don't want to turn the lights on. You're just dragging your hands down the hallway to figure where you are. And there's his mom.
And look at his mother in the paddock, watching on.
Could not imagine the stress in that paddock right now, or the confidence in your son, who is one of the greatest in the world. Wild, wild run there from Conor Shanahan.
If qualifying isn't enough to get your blood pumping, tomorrow, exclusively on Red Bull TV, the top 32 will be nothing short than a roller coaster. And history in the making.
We're only halfway through qualifying.
We have to do this all over again.
Man, I was worried about that hood. It looks a little flappy. I was concerned it was going to pop up. I know he would have kept going, and the score wouldn't have changed anything. But a little bit of an air scoop there. Man, look how planted this car looks, though. So stable. That front wheel locked all the way in. Wheel speed, looks good. Oh, man,
well, look at
everything about it.
Shanahan waiting for the score to drop in. It's a 95.2 for Conor Shanahan, and he doesn't look happy as he pulls that car off the circuit. And Shanahan pulls off, and he doesn't lead the top of qualifying after the first runs, but he's in the conversation.
Yeah. What he needs now is to get into that top 4, stay in that top 4, make it into the showdown, and keep clawing those points back. That is the goal now. Man, crazy set of runs that we've already seen here. So fans pumped, and this is where we sit right now.
They certainly are. Well, here we go. This is it. This is how the leaderboard looks right now after the first round of qualifying. Peter Wiancek leads it with a 97.2. Then it's Dean. Kevin Passer back in the conversation. He's hungry for it. And our wildcard driver, Hiromu Noah from Japan, a 95.5. He set the scoreboard alight early.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing spoiler to a lot of drivers. Jack Shanahan all the way down in 9th. Pretty crazy. Lori Heinen at 93 puts you in 12th. And Mika Keskakorpi, 92 and 16th.
Yeah, look, let's keep going. Look at this. We're all the way down in 21st place with a 91 from Naoki Nakamura. As we see Adam LZ, Espen Road and Sherber down there in 24th. But where's the cut-off? That's what we want to see. Kroll's in the fight. Clint Van Ort's in it. Fionn Roach is in the fight. Juha Poitalaxo from Finland rounds out qualifying with an 85. Mads Andersen from Denmark, an 84.5. So that's what we're looking for. You can see who's out now. Egan, Biaggioni, Joe Barrion, Yves Meyer, Ite, Matt Field, Ite Sadet out of the conversation.
As of right now. And as a reminder, last year our highest score was a 94.5 and the cutoff was an 83.5. First run through, we are already surpassing that.
We certainly are. Look, things are going to get hot and heavy, and this is only the first run of qualifying. There is still one more run to go for every single one of those drivers on the grid. We're going to reset the track and get ready to go again. This is going to be interesting. Look, I want to know what's going down in the paddock. I want to know what the story is. There's been a lot of chat from us, but I want to know what our queen of the paddock, Becky Evans, has got to say. She's down with the Shanahans themselves. Becky, what's the situation? What's the feeling?
Just had a little run down to the paddock to find the Shanahans. And Jack, big smile on your face, but you know what? I saw your head when you were in the car. You were kind of not too happy about it. 94 though. First run, it's good to get it in the bag, go harder the next one. Tell me what was going on for you.
Yeah, so the run, to be honest, just wasn't as smooth as I was hoping for. There was quite a lot of corrections, a lot of heavy lift for braking. I kind of got rewarded a bit too much in one place and too little in the other, in my opinion, but it is what it is. It's a score that I'm a little bit lucky with, I think, so I'll take it. I think I kind of need that this weekend, so I'll take it. I probably did think it was high 80s, maybe a 90. 94 was a bit generous, I thought, but it is what it is. Like, I'll take it. It didn't look too bad from the outside, but from the inside it didn't feel very smooth, so I think maybe I kind of plastered it up enough to make it look good enough for the judges, but not too bad. I just know that we can go full sin now in the next one because I know I'm in the show, because 94 will at least keep me in, so yeah. All or nothing in the next one.
Absolutely, you need to back yourself a little bit more. It was a good run, but I know from where you're sitting behind the wheel, you know yourself when you've made a mistake, and that's what you're talking about here.
Exactly, yeah, like we have the point of view, you know, so like I know every input of the steering wheel, but I just, in my head, I go straight to panic because I think that every input can be seen from the outside, so it actually didn't look as bad from the outside, to be honest, but just still, I'm not happy with what I done, you know what I mean, so we'll try better next time. We'll
I got you, Jack. You'll do great in your next run. We're going to catch up with Connor for a second here. Connor, you just put a 95.2 on the board there. Good to see the car running sweet, running smooth. Can you tell us from your point of view what's happening?
Pretty okay. Pretty annoyed at myself. Way bigger run in the bag and just got a little bit kind of nervous. Said I would play it safe and then ended up playing it too safe in places. But I know that there's a really big run in the bag. I was really happy at the end of practice, so we just have to reset now. I think it's kind of a little bit of a relief that we're in the show. It's a lot of pressure tonight because so many good scores. Level of driving has been really impressive. I've actually been enjoying watching drifting tonight. So, you know, we have positives to take from it. For sure, it could have been nice to be a little bit more up there, but in the show, we don't really have anything to prove tonight once we're in the show for tomorrow. The fight's on.
Connor, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders this weekend. I mean, obviously heading in with the points lead, you know, it's a really big weekend for you. So how have you been preparing for this weekend? Have you been doing some stress management levels, getting yourself in the zone? Talk to us about it.
I just enjoyed this week, drove with some friends back in the practice cars and just back to the basics, the stuff what I love about this sport. And, you know, for me, I think this weekend is, yeah, there's a lot of pressure, but I put that pressure on myself. I always want to be the best that I can be. So the added pressure of trying to win a championship, something what I already had anyway before the season starts. So for me, it's about just taking it lap by lap, enjoying it, you know, enjoying the moment with my friends who truly every day want the best version of me, and that's all I can give this weekend is give it everything. The support this today when the gates open, when everybody came in here, you know, you've got to be grateful that I'm in this position no matter where I end up at the end. Of course, I want to bring a championship home to Ireland, but we're in a perfect place right now, so we're not stressing yet.
Absolutely, one step at a time, Connor. guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. And yeah, look, a bigger run in the bag from Colin Shanahan. He said it was his mistake and he forced it himself. Look, they know, these guys, they know what's going on. We go back on the line. The second round of qualifying is ready to kick off right now at the Red Bull Drift Masters final here at the PGE Narodowy in Warsaw in Poland. It's Alexei Holownia from Ukraine to kick it off. Toyota GT 6.2 JZ 900 horsepower and 81.5 in his first qualifying run. Work to be done. As that car into that first outside turn, and as Holownia now starts to work the way around the circuit, front end picked up, and he's going to be very shallow on that inside zone, and he is, but now he makes it work into outside zone 4. Gets himself into the wall and along, and it's a nice line so far. Heavy on the foot brake though, and we know that judges weren't not really liking that on the first run of qualifying. They wanted to see a little bit less of that from our drivers. Gets himself into outside zone 6, a little dab this time, works it like the ABS as he puts the back end towards the wall. It's across the line.
Good job of pivoting there at the very end. I mean, I was happy with how he utilized the left foot brake kind of in the latter half of that run, but a bit earlier on, it's tough. And being that wide on the inside clip, especially after taking a look at what other drivers were doing just to barely make it into qualifying, it's going to be a tough one there for Holownia. The rest of this run, though, I mean, it's smooth, it's tidy, it's really, really good, and these Trinity cars look solid. They're very clean. Like, everything about them looks really great throughout their runs. Like, the actual kinematics of it, they don't seem like the drivers are fighting them all that much. They just look solid. But yeah, for Holownia, I think those left foot brakes that he's got on that run and then kind of going wide to the inside clip is going to be something he's going to be thinking about for quite some time.
Yeah, he certainly is. And I mean, look, the car for the moment is an 85. We're going to expect that to climb.
Yeah.
Like, looking at the first qualifying runs, 21 is a 91.5. Look at this. Already straight in there, a 91.5 on the second qualifying run, a big improvement. 17th place only though for Alexei Holownia. Will that be enough? I don't know. I don't know at the moment. That's
crazy
the
to think that.
Back on the line to a man that scored a 0 is Konstantin Churenenko. Sits on the line. Another Trinity Racing GT86 comes off, smoking the tyre straight away. Second pass of the circuit for this man. Engine failure in practice. And it doesn't look like that car's going to react, and goes for initiation, tags the wall, and the failure to initiate will be another 0 and almost impact with the wall there. He tries to put that car, it needs to be all impact with the wall again and gets himself out of trouble. Churenenko there trying to make his way around the circuit, trying to do anything he can to put a score on the ball, but I feel the damage is already done and it will be a 0 for this man. But I'm not a judge, I'm just guesstimating.
Yeah, just a judgy person in general, not an actual judge though.
No,
only when it comes to drifting.
I wouldn't judge drifting ever.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah,
I think I'm good.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, tough to say, as we heard. I mean, not getting any real run time, but the car just not wanting to initiate once again. And I'm not sure if that is a mechanical error, driver error, what all is going on. But that big straight and right off the bat, I think, is going to be a pretty easy indicator of the way that this run is going to go. Judge is giving me a bit of a nod on that one, but yeah, just tough when you don't have any practice, when you're waiting for that car just to try and run. That can be a very long and frustrating weekend, but the upside is, I think we reserved him a seat. He can hang out and watch the festivities.
He can sit alongside and watch the show for the rest of the weekend with all of the rest of the fans that we're going to pack out this stadium with tomorrow. It's going to be incredible. There we go, the sun setting over the stadium, and you can see that light almost fading completely inside the stadium. We go back onto the line to the final Trinity Racing GT86. It will be Amanda Sorensen from the United States, Toyota GT86 2JZ 1000 horsepower. Sorensen, a 66 on her first qualifying run, so work to be done. We know the cutoff is an 85, so she needs to improve massively as Sorensen now fires in this GT86 bumper to wall. She's going aggressive on this one. Amanda Sorensen now works her way around, looks for that inside zone, collects it. Shallow on the angle though, and stalls up the initiation into outside zone 4, foot flat to the floor as Sorensen hits a back bumper of that GT86 towards the wall, looks for outside zone 5, but it's very sketchy. It's on and off the throttle, and there's a lot of steering inputs from Amanda Sorensen as she goes for the final outside zone, bumper towards the wall and across the line.
Yeah, it looked, when she was in the zones, everything looked completely locked in and solid, but that bit of hesitation through the inside clip didn't really do her justice. We got some American flags there, waving the support of the country. First outside zone, things look pretty good, adding on that little bit extra of angle. You can see that front wheel kind of hunting to find that inside zone, but through this transition, through that inside clip, that's got to be one of the most difficult places in drifting, period, because it's an inside clip completely facing at a concrete wall.
Have you ever seen it before?
outside, well, I mean, watching these events from previous years,
apart from Drift Masters?
outside of that, no, not really.
And somebody did say to me, it's quite iconic.
Yeah.
You know, that inside clip on a wall
Yeah.
is very Drift Masters.
It's just, it really separates people because you have to have a ton of confidence and you can't even see the zone when you're coming around there.
No.
So, yeah, just not an easy run.
No.
Not an easy thing to do. And that was a tough spot for Amanda.
It certainly is, and there we go, and it's going to be an 81 on the board for Amanda Sorensen. Unfortunately, not enough to get herself into the show tomorrow. So, yeah, another driver bailing out competition. She will be sitting on the sidelines watching all of the activities. The man that set the scoreboard alight his first qualifying run is Alan Hines, a 94.5 in this incredible S15. Look at this, very confident now. Punches the window, currently sits 8th. He's in that top 10 for tomorrow's big show. What can he do now in his second qualifying run? Will he push the limits? And it looks like he will do as he comes off the line. Full throttle, no messing around. Flicks that car left to right. Dab to the handbrake, and now puts the back bumper and his carbon Kevlar S15 into the wall. Flexes the tail light and everything as he now picks up that front zone. Little scrappy, weird line into that inside zone 3, but makes it work now as he works his way around outside zone 4. Put flat to the floor from Alan Hines, the Irishman, trying to get himself set up nicely for outside zone 6, and again another odd line into outside zone 6, but he makes it work. Looks for that final outside zone, back end of this car, taking a beating on the second qualifying run. It's job done for Alan Hines and across the line.
Yeah, when it comes to all the scoring sectors, when it comes to all the zones, Alan Hines had those pretty much locked in. And as Ian alluded to, the interesting part of this is how Alan is kind of moving between those zones and the path that he's choosing and how he's kind of angling the car coming out of the zones to set himself up for the next one. And it's interesting. It's really interesting. I think it's not something that is impossible to chase, and I don't think he's doing it to make it hard to chase. It's just how he wants to run this line. And it's cool because it's just a different way to still fulfill all the zones, and the vast majority of the judging happens in those boxes, not so much in the in-between. So, cool way to get through the track. It's just, I'm kind of trying to analyze how it all went together, because he still got into all the zones fine. There was no issues with that.
No, it's just, I don't think it was as clean as his first qualifying run. Now, I could be wrong. The judges will prove me wrong, most probably. But I don't think it was as clean as his first qualifying run. I think he put everything out on the line. And there we go. It isn't. It's going to be a 91.5. Still undoubtedly a good run from Alan Hines, but just not what the judges wanted to see. And then we see Carlos Sainz Sr. taking a sip of his Red Bull, watching from the VIP gallery. And he'll be out on track later on this evening as he goes into qualifying for the Race of Legends tomorrow. And we get to see that, Jacob, but unfortunately you guys don't. But you do get to see Race of Legends tomorrow.
Yeah. Get him in a drift car? That'd be great.
Here we go, Timo Asuma off the line. BMW E46 screams through the gears as he fires it from left to right. First qualifying run was an 84.5. He needs to improve as Timo Asuma now from Finland. Where's that car? It needs to be in his in a very strange line again. But he's in the wall early and upset the line into outside zone 4. Back on throttle he goes. Big tire fire erupts from the back end of that BMW as he reflects off the wall as Timo Asuma self-extinguishes the fire once again. He's got that down to a fine art. Into outside zone 6, nice line as he looks for 7, bumper onto the wall. Timo Asuma from Finland across the line, job done.
Yeah, some of those E-chassis, Adam last year lighting up pretty much every run he had. So there's that combination between the E36, E46 and deciding to light tires on fire. So Asuma, another driver that through the zones, everything looked fairly decent, but being a little bit more hesitant on that transition through the inside clip at the wall and really having to swing that car in, which, if that zone kind of arced in all the way from the inside clip, it'd be a great run, but having to angle up that early into it, now you've got to push that car through the rest of the zone, and where you almost want to have the transition happen a little bit later, and there is that tire fire absolutely roaring in the back. Man, that toe strap hanging on for dear life there. But yeah, it's just where we're at now is you have to kind of take a look at where the cutoff point is, and is he better than someone in that cutoff point? And right now,
he's on the cutoff point.
Exactly.
It's 85.5 for Timo Asuma, and I don't know if that's going to be enough to get himself into the big show tomorrow. It's going to be a waiting game for the Finnish driver as we go back on the line to the man from Brazil, Joe Barrion, Ford Mustang, pulls up to the line. First qualifying run was a 76.5, so he knows there's work to be done. as he sits on the line, thumbs up all round, looks for the green light to go. There you go, screams off the line. 600 horsepower. Supercharged Coyote V8 underneath the bonnet, onto the wall nice and early from Joe Barrion as he picks up that inside zone. And again, another driver takes a strange line to that inside zone, but makes it work. Gets himself into outside zone 4. Is a little bit more comfortable this time. Stays away from the wall though, as Joe Barrion from Brazil looks to collect outside zone 5. Flicks the car across the circuit. Now got that nice line into outside zone 6. No foot brake, perfect line. As he now locks up the foot brake. Oh! Touches the wall, pops the front wheel off the floor, and it's all excitement at the end of the run for Joe Barrion.
Yeah, that whole rear end is very collapsible, I think is the word that we're going to go for on that. But Joe Barrion does a really, really good job once again throughout this run. For a driver that doesn't have a lot of time with this and hasn't seen this car in a very, very long time, there is something to be said about driving the same vehicle often and regularly, and how comfortable you can get and how you can almost predict what the car is going to do. And just even tweaking it over time, it starts doing something that you don't want it to do. If you're driving that car all the time, you can fix that well ahead of time. So not being in behind the wheel of this Mustang for a while, maybe not the best way to get into this, but I'm sure he would have loved to have been driving this significantly more than he has. And yeah, catching into that wall. Look at that.
Oh,
bites in, lifts it up. Yeah, it's some scrappy drifting going on that last outside zone.
Yeah, and look at this, and it's not going to be good enough. An 82.5 on the second qualifying run for Joe Barrion. Unfortunately, won't see him in competition, and we lose the Sheriff out of Drift Masters. Adam LZ, though, on the other hand, an 89.5. He is in the show. Currently sitting 25th. But we know where he needs to be as he slams in to gear this 3.4 2JZ BMW E36. Comes off the line as Adam LZ through the gears, flicks that car to angle. Nice initiation, straight down on towards the wall as he knows he maybe went a little bit too hard onto the wall in that first qualifying run. Now starts to put things together as he absolutely nails inside zone 3 and outside zone 4 as Adam LZ works his way around this long outside zone, back on the throttle, stays into it as he gets outside zone 5 collected, looks across the circuit. Oh, and he goes too deep into outside zone 6, but he makes it work. He holds on as Adam LZ collects outside zone 7, and job done.
I mean, we got the exciting run, that's for sure. I'm going a little bit too hard one more time. You know, another driver that hasn't driven this exact car. Now, obviously, in a BMW quite often, this to me is the best chassis for the way he drives, for the setup and everything else. But sitting in 25th, not a great spot with a lot of drivers who are very, very good that could move up past you. So got a little bit of room to breathe, but not too much for Adam LZ. Everything, it looked really good, but that little bit too much aggression right near the end, getting into the wall. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges end up deeming the point drop for something like that. Man, look at this car already looking battle-worn and scarred even from that practice. Just getting into that zone and floating out a little bit too much.
I'm going to say they're going to heavily deduct on that.
He
because
did
if you were in
save
the
it.
chase position and you were pretty much glued to the... I mean, that's a point where in the chase position, you would dive onto the door. And there we go. It isn't rewarded. It's an 88.5 for Adam LZ, and judges not liking that contact with the wall. Look, what I'm saying is, if you're trying to chase that, LZ hits the wall, makes an error, and you're buried into the door, that's going to be a big mistake. We go back on the line to Bartosz Ostadowski, BMW United 2. This man driving this car with his feet. Look at this, double amputee. Unfortunately involved in a motorcycle accident, losing both his arms, and you can see him drive the car with his shoulder as he clicks through the gears. As he now goes down to initiation, said that these tracks for him are very difficult, but he's here nevertheless. The Polishman wants to put on a show for his Polish drift fans and doing a good job so far as he fires it in. Oh, and he just comes up on the inside and has to shut it down as Bartosz Ostadowski unfortunately just can't make it round. And you know what, it's always so good to see this man drive a car regardless of where he finishes in competition or how he gets off, because for me it's awe-inspiring to see what he can do. You know, never give up attitude.
Yeah, it is. It's inspiring. That's probably the best way to put it. And it just makes you kind of rethink anything you've got to complain about, or something where you feel like, oh, I can't do this.
I mean, look, life gets tough, but there's people out there that say, well, I'm never going to give up.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter how tough life is, I'm going to keep going.
When things get tough, the tough get going, and this man is still going
Now look at
and
this.
doing a great job.
Unfortunately, it will be a 0-0. He had to shut it down there. He knew that transition into outside zone 4 wasn't going to be enough and couldn't put himself where he needed to be. So Bartosz Rostalowski out of competition, but still going to be hanging around this weekend in the paddock and around, saying hi to everyone. And such a good man to have around, always smiling, always happy. And a credit to Driftmasters having him here this weekend, showing what he can do.
So I'm getting some word through my headphones. It looks like Manoa is not going to be doing his second run, running into potentially some issues, so we will be moving on. He is going to be sticking with a 95.5, so in a very advantageous spot, potentially disrupting the championship already on his first outing here at Driftmasters.
Well, there we go. As we can see, our Wally system there just needing some adjustment. It'll be Edward Alexander Husa up next.
He's pretty far back in that driver position, huh?
He sits
Look
a
at his
long
leg
way
is
back.
like completely straight on the clutch. He's got to use his ankle just to get all the way down to the floor.
Well, up next is the Norwegian, Nissan 200X S13, 2JZ, 1,010 horsepower. Goes for a big initiation off the line straight away, no messing around as he gets himself into this one. The first score on the board was an 83, so he knows he's out of competition at the moment. He's going to have to improve. Much cleaner so far on inside zone 3. Now collects outside zone 4, full throttle, no messing around as he puts the back bumper towards the wall. The Norwegian will want to do the Norwegian fans proud this weekend as he flicks the car across the circuit. Looks for outside zone 6 and gets the job done. Stands on the accelerator, and it's a really nice line as he heads towards outside zone 7. On the foot brake heavy though, and it upsets the line. It's across the line. Edward Alexander.
So it's another one of those situations where we start looking at where was he at before, sitting with an 83, the current cutoff 85.5. So is this an improvement over what he had previously? I'm not entirely sure. It looks like a very, very similar run to what the first one was. Not all the way through that first outside zone. That trailing wheel is kind of a good indication. Now getting pretty deep on the inside clip, which, I mean, you can supersede it. You can start to lose points by going past that. So the aggression is there. Everything he wants is there. You can really get a display of how he is playing with the clutch to this run. Looks like he was actually slipping the clutch through parts of it, finding some grip. The clutch slipping is something I'm noticing, and I'm sure it's been within drifting for a very long time, but I'm seeing it used more and more in competition recently. Drivers kind of electing to use that clutch almost like a bit of traction control.
I was just going to say, I've heard drivers use it before as a tool for traction control. Kind of on and off the clutch, slip it a little bit just to try and lose or gain grip.
And a few drivers have told me that they like the fact that the engine always sounds like it's at top tilt, that they're not coming off, and they're still able to do it, but not able to make it within qualifying.
No, not enough this weekend for Edward Alexander Husa. Unfortunately out, the Norwegian out of qualifying, only 0.5 more than his first qualifying run. 86.5 from this man though, Lukas Tazemski from Poland, gives the start line Marshall Martin the thumbs up, visor slams down as he comes off the line. And Lukas Tazemski, the Vice President of the Driftmasters Virtual Championship, fires through that first outside zone. Nice line. Once again, we see this technical driving from these sim drifters. It's very close to the outside zone onto the wall. Maybe a little bit of aggression this time. Maybe he's opened a can of worms and he said, I'm going to go out there and give it my all on the second qualifying run. Knows he's got a safe one in the bag at the moment, sitting 31st. So in the show for the moment, but it'll be a nervous wait for him, that's for sure, as he dabbles on the foot brake into outside zone 7, puts the back bumper towards the wall and across the line.
That's exactly what he went for on this run. You know, you can see the excitement from there, the fist pump. That's a driver that knows that they put it all out on the line, you know, left it on the track and hopes that that is going to be enough to be able to make it into the show. Sitting currently in 31st place, only half a point up from the bubble of Timo Sunma. So for Lukas, this is go time. This is do or die. This is all the glory. I mean, you gotta go for it. And he is. Like, the inside clips look really good. Very, very close to that wall. Outside zones look solid. To me, once again, it comes down to the use of left foot braking. The tires and the regulations that are here, the rear tires are absolutely wild in this series. It is incredible. If you ever get the chance, I mean, you can sink your thumbnail into a few of them.
Wow, well, look at this. What a jump up the order. 94.5 for Lukas Tazemski as he jumps himself way up into the top 10. Matt Field now on the line, the beast from the Bay, as he's nicknamed, the man from San Jose in America, in the United States. GT was going to be driving a GT6, now driving the A90 Supra from Drift Force this weekend as he fires through. No mistake on initiation this time from Matt Field. He was absolutely ripping from the second half of the run. What can he do right now? Matt Field is going for it. He wants to be in the big show tomorrow. He's come here this weekend from Formula Drift to prove his worth in Europe, and he's absolutely doing it well so far. This man is an incredible driver, and it's an honour to see him here at Drift Masters, a wild card who could be here for longer than what most people established him for. Here he goes on that last outside zone. Incredible run from Matt Field.
That was what I was expecting from the first run. This is actually probably a safer run from a Matt Field. Like he's got more in the tank, which is a little bit scary. And I think just overshooting that first run, he knew he had to come back a little bit. And I know it's weird to say, like, okay, this is him a little bit more dialed. Could have been a little bit deeper through that inside clip, but through the rest of these outside zones, he is, kind of painting the walls white with the side of that rental car, which as of about 7 days ago had basically a stock engine in it, and they swapped it over to the full race package. So this is top level spec for Matt Field, and this is it's kind of a borrowed car. This is one of those buddy friend situations. I'm sure there's a deal going on, but either way, not his car, but driving it like it is.
Yeah, certainly so. Look at this. Matt Field doing an absolutely incredible job here at Drift Masters final, the wildcard driver. I think there was a lot of chatter in the paddock after seeing him in practice. A lot of people saying, I don't think he's going to make it through qualifying. It's very, very tough. But Matt Field went out there, and I think he's silenced the doubters for sure as he makes his way out. This is incredible. What's the score going to be? Are the judges going to reward him? It was a very good run from the beast from the Bay.
No one wants to come all the way from the west coast of America and not make it into the show.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
Well, the judges are chatting about this one. We're waiting for the score to drop in. What is Matt Field going to do? Will he get himself in that big show? Yves Meyer is below him with a 67, so he's out of the show as well. Work to be done there for Yves Meyer. And look at this, a 92.5. Good enough for 15th place at the moment for Matt Field. Mid-pack score. He'll be happy with that one, though. He's in the show.
Yeah. This is big, and we'll see how this ends up changing the entire structure of our championship.
Yeah, there we go. Mads Andreasen sits on the line now. BMW E92 M3 Eurofighter. That V8 turbocharged car comes off the line. We're not sure if it's got 1,850 horsepower, but we'll say it has for now because it sounds real good as he comes around that first outside zone, unleashes some power as he picks up that inner zone. Very nice line from Mads Andreasen as he now gets into outside zone 4. Look at this, perfectly balances the rear bumper of that car along the wall as he gets himself into outside zone 5, flicks the car across the circuit, very controlled from this Dutch driver, from the Denmark driver, sorry. He works his way around on the foot brake, quite heavy though, slows the car down, the final outside zone, but job done.
Yeah, Mads Andreasen, he's got the experience, he's put his time within this. I had a few people sending me messages, giving me the history of this driver, because admittedly I wasn't super familiar with him, but he's been around for a hot minute, as they say.
Well, he was the Danish national drifting champion in 2019.
That should give you an idea. So, yeah, I mean, way back, people were telling me stories in 2012 and what he was up to. So he's had the time, he's put in the reps, and for Mads, this is good. This is stepping up. This is improving off your previous run, taking those notes. I doubt he was listening to us, but understanding the judging decision and going, okay, this is where I need to clean things up. This is where I need to pick up more points. And also looking at other drivers' runs to then say, this is how they're getting where they're going. Even that left foot brake, I mean, he's holding on to it, but it's not slowing down. It looks like it was just the inside wheel that locked up there. It's when you kind of both really lock up that they're really cranking on that left foot brake.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, these beautiful shots from our Phantom camera down there on circuit, and it's going to be an 82.5. Judges didn't like it. And it will be end of the weekend for Mads Andreasen from Denmark. Let's go back to the line to Timo Peltola, man from Finland, who we spoke about changing the chassis.
Yeah.
Did it make a difference? Well, yeah, it made a big difference. 88.5 in his first qualifying run. Timo Peltola currently sitting 30th at the moment. work to be done. Slow initiation, but then flicks that car to angle, stands on the accelerator and puts it back into this Mercedes. The baby bends, they like to call it, into the wall. As he now, gets into the wall super early, tags the wall quite heavy and it upsets the line, but he stays in it. As Timo Peltola trying to do everything he can to try and improve on that score. Fires through the middle of the circuit, looks for outside zone 6, little dab of the handbrake, now sets himself up nicely into the wall, puts a bumper towards the wall, final outside zone coming up as Timo Peltola gets it across the line.
Yeah, man, love it. Just love the way he's looking at it, but a bit too aggressive into that point. And what's the conversation that's always going to happen with Timo is like, what would he look like? Maybe not in a diesel. I personally don't want to see it. I like the development of it. I think it's important that we still push and develop either different chassis, different engine platforms, and all that stuff. And the tough part with diesel is they don't have the same rev range that you're going to get out of, like look at the difference in revs between Lowry and Timo is double and a bit.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, they obviously make a ton of torque. In a lot of cases, they're very, very reliable, and there's a lot of very fun things that you can do with them. So tough go. That was a good hit, especially watching that on board. Like that's kind of jarring. The car still looks good. So is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. He is still sitting in there, currently in 30th, 88.5. That bubble has already moved up to an 87. So
there we go, a 79.5 on a second qualifying run for Timo Peltola, and that'll be the contact with the wall. If it wasn't for that, I could see him getting a similar, maybe a little bit of an improvement.
Yeah.
But that contact with that wall, judges didn't like it. A man that scored a 0 on his first qualifying run is the former Drift Masters champion in 2017, Adam Zalewski on the line. This BMW X58 powered Toyota GT86 6. Looks like the car could be working perfectly this time. Shut down on the first qualifying run. What can Zalewski do? He's back in to Drift Masters for the final round. And it doesn't look like the car is working 100%. Looked like he struggled to get to outside zone 1. He's on the rev limiter and it's very shallow angle as he fires into outside zone 4. And the car shuts down again and he's plagued with issues. Is Adam Zalewski.
Yeah, it just sounds underpowered, something like it's just not making full boost. Like he's on the rev limiter, it's still not going anywhere else. It just, something is not, it's not making the horsepower it should.
No.
That's just really what it feels like. So, even on the e-brake, you expect those tires to light off almost immediately given what the car should be doing. And then through here, just even struggling, and then in that transition, he comes off the throttle a little bit and it grips up, and it doesn't have the horsepower to really even get it to come back around. So grabbing the e-brake, all the desperation, keeping it off the wall, which is great, but yeah.
Oh, look at that anger inside the car as he hits the steering wheel, and you can see what it means to some of these drivers, put life and soul inside the car and put every single penny into development and getting the car where it needs to be, and unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't pay off. Go back down to the circuit, warming the tyres on the back of that V8 supercharged PS13 is Steve Biaggioni from the UK.
Yeah, so Steve currently 41st place. I don't know if he is 41 years old. I don't think he is.
No, not yet.
No, okay. 77.5 on that first one, so 87 is the magic number right now.
Certainly is. Well, look at that. Baggsy leaving the line in second gear, opting not to spin the wheel straight away before he short shifts through the gears. Handbrake to initiation to outside zone 1. Now, will he keep it a little cleaner? And he does. He knows the impact with the wall was probably what knocked his score down as Baggsy fires it on the angle, puts the front bumper towards the wall. It's a lot cleaner from the Britishman as Baggsy now works his way around outside zone 4. Looking good so far as Baggsy looks for outside zone 5. A very steady line into outside zone 5. He looks dialed as he gets himself into outside zone 6. Baggsy, back bumper just tickling the wall this time. No big heavy contact. Baggsy flexes the back end of the Pierce off the wall and across the line.
You can tell how much more comfortable he is with this car, kind of with the transitions, how he adds just a little bit more throttle to it to get that car to rotate, comes off it, knows exactly how it's going to snap, and is able to get that back around. So I love a Baggsy run. I love any run. I mean, we get really nice headphones, so we can really hear.
You can hear the V8 scream.
Yeah.
I tell you who's got a really good perception of that V8 scream. Everyone inside the arena.
They're feeling it, that's for sure.
The V8.
Might be feeling it for a few days, but yeah, his transition through the inside clip looks solid. Just adding that little bit of throttle to get the car to fling around, kind of loading it up, and then comes off throttle, transitions back on throttle again. He's comfortable in it. He knows the timing, how the car's going to swing back around. There's no question of what he should be doing. Baggsy belongs with the V8. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, he
That's just
belongs to the
statement?
V8. That's
Okay.
his DNA is built
Around a V8.
for displacement. Yeah.
It was a very good run for Bagsy. There was a lot to take from that. It was clean. It was a lot cleaner in his first qualifying run.
Yeah.
He kind of learned that the big contact with the wall wasn't what the judges wanted to see. The steering input on the front as well was a lot nicer. It's an 88 from the judges.
Wow.
Dead. Only puts him in 31st place. It's going to be a nervous wait for Bagsy. Is it going to be enough to get him inside the show? A man that's not in the show, Dave Egan, in the Drift Games Carbon Kevlar A90 Supra, the Super Jet, as they like to call it. Egan, Lil Egan there to get off the line, screams through the gears. It's Dave Egan now sitting with a 79.5 for his first qualifying run. Oh, and it's a sketchy initiation. The car shuts down for Dave Egan.
Egan. Oh, man.
Oh, and you can hear what it means to him inside the car as he screams and says, this was the last opportunity. This was the last chance I had of getting myself into the show at Drift Masters, and crawls that car off circuit. I'd love to know what happened on initiation. Did the car just cut out?
Yeah, that was more of a good car. I'm sorry. So he lit off really, really early. Like, look at this. He's already drifting, and then it just... I think he mistimed it. I don't know if it was the car. I don't know. It just, he lit off. He was so ready to get this going. He was drifting super, super early. And then as he lifts off, I think, did it like understeer for a second and then come back around?
Looks straight down at the dashboard.
Yeah.
Straight down at that digital dashboard and says something's wrong.
Oh, man.
There will be a 0. You see it come in, and we did make it official. Unfortunately, that is Dave Egan out of the show for this weekend. He'll be standing on the sideline cheering on his fellow Irishman. And back onto the line to George Christophorou from Cyprus. BMW E82 1 Series. It's 50 turbo, 1100 horsepower. Christophorou, first qualifying run, a 74.5, so out of the show. Look at this, Carlos Sainz Jr. getting some footage on the iPhone and liking what he's seeing as George Christophorou puts the back end of that BMW into the wall. Now starts to collect the dots as he gets those inside zones collected into this long outside zone 4. And George Christophorou doing a very nice job, very nice line into outside zone 5. All the judges reward him on the handbrake for a long time there as he comes down to 6, tags the wall, it upsets the steering, but he stays in it. George Christophorou was a bumper towards the wall for one last time and across the line.
Oh, man,
It was all there.
It was.
It was all there.
It's that fine line between being too aggressive and being just aggressive enough, and that is what drifting encapsulates so well.
Yes.
Is because this is very much a risk versus reward sport, and you do need to risk things from time to time in order to be rewarded with those great scores. You have to drive out of your comfort zone. If you're not going hard enough. And it's just this little bit where things get a bit unsorted. I mean, even coming into the zone, it was just a little bit wonky. And you can often tell when a driver's carrying that little bit too much speed or what's going on before the impact. And I feel like a lot of the times the drivers know it's about to happen. We can sometimes see it about to happen. That big brake coming into the zone, and it already floats him just a little bit too wide.
Too wide, yeah.
Yeah, and then by the time he gets on throttle, that was it.
And it happens instantly.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I think for a lot of the fans, we can all just see it, and it's just too late.
Yeah, and there we go, an 81.5 for Christophorou. It's not going to be enough. We see that the cut-off point right now is an 88.
Yeah.
An 88 is the cut-off. Is that pretty crazy?
It's
we
getting up there.
predicted this. Me and you predicted this.
I think we said 90, and we
said
might still be able to
I think
do
we
it.
might see it. Here we go. Yves Meyer, a man that said to me earlier on in an interview, all I want to do is score a 90. Can he do it right now? He flicks that A90 Supra across the circuit. Incredible size as the headlights flicker on initiation. Picks up that inside zone. He's looking good so far for Yves Meyer. A little shallow on that inner zone, but he makes it work as he now gets himself into outside zone 4. It's nice and close to the wall. A little wobble, but he stays into it. As Yves Meyer absolutely dialed. Look at that steering angle, not corrected whatsoever as he puts it where it needs to be, into outside zone 6 nice and early, onto the wall, a little tag, flexes the tailgate of the A90 Supra, puts it onto the wall once again and across the line.
Maybe not the beginning of the run he was hoping for, but really collected things and stepped up through the last half of it. And
look at this.
It's very synonymous with his season. The beginning of Yves' season was not going the way he wanted it to. And really in Riga, he came alive. We saw it. He just built all this confidence. And through this run, the initiation wasn't very aggressive, and then has to make up for it a little bit later on, and does a great job. I mean, these last couple outside zones, he is on it. He is on the wall. He's pushing it all the way through. And it's got to be weird, too, to see like a Matt Field, somebody he knows very well. Matt and Yves worked together in the States, and Matt helped house his cars. So I'm sure Matt's also in his ear telling him, hey, here's some setup things that maybe we found with this car. I'm not sure, but it's very close. It's going to be very, very close for Yves Meyer. Sitting on a 67, needs at least an 88, and is wanting with every part of his being a 90 or more.
He certainly does. And he said, that was all he said to me. All season I've wanted a 90. Can this be the year? Can this be the round that I get it? He said, I'd love to get it at the final. Oh, and it's close. It's an 85 for Yves Meyer. It's not enough, and he's out of the show this weekend. He'll have to sit on the sidelines and watch on as Matt Field takes that car into top 32. We go back to the line to Clint Van Oort, the man from the Netherlands. Nissan Silvia S14 to JZ, 1,000 horsepower underneath the bonnet as he screams through the gears. Clint Van Oort at the moment sitting in 29th position with an 88.5, takes the tail light out the back of the car, and it's aggressive from Clint Van Oort as he goes for it. Clint Van Oort is absolutely firing through the circuit. Big angle, big speed, big aggression. And what do the judges think of it as he looks for outside zone 5? He's absolutely smoking out the PGE Narodowy right now as Clint Van Oort goes to the wall, just flexes the back end. He looks for the outside zone 7, puts the back end up onto the wall and across the line.
Style points are there, baby, that's for sure. He went all style all the way through this, and the car, I mean, it's making a ton of smoke. It looked fun to drive.
Yeah.
You know, like it was rewarding you for doing crazy stuff and taking those risks, even off that initiation.
Here and there, and again, maybe that contact on that final outside zone, just too much.
Yeah.
We go back on the line to, you've guessed it, it is a Portuguese driver, Diogo Correia, who currently sits 12th with a 93. Slams that car into gear. This young man having fun this weekend, looking good as he comes off the line. Brought some fans with him all the way from Portugal, screams through the gears as Diogo Correia flicks in this E92 BMW, that Mercedes-Benz engine working perfectly underneath the bonnet as he puts foot to floor, looks for that inside zone and gets it perfectly as the headlights now shine off the wall. The sun almost completely set in Poland as he puts a back bumper towards the wall once again, and this looks good from Diogo Correia as he collects all the dots, looks for it. Correia wants it, he's hungry for it. Correia goes for outside zone 6, and it's absolutely beautiful from the Portuguese driver. Outside zone 7 is textbook once again, and Correia is on a flyer.
That was phenomenal. That was stunning. That was just great old-fashioned drifting fun through that whole thing. I mean, already sitting in 12th, already sitting with a 93, so now you come out and you throw one down for the fans. And that's what that was. That's for everybody here in the stadium. That's for everybody back in the paddock, and especially everybody watching at home right now. Inside clip, completely solid. Look at this one. Transitioning at the wall, man,
wow.
Just a blur going by, and it gets everything dialed for our outside zones. Very stable all the way through, some micro corrections to that front wheel, but look how locked in he is all the way through and hunts down this outside touch and go. Man, what a great run from Correia. Man, I wish he was driving like this all season. I really, really do.
And I think we got robbed. You know, I think we got robbed of that because of mechanical failures.
Yeah.
It was an engine, then it was a turbo, and then it was another engine, and Correia just had one of those years where not everything clicked. But the driving's always been there.
Right. And this is where the team and everything builds a championship car. Right? And that includes partners, that's everything. You got to make sure that car is perfect because the breakdowns
It cost you the championship.
Exactly.
And there we go, scores in. Look at this, a 94.5, and it's an improvement for Diogo Correa. He moves himself up the order into 7th place, and he'll be happy with that as Fionn Roch now sits on the line, sits in 32nd place with an 88 dead.
He's been here before.
He certainly has been here before, and he did improve, and he did move himself up the order to the mid-pack as he now struggles and wrestles this GT86 1,000 horsepower around this circuit, flicks it into this first outside zone, stands on the foot brake, is quite heavy though from Fionn Roch as he now picks up these 2 inside zones. It's a nice line as he transitions into outside zone 4, foot flat to the floor from Fionn as he works his way around on and off that foot brake, trying to get that car right where it needs to be. It's a good line once again into 5. Is it going to be a good line into 6? And it is, but he stalls up the car massively once again as he comes into the wall, and the judges won't like that. He's on the foot brake again across the line on 7.
Man,
he shakes his head. He knows again himself.
He knows who he's fighting through. One of the best and worst things about him driving this car is that it is almost identical to that of 2 of the best drivers in this sport, right? This is almost identical to what's going on with the rest of the Shanahan camp. Now, they build those cars to be on an absolute knife edge because that's how you have to drive it. And for Fionn, that is now, I mean, I don't know what his setup is and how different it's going to end up being from them, but either way, that vehicle has the blood to be just a very spicy car. So it seems like that is what the car is set to right now, and he's kind of got to drive into it and fully commit to it, because if you don't commit to that very pointy style car, it bites back, and that's what it is. It can be so fast, but you have to commit into every zone because it will drive through the rest of it. So yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what all went together or what all happened to Fionn there, because it seemed like it could happen, but you even said on the run-up, like he's wrestling the car.
Yeah, it looked like he was wrestling that car, fighting it around the circuit almost when he came off the line. And I think for me, we spoke about it earlier, and we've spoken about it before other rounds of Drift Masters, the heavy left foot braking is not what the judges wanted to see. Look, he moves himself up the order ever so slightly with an 86, and he is in the show at the moment, but it's going to be a nervous wait as we see Espen Road make his way off of the circuit.
Okay, we originally got, okay. Yeah.
So you know what's going down.
Well, I thought he wasn't even out there, but I guess, there may be some electrical gremlins he's fighting with right now.
He's got an electrical, the alternator apparently has failed, tyre warming, so Espen Road will not do his second qualifying run.
The
scores a 0, and Espen Road at the moment is in the show with an 89.5, but it's going to be a nervous way. We go back on the line to David Spossett from Poland, 2JZ S15. Well, he scored an 91.5 in his first qualifying run. What can he do now? He's sitting 19th. He'll want to jump up the order, maybe a little bit more higher in the mid-pack as he puts a front bumper along the wall as David Spossett throws it all on the line for the second qualifying run. Spossett absolutely bailing the smoke, keeps the back end away from the wall. Spossett dials on the angle for outside zone 5. It was scrappy there last time, and it's clean this time as Spossett gets into 6 nice and early, fulfills all of the zone, and you can see him just on the foot brake, but not too heavy. Then it slows the car down as Spossett gets it across the line.
Yeah, a little bit more commitment through a lot of that run. I mean, that inside clip was nuts. That, man, I figured the crowd was getting into the splash zone when he got through that inside clip to be finding bits of purple in these grandstands for months to come, but able to pull it off, able to commit through that transition. Not an easy thing to do as the lights, coming on in the stadium as the lights start to dim outside of it, but Spossett, he's shining bright through this. I mean, this is great. The amount of smoke he is pumping off that car, you can see it every moment. You'll see a little bit kind of wisp off, and then all of a sudden the entire wheel is engulfed in smoke. But he's another driver that's just so close to greatness. There's these little things in his game and in his driving that once he gets corrected, a bit more commitment through this part of the run. Come off the left foot brake.
Yeah.
Just let it run, pull a little bit of angle out, and just see what happens. But I can understand, and you know what, I actually can't understand because I've never been in that situation, but it's got to be scary.
Well, there we go, an 88. It's not an improvement, and the judge is not liking it as much as his first qualifying when he stays where he is with a 91.5 in 20th position. That's crazy to say.
Yeah.
That we are over 20 drivers with a 91 or a 90. It's the scores. We predicted they were going to be big. Everyone is absolutely in the zone. And we're going to move it along to the next driver on the line. It's going to be Benedictus Cherber after we get a quick refresh of our clipping point boxes or our zones.
Yeah, we get full force out here. I mean, they get this track lined very, very quickly.
Very
They got
quickly,
multiple people out on machines, and yeah, it's quite the production to get that all laid out. Ian, how you feeling? I mean, we're 3/4 of the way through qualifying. Wild scores keep driving up.
We're just over the halfway point of the of qualifying, and things are getting heated. What is getting heated is down in the paddock. The lights are starting to dim, the temperature's rising, things are on the line. Becky, what's going on? I want to know the stories.
I've wandered down to the paddock because we have to catch up with Adam Zalewski. The look on your face tells me everything. You know, what happened with your runs there? Can you tell us?
So basically, the first run, the clutch was slipping. Since I'm without spare clutch, unfortunately. I don't know how that happened, but well, it is the way it is. We didn't actually expect that it was the clutch. We were expecting some other stuff in the car, that something is not correct, but we did check everything, and there was no time left, you know, to do anything basically. So I went for the second run, and what happened that I couldn't even drift at all. So I just started on the second gear, and then there was no power transition to the wheels basically. So yeah. Kind of sucks, I would say. That's unbelievable, I would say. I did not expect the clutch to fail. It's really, really surprising for me, I would say.
We've got to talk about the emotions. I mean, this is such a big event. You're in your home country. I mean, do we go back to the drawing board now? Are you going to keep this package for next year? Tell us what you're going to do next.
Well, since I am many years in the Drift Masters, and I try my best to keep it as professional as I can. As you can see, I am struggling for most of the years with the budget. I'm running the same sprinter. It's hard, I would say, and I don't know which ways to go, honestly. And I'm kind of mixed with emotions, you know what I mean? Especially after what just happened, I thought that a little break and will help me to get back to have fun while drifting. But yeah, it breaks me inside a little bit, that's for sure.
Adam, rest, recuperate, come back stronger. We know you will. You're one of our favorite drivers out here, so we look forward to having you back on the track with us again. Guys, back to you.
Never give up, but who knows?
There you go.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, never give up, and clutch failure for Adam Zalewski, and yeah, makes sense. And apparently we've just been shown some footage from the paddock from our judges saying that Marco Zaccaril's engine lost a valve. So a valve fouled or fell into the engine. The team are now desperately trying to get that car fixed and back out. And Zaccaril, I mean, look, he's 10th. So he's still got a few drivers in front of him, but time will tick very fast away from him as he tries to get that car fixed and back out for the second round of qualifying.
It is amazing what teams are able to get done in a very short period of time. So I've got hope. I do have hope, and there it is. There's our shot as the team taking a look at it. So we had thought, I mean, some sort of engine issue.
That's Marco Zaccaril is there in the race suit, out of the car, working on his own car, trying to get it fixed.
I mean, he did spend 30 minutes explaining everything about that engine to us back in Riga. He knows that better than anybody else.
He does, he does.
I fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, we hope he gets it fixed. We'd love to see him back out. Go back on the line to the man from Lithuania, Benediktas Čurba, now sits on the line. BMW 92 2JZ, 850 horsepower, and straps himself in, pulls the belts a little tighter. Is he gonna? Is that a sign of I'm gonna go for this one?
That is that is the international sign for send it. Yeah.
So our line marshal, our track crew, massive thank you to everybody that's been part of Drift Masters in 2025. Without all of our track staff, everyone, we wouldn't be able to make this happen as we go off the line with Benediktas Čurba, and our staff all leave the circuit, fires that car in. Will Čurba go for it? He looks like he is, and he puts that car where it needs to be. Back bumper to wall, picks up that first inside zone, picks up the second inside zone, puts the car back on the wall. Oh, and it's heavy, and it upsets the line from Čurba. Didn't expect to see that one coming, and Čurba will know inside the car that's a big mistake. Now he's going to drive angry. Čurba fires through. You can't even see him through the smoke as Čurba looks for the outside zone 6. He collects it. 7's coming up as he puts the car back to wall again and across the line.
Yeah, I mean, the old tug on the belts is going to mean something, and Čurba, he proved it on that one. That's going for it. That is absolutely going for it, and trying to be a little bit more risky than you were on the previous run. Unfortunately, a transition that happened 10 centimeters too late is what ended up causing that. But when we're dealing with millimeters at this point,
Benet, knocked out of top 32 a few moments ago by Steve Biaggioni, now sits 33rd. Well, could he repay the favour to Bagsi and knock Bagsi? Bagsi on the cut-off at the moment in 32nd place with 88 dead. What can Jason Benet do? The Frenchman in this Subaru BRZ 2JZ. Big clutch kick to initiate as he fires the car through into initiation. Benet onto the wall now, lights up the tyres and starts to work his way around. Oh my God, he nearly took the front end off on the wall as Jason Benet goes for a big run. The Frenchman's come out swinging this weekend as he goes for outside zone 5. Jason Benet is not messing around. This is the weekend he wants to prove himself as Benet puts the tail lights towards the wall. One last zone to go. Dials on the angle and across the line.
Listen, your prediction at the beginning of the year that this would be one of the most exciting drivers on grid just came true. No one did what Jason Benet did. Look at, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? No come see, come saw here. That was insane, dude. First outside zone, takes him a second just to sink it in, but very locked in. I want to see what his face looks like on that transition to the inside clip, because dang.
Oh my
dude,
God,
the
that was
fender
beautiful.
moved. The fender moved. Jason Benet, what are you on, brother? That was wild. Man, I really hope someone just got a shot of that. Oh man, like calm and collected all the way through. I hope there's a photographer right there and got a shot of him, because you'd be able to see his pupils from that angle. He was 90 degrees to the wall and rubbing it all the way through. Oh, Jason Benet just made a lot of fans.
He did. He made a lot of fans. Look, I was already a fan. I had already put money on him this year to say that he was going to be one of the most exciting drivers in Drift Masters, and he proved it. And look at this, what he done for the score. A 94.7 for Jason Benet as he absolutely opens up the scorebook and says, yeah, I'll have a piece of the pie.
Yeah, that was wild. And I mean, now we've got one of the most wild drivers, arguably if not the most wild driver on grid, Dwayne McKeever.
We certainly have, as McKeever comes off the line, the Northern Smoke Machine, the winner of this event in 2024. What can he do right now? It's deep into the wall, first outside zone, but he keeps a hold of it. Look at this for McKeever. It's cool, calm and collected as the Irishman now goes for it all, puts the front end so dangerously close to the wall. These guys are getting absolutely ridiculous on that inside zone. McKeever stays in it, fulfills outside zone 4 perfectly as he picks up the outside zone 5. He's absolutely killing the rev limiter around the circuit. A little wobble there as he gets into 6 and tags the wall. McKeever onto the wall through 7 and across the line.
Yeah, driver that'll never be happy with a 91. Knows he's got to come out swinging. Is there anything left of that back of that car?
No.
If you ever want to know how to, set up a dry sump, there's a demonstration. There's basically the diagram for you. Dwayne, right on initiation, already into the wall. Already setting the tone for the entire run. So, basically saying to the judges, you want the bumper on wall? Here you go. Let me show you another driver about to paint the front end and take off that Irish flag. Man, it's interesting to see that brake light up the whole way through. I wonder if he's just resting his foot on it, because there really wasn't, was there any lockups through that run? He's got his foot there the entire time. Either that or the switch is stuck, but he's not really using it, or I'm not seeing him use it, which is just even more flabbergasting.
I think the way that Dwayne McKeever is left foot braking is so controlled,
right,
that it's just enough to keep the car where he wants it to be, but not too much that he slows the car down.
It's crazy. Most people can't even just use a left foot brake in day-to-day driving. Just like to try and pull up to a stoplight smoothly using your left foot on the brake is not easy. And Dwayne,
don't try it.
Please don't. No.
Please don't try it.
Thank you.
What Jacob is trying to
allegedly
get used to. A 92 for Dwayne McKeever, a 1 point improvement, and judges liked it a little bit more than his first qualifying run. Yeah, don't try it when you go to the shops.
Always save.
Just. Always saving your back.
How are you the voice of reason today?
The voice of everything, Jacob. You forget that. Here we go. Back on the line we go with Kevin Pascotti as he comes off the line. That first qualifying run, a 92.5. What can the Hungarian do? Looking good. Nice initiation. Gets himself up close and personal to the wall as he flexes the carbon Kevlar on the back of this BMW. And Kevin Pascotti, another driver, getting a little up close and personal with the wall, but not too close. So it's a very nice line into outside zone 4. Look at the smoke pouring from the back end of this BMW. Supercharged V8 underneath the bonnet as Kevin Pascotti goes for that nice wide line, that big swing into outside zone 6. It's absolutely beautiful from Kevin Pascotti. He's got this track dialed and under his belt, and he's in the zone as Pascotti lays down a heater.
Yeah, getting it up there. It's just really pushing the pace once again. 92.5, previous run And the question always becomes then, is this better than the last one? Did he do more? Did he fill the zones more? Was he more aggressive? Was the initiation better? These are all points. So taking a look at the line, I mean, he's skirting just the edge of that all the way through. Not a massive overhang in that BMW, but not too bad. Maybe not a ton of angle through there, not risking it as much as some drivers do. But it does set him up well for the rest of the outside zones because he doesn't over-rotate or over-commit to that section. So pretty solid in there. Look at the smoke billowing all the way around it on transition. He is cranking through this run. It'll be tough though. I think it'll be tough to beat that 92.5. It does look really solid, but another big left foot brake through our last outside zone is going to weigh a bit heavier on that score. Look at the smoke just, masking the side of the wall, coming through the track entrance. That's a mean looking car.
It looks so good.
I know.
Those purple headlights shining, just looks demonic.
Great livery. Love the design work on it. Just, great car. Great driver. Great day.
Great day.
Great day.
Having a good time?
I'm having a blast, Ian.
Good, it's not over yet because we've got a whole load of this tomorrow where they go head to head. And look at this, identical score. Kevin Biscolti's done this before in qualifying where he's gone back to back on the same scores. And we've spoke about it before. Consistent drivers are dangerous.
Mr.
We'll
Consistent.
see Kevin Biscolti tomorrow in action in top 32 as Jakub Kroll now sits on the line. And from Lodz in Poland, 2JZ S14.9 carbon Kevlar comes off the line and through the gears. Big flick to initiation as he now gets himself set up for outside zone 1 on the throttle nice and early as Jakub Kroll on the foot brake already, a little tickle there as he goes to put the front bumper towards the wall. These guys are getting dangerous now. There's no messing around. They want it. They know that's where there could be some points clawed in as Jakub Kroll gets himself into that outside zone, fires through. That line was beautiful into outside zone 5 and he slows the car down on the handbrake before getting back on the throttle for outside zone 6. Jakub Kroll working his way round 7, little dab of the foot brake onto the wall and across the line.
It's becoming a game of dare.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
We've seen this in the past, and it stops when someone tags it.
Yeah.
That's when someone goes, that's enough.
Yeah, we kind of saw it in Riga as well through the outside zone. We've seen it. We saw it in Germany with a lot of the bumper drags, and it does. Everybody kind of steps back once there's a wreck, and knock on wood, we're not going to get to that point, but they are skirting with disaster every single one of these runs, and Jakub Kroll, man, looking so good through every single bit of this run. It's great. The very small corrections, a little bit of glean off those polished wheels. What a great shot here. I forgot that was a drone for a second. That someone was running out with a gimbal. But yeah, Jakub Kroll, another driver, and 89 on a previous run, sitting in 29th, not in a great spot. I think this might bump him up. I try not to go out on a limb too often here. But this seems and very much feels like a jump up from where he was sitting previously.
Yeah, so we're going to see what the judges think. And my phone has just gone ballistic because Becky has been messaging me. Score is in. Wow! A 98 dead for Jakub Kroll as Kroll steals the show at the moment and tops qualifying. Wow, unbelievable.
The championship just went totally on its head.
Yeah, so my phone has gone crazy because Becky is saying that Marco Zaccaru is trying to retune the car in the paddock right now.
Oh my gosh.
Scenes down there are crazy. The final is mad. The final's going to get even madder because Naoki Nakamura comes off the line in this incredible GR86. He fires through the man from Japan. What can he do? As he sits in 26th place with a 91 at the moment. Driftmasters final is heating up turn by turn as we turn the temperature up for the Red Bull Driftmasters final here at a PGE Narodowy in Warsaw as Naoki Nakamura fulfills all of the outside zones. He flicks the car across the circuit, down to the handbrake, slows it down, and then has to get back on the foot brake to push the back end towards the wall. Nakamura on the throttle once again and across the line.
He's another driver just stepping up, just getting crazier. Even more smoke. These fans are working overtime. I'm gonna have to find a different name. I'm confusing them with the people in the stands, but the blowers are working overtime. Nakamura looking more comfortable again. That turbo change-up was everything he needed. There is smoke coming out of basically every crevice of this car all the way through. Inside looks good. Man, locked in. I love seeing him behind the wheel and how he's able to get through these runs and how he's able to handle the car. An absolute legend. And, one of those drivers that as a drifting fan, you feel honored to be able to just provide kind words towards him. Yeah, Nakamura just coming out, just really pushing again and trying to find those last bit of points and trying to keep moving up, because a 91 at this point, I mean, there's still a few drivers that can knock that down, so it's going to be tough.
And there we go, a 92 drops in. He drops into 20th position with a 92. Naoki Nakamura seals his deal and seals himself in the top 32. And word coming through, Marco Zaccarelli, look at this, all the rest of the crew down there. We're seeing scenes from the paddock. The car, apparently, they ripped the cylinder head off. They changed a valve. They put it back together and retuned it in that time. And he's ready to go for his second qualifying run. Crazy scenes here at the final of Drift Masters 2025. Things are getting ludicrous, and they're going to get even more ludicrous as we head into the thick end of the championship. Juha Poitalaxo comes off the line from Finland in this crazy 2JZ E92 BMW, puts it to the wall as Poitalaxo wants it. He's hungry for it. He's out of the show. He's in 36th position. He knows he needs to do everything he can as he shallows up the angle and heads into outside zone 4. It's clean so far from the finish driver as Juha now works his way around. He looks for outside zone 5, picks it up nicely. Now for the transition, dials it in. He looks out the window for outside zone 6. Another driver on the foot brake heavy as he works his way around that final outside zone and across the line.
Poitalaxo, he's going for it. With the same thing, I want to see a bit more speed out of him. I want to see that bit more aggression. We kind of had this conversation in Germany, and then he came out and did it, but I don't know, just the way these scores are going and how quickly this buffer line is raising up. I mean, we are edging very, very close to that 90 cutoff point, which is incredible. And Juha, this is a phenomenal run. I mean, almost any other event, this is going to put you up there, but with the mix-up of the wild cards, with the passion that everybody's got and the driving and the caliber, you've got to throw it all at the wall. And really for Juha, this is a very, very good run. But every single run needs to come into question of, is it enough to get into the show? Is it enough to stand in front of all of the people that are going to pack this place tomorrow?
That's the question.
Oh, man. It's wild. It is a phenomenal run.
It's a phenomenal run. Is it enough?
I don't know anymore.
I don't know anymore. This is the problem. We don't know anymore. What would have been a good run at any other event this season, I think now has to be exceptional. Has to be way beyond what you think you can do. The score drops in. It's a 93.5 for Juha Poitalaxo, and he gets himself into the show. And look at this. The Finnish fans are happy with that as we go back on the line to Oren Nilsson from Norway. Toyota Sora 2JZ. 950 horsepower. He fist bumps the window, and Nielsen 15th place for 93.5. He's going to want to improve. We've seen him top qualifying before. What can he do? He's been on the podium in Mondello Park, and he liked the taste of the champagne as he flicks that car from angle into that first outside zone. On the throttle he goes as Oren Nielsen puts the front bumper dangerously close to the wall. Good transition as a flame licks out the back up the wall as Nielsen now puts that bumper towards the wall, but not too heavy. Keeps it clean as Oren Nielsen collects outside zone 5. It's a strange transition though. He almost shallowed up as he gets into outside zone 6. Oren Nielsen back on the throttle, into it, on the foot brake, bumper to wall and across the line.
Every zone is phenomenal, and the only note that I've got through on is those transitions. It's just be committed to it, man. We know you can do it. Everybody here knows that you can absolutely sling this car around, and he drives such a big car like it's tiny. He's so fluid through a lot of it, but the transitions looks like he takes a split second to kind of confirm that he's in the right spot. Watch here. So look, in that spot, I mean, he transitions out a little bit early, gets to the wall, it's still good, but it's like you need to push out a little bit further and delay it a little bit. Like, that car is way too big to be snapping around that quick.
But he does it.
He does it every time.
And he makes it work.
You know, I know. It's just, man, it's
defying
just
physics.
I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what I believe in anymore. Like, the science that Bill Nye only taught me so much, but he didn't teach me this. Oh, wild runs. So he's already sitting on a 93.5, which should be, in theory, enough to get you into the show at this point, but that puts him in 15th currently. Yeah.
A mid-pack score, 93.5.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, mid-pack.
Mid-pack. That's
Yeah.
15, 16. That's mid. A 95, though, will drop you inside the top 10, and that is exactly where Oren Nielsen goes from Norway, drops himself in to 7th place with a 95 on the board. We go back to Jakub Brzeszczynski from Poland, the man that we say has done it all from Dakar to rally. He sits on the line. So 3 guys left that can get into the top 32. Everybody else is out. This man is out of top 32. What can he do? Brzeszczynski's done it before. We've seen the talent, the skill that this Polishman has. The Red Bull GR86 comes off the line and flicks to initiation as he now winds the throttle up, picks up that inside zone, goes for the front one, and he gets it cleanly. As Jakub Brzeszczynski now goes for outside zone 4, stands on the accelerator, the back of the car pops up. It's clinical from Brzeszczynski. You expect nothing less from this man as he puts the car across the circuit, dials it in to outside zone 6. He slows it down the foot brake, but it works for him as he now looks for the final outside zone. Brzeszczynski on the throttle across the line.
Everyone's just stepping up. Everybody is aware, and as you know, one of those 3 drivers that have that opportunity to make it in, he's going to know that. He knows where he's sitting already in position, which at this point is 36. So he's got to step it up, and this is a very clinical and clean run. Not going wild, not doing anything silly, just knowing, hey, this isn't the time to try and pull out something insane. This is the time to get back to the roots, get back to the fundamentals of drifting, and make sure that I nail those, right? The initiation is very clean. He's stable through all the zones. He's committed everywhere he needs to be. That is getting back to the roots of our sport, and that can get you into the show. It may not be first, but it's gonna hopefully for him get him bumped up there. And I mean, there's a few drivers that are now sitting on that bubble. For right now, Timo Peltola, that is one of those drivers that's going to be looking on, hoping. He's not able to, but there it is.
Go. Yeah, a 91.5 puts Brzeszczynski into the mix and puts him in 24th position.
Man.
Wow. Crazy scenes here at the final as we go back on the line. It's going to be Juha Rinnan from Finland, currently sitting with a 93 and 17th position, comes off the handbrake, lets that car release as he now goes through the gears, looks for the initiation, big flick across the circuit as he works his way, that GR86 in to this first outside zone, 1,000 horsepower 2JZ underneath the bonnet as he screams through the circuit, dials on big angle for that inside zone, then flicks the car on a transition once again as Rinnan now puts the bumper towards the wall. It's very clean from Juha Rinnan. He's in the zone on the latter half of this season. He's been back into where he used to be as Rinnan finds himself in outside zone 6, a little wobble at the tail end of outside zone 6, but he's rock steady in 7 and he gets it across the line.
We're jaded by how good this driving is getting right now, because it's just like everything going by. All these runs are into the 90s, and it's just trying to find parts to correct them on or be like, hey, you need to clean this part up. It's non-existent. These are all, at any other event, almost anywhere else in the world, these runs would all top a qualifying. And some of these scores right now would top qualifying this season.
Yeah.
That is the position we're sitting in. Juha Rinnan, man, an absolute legend, an absolute icon in this sport, and another driver that has put in enough laps to understand the assignment and what he needs to hand in to be able to keep pushing up. Already sitting in 17th with a 93, but now it's how far up in the season rankings can I get? Because every driver right now has their own battle outside of what's already going on track. For some of them it is, I want to win a championship. For some of them is, I want to break into the top 10. I want to make Rookie of the Year. All of them have their own legacy that they're fighting for right now. Juha, I need to get back into form.
Yeah, and he has. He's found that form in the latter half of this championship. 91.5 for Juha Rinnan on the second qualifying run. Stays where he is with that 93 and 17th. We go back on the line to Jarkko Jula inside the top 10. 7th place in qualifying.
With a 95.
With 95. Jarkko Jula screams off the line. His 1,000 horsepower Toyota JZX100 flicks from left to right, bumper onto the wall already from Jarkko Jula, but very clean once again from the Finnish driver as he now works his way around, super close to the wall, balances it back again into outside zone 4 as Jarkko Jula works his way around this long outside zone. He stares down the track for outside zone 5 and it's collected perfectly from the young Finn as he puts the bumper on the wall once again for outside zone 6. This is such a big car, but he drives it with ease as Jarkko Jula finds the wall and across the line.
So the first couple of zones here are going to come into play with this bumper rule that we've been talking about previously. He was a little bit further off, and if you stop looking at where the bumper is, you're realizing that the bumper may not be all the way into the zone. Now you start looking at how far in the wheels are. That is the part of having the long overhang car that can kind of come back to bite you. The upside is when you're on the wall, you've got a lot of room to play with before it's really going to start affecting the angle. You know, you can take a little bit less risk. You're also on a much tighter line. Because of that overhang, you're another, you know, let's say 30 centimeters inside of the track. That means you might be in a spot that has a bit different of the rubber laid down. You're kind of running a separate race. You're also on a tighter radius, so you can run that car a little bit faster. So there's a lot going back and forth with this situation and how it's going to develop. But for Jarkko Jula, the upside is running that tighter line. He's going to be able to pick up a lot of speed, get a lap time down a bit more. It's not something we really talk about, 'cause it's not that big of a deal. The downside is, though, because he was off the wall in a few spots, now they start looking at how far the wheel is, becomes a bit different of a scenario.
Yeah, certainly does. Well, there we go. At 95.2, he improves ever so slightly, but not enough to jump him up the order. Stays where he is in 7th position. Back on the line we go to this young man, Mika Keskikorpi from Finland, another Finnish driver, steps up to the plate. BMW F22 Eurofighter, S58 turbo underneath the bonnet, 900 horsepower as he screams through the gears, and Mika Keskikorpi flicks that car across the circuit, looking for an improvement on a 92, sits in 22nd place at the moment as the pyro starts to come into effect now, and the CO2 cannons erupt from the side of the circuit. Big angle on the transition, and he holds it. Oh, a little wobble as he dabs the foot brake. Mika Keskikorpi trying to hold on to this one. Dab of the foot brake once again, trying to push the back end, but that BMW is deep into outside zone 5 as he can, slams on the foot brake, then gets off of it, dials himself into these zones so quickly as Mika Keskikorpi on an absolute flyer.
Yeah, drivers that are locked in now, there's no way that he's getting bumped out. Sitting in 22nd, 92. He can now start to have a little bit of fun, try a couple of things, you know, do something a little bit different, and really trying to test the angle and that new steering kit to feel out where this car is at. He's hucking a ton of angle into a few of these zones. Still looking stable as now we get that CO2 out and the lights behind. Inside clip looks dialed. This inside clip is getting risky and then gets maybe just a touch of over rotation. There it is. Catches the wall just a little bit. And you can see those flashing lights already in his eyes. I don't know what that warning is on the dash, but hopefully it's not danger to manifold.
It was being ignored.
It was being ignored, yeah.
It was being ignored regardless.
Yeah, that's one of those, you know, slamming the dash.
We'll fix that later.
Turn it off. Yeah, didn't see his floor pop off, so we're all good.
No. Oh, look at this. Beautiful shots once again. Mika Keskikorpi does improve. It's a 94.5 for the young Finn as he jumps up the order to 14th, and a mid-pack score for him, but he'll be happy now. One of the drivers out of competition that's left. There are only 2 left that are out of competition, one being this man, Itay Sade. Shakes his head a little bit as he awaits to get the second run underway as he comes off the line in this BMW E46 with the F22 body kit. Fires that car in, looks good so far on first outside zone. Can he feel a little bit more confident on this run as he collects the inner zone, flicks the car to angle? Nicely done from Itay Sade as he now puts the back bumper into the wall and along this long outside zone 4. Itay Sade working his way around the circuit, looks for outside zone 5 and collects it perfectly as he goes for outside zone 6. It's a nice line from Itay, not too heavy on the foot brake this time, but he shallows up the angle. Can he hold on to it? He can, but he's shallow on 7 again across the line.
That's gonna be tough. That is gonna be very, very tough for him to see if he's gonna be moving on. I mean, 44, 70
Espen Road stays in top 32 even after one run. Espen Road gets the job done. It's going to be work to be done for the team. Connor Falvey now sits on the line. This one driver left. Can Clint Van Oort hold on to top 32? Connor Falvey could shake up the order though as Falvey now fires it in. The Drift Games Carbon Kevlar S15 makes its way around the circuit. 1,000 horsepower 2JZ sings as Falvey puts bumper towards the wall, flicks it on a nice transition to outside zone 4. Lights up the tyres as Falvey tickles the back bumper, the spoiler along the wall. He asks the judges, what more do you want from me, as he puts the rear wheel right deep into outside zone 5. Barely a touch of the handbrake from Falvey as he works his way around outside zone 6 and 7. He dials on more angle and across the line.
That car is wicked up. When he got on throttle after that initiation, that thing just absolutely bit into the asphalt, and I wouldn't be shocked if it shifted it back a little, because that thing is absolutely gripped up. And him not dragging left foot brake the entire time is actually a small miracle. Few spots where he's definitely got to use it, but it is very quick through these. And his transition, look at this, one-handing it, grabs the e-brake through.
Driving it like he's driving to the shop.
Oh man, it's wild. Man, it's just nuts. Does he have his driver's license yet? Is he?
Yeah,
yeah.
He
Okay.
just got it.
Just got it.
Got it.
All right. Can you imagine you just show up and show a highlight reel, be like, can you just hand it over, please? Like, I think I got this. Man, yeah. They dialed this car in. They were looking for a bit more out of it, and they got it out of it. Now the question is going to become, does that translate to a better score? The zones all look solid. The style was definitely there. It'll be very, very interesting to find out what happens with Connor Falvey. 27th right now, 91.5. Man, beautiful shot. I know.
Did you see the shot? Did you see it?
I'm just going to rewatch the event when I get home.
On mute.
Yeah, for sure.
Can't listen to yourself.
No.
Look at this, beautiful, absolute beautiful scenes from our Phantom slow-mo cameras. You can see him through the flames, through the pyro, as we see Connor Falvey there making his way around outside zone 4. Flames erupting from that external wastegate underneath the bonnet. And Falvey doing an incredible job. We just now kind of see where the rest of the order lays at 95 for Connor Falvey as he moves himself up into 9th position. He'll be very, very happy with that. Inside the top 10 for the Irishman. And we go back on the line. We start to kick off our top 10 of the championship, and it was going to be Marco Zaccaril, but Zaccaril is not going to pull to the line. Zaccaril doesn't make it to the line, and it will be Oliver Randalou from Estonia to take his next qualifying run, which means our top 32 is set. Clint Van Oort holds on to 32nd place. Now this is just for the order. This is for all the marbles. This is for who is the best of the best. As Randalou from Estonia fires in this M50 Turbo E46 BMW, puts it where it needs to be. He just wants to get himself up the order. A 92.5 on that first qualifying run could not be enough to move him into the top 10. He needs to work harder, and it is deeper, it is faster, it is cleaner than the first qualifying run. And what has Randalou got on the last two outside zones as he puts it to outside zone 7? Randalou puts a bumper towards the wall and across the line.
Yeah, I think he's a little happier about that, and it seems like it was still a little bit quicker again. Maybe still not the fastest run all the way through, but it could also just be with how smooth he's got this car running. You know, smooth is fast, and it's there, it's showing. Yeah, Randalou, I mean, stepping up once again and trying to beat out his 92.5 from the previous run. So we get this beautiful onboard. You can see how locked in he is, tinted visor on the go, and just ready to rock all the way through. Man, those flames though, like, do you think they even notice them?
Apparently they don't see him.
Really?
They don't see him.
Absolute tunnel vision. Man, I'm distracted by a piece of paper floating in the air, let alone fire in front of me, but Oliver Randalou, nothing slowing him down. This is just another solid line all the way through. Maybe just a touch deeper in a few spots. Oh, here we go.
Wow, what a shot.
What
an absolute beautiful shot.
I think we're running through a few cameras this weekend.
Yeah, Red Bull bringing out all of the hits this weekend, putting on a big show for you guys for the Red Bull Drift Masters final here at the PGE Narodowy in Poland. You can see the pyro, the CO2, the big lights, all the fancy camera angles. We brought everything out to play this weekend for the best show around town as Oliver Randalou equals his same score and stays where he is in 21st position. And Oliver Randalou, another driver, super consistent, could be dangerous in top 32. We move it back to the line to the Norwegian sledgehammer, his Tor Arne Kavir. So Kavir currently sitting 28th with a 91. He's going to want to move himself way up the order as Kvyat screams through the gears and flicks the V8 Turbo 180SX into action as he puts it to the wall and round that first outside zone as he now flirts with danger and gets nice and close to the walls once again. Kvyat into outside zone 4, absolutely flying through the circuit. Look at the speed as Kvyat flexes the rear quarter panel of the car off the wall. Kvyat deep into outside zone 5. This is textbook stuff from Torane Kvyat as he gets himself nice and deep into 6 and 7, dials on more angle and brings it across the line.
And the fans were applauding before the run was even done, and Tor, he knows what he just put down was maybe the best he's able to put down. That was wild, and there it is. I mean, the Norwegian flags, flying high. This is a solid run from one of the most exciting drivers we've got here. He is a complete wild man, running a very unique engine platform, and he's just so different in so many ways. But man, when he gets out on track, when things line up for him, when mechanical everything is sorted, he's one of the hardest drivers to beat. You talk to different people on the grid and they love and hate battling him because it's going to be heads up, it's going to be fast, but they also know he's going to just hang the car out longer than anybody else will. He's going to go deeper into the zones. He's going to be committed and transition at the last possible second. And that is a lot of what we see through this qualifying run here for Torane Kvyat. He is ready to go. I think he just wants to get into battles at this point. He's like, okay, let's get qualifying past it. I want to start banging doors.
And Kvyat said to me he only had 2 practice runs off the circuit.
Yeah.
So that second qualifying run is the 4th pass of the circuit, and it puts him into a 93 and into 19th position. Kvyat doing an incredible job. And look, Kvyat not messing around this weekend. We know he's deadly in top 32. Laurie Heinen now steps up to the mark.
Short pedest chassis.
Yeah, and the 170SX is what we're going to call it this weekend. Slams through the gears, that NASCAR Pro-Charged V8 screams as he puts it towards the wall on outside zone 1. The pyro and the CO2 erupt from the back end of the car as Laurie Heinen looks to try and set the scoreboard alight. A little wobble in outside zone 4, but keeps a hold of it as Heinen hammers the throttle through the floor, looks for outside zone 5. It's nice and deep as he checks the car up and then fires it across the circuit. Laurie Heinen into outside zone 6, dabbing the foot brake, working it, making sure the car's where it needs to be. Across the line, it's perfect from Heinen.
Yeah, that left foot brake is working, and you can see him, he just pulses it all the way through the run. And using that, I mean, he keeps the throttle down through most of it and is using that bit of left foot brake, and that is how he's making a lot of these very, very minor corrections all the way around the run. It makes him a little bit different. He knows where this engine likes to live, sets the throttle there, and is now using his left foot to kind of make those adjustments through a lot of this run. And it is wild because it's kind of a different way of going about it. You'll see some drivers using the throttle back and forth looking for that grip. For Larry, it's just, I know where the grip is, and now I just need to make sure that this car doesn't fly off track because it is so incredibly quick. But look at the angle all the way through. That is completely on full lock through the vast majority of that zone. It shouldn't make sense what he's doing with the car. Man, Laurie.
Well, there we go. 95.5 puts Heinen into the top 5, and he'll be very, very happy with that. Drops him just out of that qualifying showdown position, but nevertheless, Heinen still be happy with where he's sitting, and he'll be feeling good in the car for competition tomorrow. We move it along to the next driver on the grid, and it will be Paweł Korpolinski from Poland. Plenty of fans, the hometown hero that he is, because he is from Warsaw himself. There he is, the clinic, the surgeon. He's going to lay down. He's just seen his fellow Polishman, Jakub Kroll, top qualifier.
Yeah.
What can he do as he comes off the line? He's brought a little aggression this weekend, and he's going to bring it right now as he flicks that 2JZ S14 from left to right and into that first outside zone. Looks to pick up that front zone, and he does, and full throttle already. No messing around as Korpolinski gets it up close and personal to the wall. This is absolutely brilliant from Korpolinski so far. Clinical, as we like to say, from the surgeon as he puts it to outside zone 5, flicks it across, a little dab of the handbrake, sets himself up beautifully for outside zone 6 as Korpolinski sets the throttle on fire, puts it right through the floor as he touches the wall across the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, the doctor is in. Karpolinski is back. He pulled out a little bit of style again. He kind of went back to his roots. That initiation on the first run was wild, but it caught him out just a touch. On this second run, though, deciding to go back and be like, let's play the game that has gotten me this far. Let's go back to clinical. So it doesn't go with this crazy big snap entry, but now, you know, more or less deciding to let's go through, let's run how I'm comfortable and see where that gets me. I'm already sitting in 12th. I've got a 94.5. If I go back to just being this surgeon, this perfect line master, will I be able to improve that score? It is just phenomenal. It's glorious to watch him drive, and anybody who's looking to be good at driving line, and if that's where you need the improvement, just watch Karpolinski drive. Understand how, if you can tell me how he does it, I'm all ears.
I have no idea.
No idea. Not sure.
He's so clean and so clinical.
It's like he's on rails.
It's like he is on rails. It's unbelievable what he can do inside a car. A 96 for Karpolinski, moves himself up into the qualifying showdown positions. Can he hold on to it? There's some thumbs up from some of the fans around the building as he looks good so far. We go back on the line to Kevin Passeur from Estonia, currently sitting 4th in the championship, but currently sitting 4th in the qualifying, Sorry, Karpolinski drops into double 4th because we're waiting for the score for Kevin Passeur. This is getting crazy here right now in Poland as we see Kevin Passeur fire through that first outside zone, picks up that inside zone, picks up this inside zone, holds off on the transition but makes it work as now Kevin Passeur flicks that car to angle, full throttle in outside zone 4, fires through, looks for outside zone 5. We're waiting for this score to drop in to separate the two identical scores from Passeur and Karpolinski. What can Passeur do? He knows what Karpolinski just done. It's brilliant. Look at that. Hand out the window. Fist bump in the crowd. He is absolutely on another level.
The bragging rights right now are insane. I love being up here, but being in the pits right now, in like everybody watching the stream, figuring out what's going on, and just one-upmanship all the way through. This is just flex run after flex run. These drivers, I mean, they're having fun. They're having so much fun at this point because it's just, you know, you're out there with your friends. At this point, everybody is just family, and it's just about who can do the silliest stuff. We see what the judges are rewarding. We all know that we can do it, and it becomes that game of chicken of like who's just going to keep going further and further. And yeah, this is nuts. For Passeur, I mean, the chance to get into pick up more points, he's in a great spot. We've got a nuts battle already coming through for 3rd place and in the championship. That starts, I mean, we can't forget about the championship altogether, but like 3rd is also its own incredible story that I don't have enough paper to write down all the possibilities. But what I will say is that for Passeur, he is one of them.
He needs, well, a thing for Passeur right now, he needs a 96 or more, and he gets it at 96.5, and he stays in the qualifying showdown. He jumps himself into 3rd place. Oh, we've got a mixed bag in the top 4 of the qualifying showdown. It's going to be interesting as we head over to one of the first of the Irishmen, the many that we've got coming up. It's going to be James Dean in the Ford Mustang Spec 5 DM, built in Cork, piloted in Europe. James Dean comes off the line, the 5-time Formula Drift champion, the multiple European champion. What can he do right now as he puts that car towards the wall? He wants to top qualify, and there's 2 more points out there left, but where are they? As Dean puts the front bumper nice and close to the wall, on the throttle he goes into outside zone 4. Dean, absolutely technical, clean and perfect in outside zone 4, as he now goes for that wide line to outside zone 5. Big transition back, and he dabs the handbrake and sets himself up nice. Puts on big angle in outside zone 6, and again another driver pumping that left foot brake, getting it dialed across the line.
James, another driver that is in contention to add a very, very large trophy to the cabinet. His cabinet is gigantic. I don't know where he'll put it if he even has this opportunity, but he's got to make it into the showdown. He's got to be up there in qualifying, if not It is absolutely insane. I mean, it is nuts. And Jack Shanahan right now needs to get into the qualifying showdown to even have a shot at this championship right now.
Well, he certainly does. He needs every single point on the board to keep a hold of third in the championship or even win the championship. It's an outside bet, but he could do it. As Shanahan comes off the line in the 2JZ Toyota GT86, and Shanahan is absolutely perfect on that first outside zone. Collects the inside zone, goes nice and deep on the second inside zone. It's a good line into outside zone 4. As Shanahan works his way around that long outside zone, a little bobble on the wall there. Maybe he could have gone too deep. Now keeps a hold of it, fires it through, slows the car on the handbrake as he comes into outside zone 6. Shanahan is on the rev limiter. He's giving that car everything he's got as he brings it across the line.
Could this be it? Could this be the run that tops qualifying in? I don't know. I mean, part of it is I couldn't see part of the run through the smoke, but Jack Shanahan is on it. He is absolutely on it as he gets the stare down from Piotr Vincek coming out of the tunnel as he goes back in. But look at this run. Jack Shanahan painting the walls. That inside clip, absolutely perfect. He, like, palm over the wheel. E-brake, I mean, one of the last drivers still doing the pull-up e-brake, but sticks to his roots all the way through. You can't argue with perfection. The left foot brakes are so tiny and so quick, but it is just so that way he can find a way to get as close to the glorious 100-point run that every driver is here to do. And those pupils are gigantic as he's looking for every single millimeter on this track. Did Jack Shanahan just top qualifying? Man.
Well, we have to wait.
But he has to. He's got to top qualifying. He's got to win the showdown just to even have a chance at this championship.
Well, here we go. Scores in a 95.5. It's not enough. Shanahan out of the qualifying showdown. But is he out of contention? Is that enough to knock him out of competition, out of winning the championship? We'll find out as things play off later on this evening. We're going to go back to the line to Piotr Vincek, who currently sits second in the championship. But he currently sits second in qualifying.
Man, with a 97.2 is what he's sitting on, but a 98 is what is ahead of him.
He needs to find every point out there. This needs to be the biggest run of Vincek's life right now, and he needs to hope that Shanahan can't do any damage. He comes off the line. Vincek, this means more to him than it ever has before, as the Polishman puts that A90 Supra in to that first outside zone. It's very clean. As he looks for the inner, he picks it up. He goes for the wall. He picks it up as well. It's a nice transition into outside zone 4 as Vincek goes for the wall, but it's absolutely textbook. Vincek is so clean, it's a joke. He puts it right to the edge of outside zone 5. It's a good line back. I don't even think he's touched the handbrake the whole time of the run. As Vincek goes for the final outside zone, he dials a more angle across the line.
He set himself up for 6 and 7 for what felt like forever. He got into that zone, I mean, in such crazy fashion on a line that I haven't seen yet today. But what it meant is he had an eternity to make sure those final 2 zones, the last thing the judges looked as perfect as he could possibly get. That initiation started so early. He looks amazing to the first outside zone. So good.
Left on the circuit that can upset the whole show is this man. From Killavullen in Ireland, Connor Shanahan slams the Red Bull Toyota GT86 into gear. He pops it off the line.
What?
And it breaks. The car fails coming off the line. Shanahan's car fails coming off the line, and it could be heartbreak. It could be the end of the road for the championship right here, right now for Connor Shanahan.
I don't know, Ian. What? He's shaking his head. He's loosening the belts. There it is. That's the frustration. Something broke in that car at the worst possible moment. And that will lock him in to 10th place, where he will then have to battle through the pack for an opportunity to try and win this championship.
Wow. What did we just witness? Shanahan come off the clutch, the car popped up in the air, that was it. And it will be a 0. We make it official. He left the line, so it will be counted as a qualifying score, and it will be scored as a 0.
Wow.
This now changes the game.
Our points leader just missed his second run and sits in 10th, which means, wow.
Things are getting hot and heavy. We've still got a qualifying showdown to get through yet. Becky is down there with Connor Shanahan. I want to know, Becky, what happened with the car? How is Connor feeling?
All right, guys, just grabbing Connor here now. Connor, we saw you take your foot off the clutch, the car jumped forwards, no drive. From what you can see already, can you tell us what's happened inside the car?
Yeah, broken axle off the start. I actually felt it in the burnout box that something was weird with the back of the car, like a clicking noise. There was a big run in the bag, but we're in the show. You can't win a championship in qualifying. You can win a championship tomorrow, and we're in the show. I'm just disappointed because I think we had everything in the bag to get P1 again tonight and get into the showdown and create maybe a little bit of a gap if it comes down to a final tomorrow. But you know, it doesn't matter. Grateful to be here, grateful for the opportunity. Glad that it didn't happen in the first round and leave me down to a 0, and that pressure wouldn't have been nice tonight. But thank you to all the Irish supporting as always, my friends, my family who came over. It's unbelievable. The fight is on, and I'm excited to battle it out with Vientech tomorrow.
It's good to see you with a semi-smile on your face. I know things aren't ideal right now. I mean, like we said, 10th position locked in with qualifying. Tomorrow's the big day. It's what it all comes down to, is where you're really going to show what you're capable of.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been nice for sure to get a bit of showdown practice tonight, but we just have to forget about that right now. Sometimes this is the joys of motorsport. It could have failed at a worse time. We have a chance to fix it. It's not a big problem. Team is doing a good job. You can't predict stuff like this failing. So thank you to my team. Thank you to everybody who's made it possible for this season so far. Game on tomorrow.
Absolutely brilliant. Game on, guys. You heard it here.
Well, it is game on, and it is an unfortunate end to qualifying for Connor Shanahan, the man that leads the championship, now out with a 0 on the second run. Still in the show in 10th place, but work to be done for that young man. Let's have a look at how qualifying went down. Jakub Kroll from Poland took the top spot in qualifying, followed by his fellow Polishman, Piotr Wojciech, and then James Dean and Kevin Purcell followed them up, and those guys will go head-to-head in the qualifying showdown. Jacob.
Oh, man, it's nuts, and so many incredible names. I mean, Manoa within the top 10, Connor Shanahan notably 10th place right now, Falvey jumping up into 12th, Alan Hines really making a comeback after Ireland in 16th. I mean, Juha Poitalaxo, Torna Kavia, I mean, some big mix-ups there. Matt Field, one of the wild cards, coming over 23rd, already getting nuts.
Yeah, it's getting crazy. Look at this. Pushkonski in the fight, Adam LZ in there, Cherba, Espen Road, Clint Van Ort rounds out top 32 with an 88.5, and these are the guys we lose. Roche, Peltola, Biaggioni, Sadet, Sunma, Eves, Meyer, Anderson. We've lost so many big names in the championship, and as you can see, unfortunately, all the guys that didn't score a run at all.
Yeah, this has been one of the most insane, from the scores to the breakdowns to the attrition to the almost fixing an engine in like 15 minutes. But this is how things already lock up this top 32. Insane.
It certainly is insane. We're taking a look around that top 32, a battle tree for tomorrow. Connor Shanahan will have to face off against Matt Field in the top 32. Wojciech, Espen Road, that means that Conor Shanahan and Wiatek will have to face off before the final battle.
Wow, that's nuts. This championship could be decided that early, but either way, there's so many stories going on. And yeah, Conor Shanahan, Matt Field, that is not an easy. Matt will not back down. He does not care about your championship whatsoever. He's coming over here to do this, and Conor's got to get through him to try and make it to the top 8.
Well, look, if these guys make it through, if Wiatek and Shanahan make it through, they will face off for the championship in the top 8. The top 8 of 2025 could be decided there.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, and that's if you make it there.
And
that's
look at
if
this.
you make it there. Oh,
So this is how it sits right now. Conor Shanahan leads the championship by 1 point. And we still have the qualifying showdown to go in a few moments' time, where we may see Peter Wiatek take the qualifying showdown on.
Well,
will this be the round he takes it on?
That's the big question right now, and I mean, it's tough to say. Obviously, that big crash earlier this season kind of set him and said it's not worth it. It's so much damage, it's such a risk to go in for a few points, but he needs every single point that he can get his hands on right now to try and lock that in. So that's what's going through his mind right now of what do you do? Is it worth it?
I'm going to let you into a secret.
Okay.
If Peter does it, he will leapfrog Conor before tomorrow. And this is what happened for Conor earlier when he came off the line. Broken axle. You see what it means to Conor inside the car. Absolute heartbreak. And we do apologise for any bad language you heard there from Conor. Emotions running high here in Poland at the Red Bull Drift Masters final. And it is all to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. And
with the potential of the championship being decided, if he gets that far, with those two guys heading off in top 8.
Yeah. And potentially the points, made up tonight as to what may end up happening. I mean, Piotr, if he, decides to go in, he's kind of guaranteed that 1 point. He could tie it up, and then we're deadhead all the way through. And then if he moves on, now he's got a bit of a points gap, and that means, even if Conor wins at that point, it gets nuts. I'm getting the abacus out. We're going to get this math sorted. But for right now, the big question is going to be, what does this qualifying showdown look like? Who is pulling up to the line? How do these battles go? Because it could potentially be Jakob Kroll, Kevin Passer, which is nuts, but then Piotr and James going against each other. And, I mean, former teammates, both champions.
Well, there we go. This is how it works in our qualifying showdown for the final round of 2025. Top 4 qualifiers will face off in battles extra championship points, up to 4 additional points for contenders. If Peter decides to go for it, he could get that 1 point, and he could be tied with Conor as they head in tomorrow. And this is who's going to battle who. It's going to be Jakob Kroll to take on Kevin Passer, going to be Peter to take on James Dean. It's a repeat of Spain at round 2. Will they decide to head off into that qualifying showdown? Will Peter say, no, I'm going to save it to tomorrow?
And this is where it all started back in Spain, was that battle, James versus Piotr. That was where that big wreck happened. Piotr's car being completely written off, not being able to compete, and immediately putting him back in the points race, having to battle all the way through, electing to not compete in qualifying showdowns for the rest of the season, coming out with a brilliant video talking about it, and all eyes will end up being on that entry tunnel to see if he pulls to the line against his former teammate, James Dean. And James, same thing. He's got his own race going on, but before we get to any of that, we now get to see our top qualifier pulling out in front of the home fans. This is what a moment for him.
It certainly is a moment for him. For Jakob Kroll, this is a highlight reel moment. He pulls onto the circuit to warm up the tyres. He's going to face off against Kevin Passer. This is going to be a good one. This is just a glimpse of what we have in store tomorrow in top 32, in top 16, all the way through to the final when we go under the lights here in Poland. We drop the lights, we put the pyro on, we put the CO2 on, and we make a spectacle of what is Drift Masters and what is a stadium event in Europe. You can see Jakob Kroll ready to go, ready for action. Kevin Passer pulls round towards the start line. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our qualifying showdown. we started this weekend off with 48 drivers, wildcards, champions, drivers from all around the world come here this weekend to face off against one of the biggest events in European drifting, and we've whittled it down to 4 that get to put on a show this evening under the lights here at the PGE Narodowy for the Red Bull Drift Masters finale. And it will be the first battle of the evening. It will be Jakob Kroll to lead out Kevin Passeur. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you're the higher qualifier, you get to choose whether you lead or chase. Jakob Kroll sticking with what he knows. He's opted to lead first. The visor goes down on the carbon fibre crash helmet of Kevin Passeur, a man that wants all the points. He wants to try and jump up into that 3rd position as he jumps onto the back bumper of Jakob Kroll. Kroll fires in. He knows he's got the perfect lead line as he puts that car to angle and spins it on the inside of the circuit. And Jakob Kroll fires the car completely off track.
What happened there? Now, here's the thing, a lot of these drivers are not going to have a ton of time to be able to readjust these cars for battle. There's not going to be a massive difference, but depending on the driver, they may make large swings. Now, that was just a weird spin. I'm not entirely sure what all happened there. Not like Jakob Kroll at all. Obviously, our #1 qualifier to just loop it out like that is very bizarre. So, I mean, tough to say.
Yeah, not sure what happened. It looked like yeah, so judge is saying that it was an independent mistake and Jakob Kroll spun all on his own.
Yeah, just very strange as we see. I couldn't believe that wasn't real grass, Ian. Oh, man, illusion destroyed.
Come on.
I know.
We built a whole racetrack, but we couldn't lay turf. That's what happened.
Listen, I spend the money on fantastic asphalt. I'm cool with the green carpet. Yeah.
Well, here we go, back on the line they go. It's going to be Kevin Passeur now to lead out Jakob Kroll. Kroll maybe sitting there a little confused of what's going on, and that first half of the qualifying showdown battle. Kevin Passeur through the gears though, flicks that car to angle. Kevin Passeur now looking, thinking maybe if I can win this, I can claw some points. 3rd in the championship awaits for him if he can do anything great this weekend. Fires it into outside zone 4, no messing around. Jakob Kroll with him, stays with him, puts it right onto the door as Jakob Kroll, not scared to put that carbon Kevlar S15 to the door of the BMW. Stalls up on transition now, tucks himself back into formation as Passeur sticks it to that outside zone, looks for the final outside zone, dials on the angle, Passeur dials on the angle, and Kroll hits him, and Kroll is having an absolute nightmare this evening in the showdown.
Yeah, tough. Very tough, and we'll have to take another look at that. Judges already going for that replay to understand, like, why did this incident happen? Was there something that ended up happening with Passeur? Was he slowing down? You know, you have to look at this from both sides. As much as it's very easy just to immediately jump down Kroll, I mean, you got to take a look at the lead car too, because they do set the precedent of what this run should look like. But it looked very tidy up until this point. So here we go. Here's our divisive area. I mean, Passeur is definitely on it. Oh no, sorry, next set of zones, I apologize. Yeah, I mean, Kroll's all over him. Passeur looks very steady. He just looks like he kind of got into it a bit much, yeah.
Yeah, I think he just got a little bit too carried away and hit him, but we're not judges.
Nope.
And I wouldn't want to be a judge. Kevin Passeur did dial on quite a bit of angle there in that first outside zone, so it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, a beautiful shot there. But now we gotta wait to see what the judge's decision is. I mean, it definitely could go, you know, pretty one way, but we want to make sure that we understand everything that is going on before we talk about it. We get ahead of ourselves sometimes.
Yeah. Here we go. Slide him left for Kroll, right for Kevin Passeur. It's 1 vote for Passeur. It's Kevin Passeur. Kevin Passeur gets the win in the first battle of our qualifying showdown. Unfortunately, we lose Jakob Kroll, and Kroll will go away and think about that and take that knowledge and information into tomorrow, into our top 32 competition. This doesn't affect our qualifying order if this is the first time you've joined us. This is just for extra points. This is just for bragging rights in the paddock later on this evening. And you can see the Estonian flags waving there as we get those guys cleared off track. Now the big question is, did Wieniec pull to the track? And he did. This is on. He knows that he could beat James Dean here and leapfrog Conor Shanahan into tomorrow's top 32.
This is wild. This is going against what he thought he wanted to do, but when it comes down to it,
when the cards are on the table, Wieniec has said, look, I would rather lead the championship tonight,
right,
in front of my home crowd, going into tomorrow and rock Shanahan a little more. He sits on the line, nervous. Look at this. We've seen this look before as he tightens the belts a little tighter. Wieniec sits on the line. He knows what the job is. The job is beat James Dean and get into the final. But James Dean isn't a man you take lightly as they come off the line and through the gears. They flick it across the track. James Dean in tow as he goes for the door of that A90 Supra. They come firing through that second inside zone, back across the track and go into that long outside zone 4. Dean onto the door of the Supra. The Mustang door to door with the Supra as they come through the centre of the circuit. No messing around. Two titans of drifting as they fire on the angle. Oh, a little shimmy from both of them as they get into that last outside zone. Dean once again on the door across the line.
And a big exhale from Piotr Wieniec, getting through that battle, leading it out. It was the same situation in Spain where he was leading and got a little bit too much into the wall and made double contact with James Dean, but this one came off very, very clean. Piotr, that nervous energy in the cockpit is completely gone once he gets across the line. And look at James Dean in tow, finding that grip and waiting for the moment to dive on initiation. Does a great job to tuck in next to Piotr Wieniec. And now you can see that Mustang hunting him down through the window. Piotr staring down the next transition point, trying to get that timing correct. And look at how beautiful both these cars are, synchronized in their transition. Both of them fighting for different things. James for the third step, Piotr for the first. And this is a finals level battle at the end of qualifying. This is absolutely wild, and we still have another part of this battle to go. Man, this is some of the best drifting you're going to witness, period.
Tomorrow is going to be electric. Tomorrow is going to be one for the history books, that's for sure. We could see a change in the championship the night before the event. Everybody's nerves are on tenterhooks right now. No one knows what to think, what to believe, or what they're seeing as we see a clash of two titans go head to head. They pull back to the line. James Dean to lead out Piotr Wieniec as Wieniec now sits on the line, ready to chase him down. He knows he needs to beat the machine, take him out once again, claw all the points back, lead the championship before tomorrow morning. They through the gears. Dean lights off the tyres on the Mustang as Wieniec goes for it on the door straight away. Don't messing around. The Polishman wants this more than ever in front of his home crowd. Wieniec goes for it. Oh! Big dive. Wieniec spins the car. Dean puts the car to the wall and James Dean drives off. Wieniec could have just thrown away what could have been the lead of the championship in one swift move. James Dean looks rock steady. The Irish are on their feet.
What just happened? Piotr going for that big dive. The one thing he just feared would happen, an incident here in the qualifying showdown, immediately getting out. He is okay. That is the biggest thing here. But wow, just so aggressive. The nerves got to Piotr Wieniec, and it looks like the damage is very minimal, thankfully. Immediately getting out, taking a look at James Dean. Ian, that could have been it. So, man.
That could have been the lead of the championship. We will have to wait until the points come in. Look at this. Wieniec was on an absolute hunt right there.
This is what you need to do, though. One, just to beat James Dean, you have to push yourself beyond limits that you even didn't know you had. But that contact, oh, man. And I'm wondering if he caught the rear wheel, too. That's what spun him out. But either way, Piotr facing the wrong way while he gets to spectate James Dean completing that lap. Now, big laughs, big cheers for each other, because at the end of the day, these two are the best of friends. What a wild run.
Well, we need to make it official. We need to make our judges come to a decision to see who is the winner. Oh, the look on Wiańczek's face. He closed his eyes as if to say, oh man, what have I done?
He just went for it. I get it. He's trying to close the gap. He's trying to get in as close to James Dean as possible, who's flying through these zones, and you've got to do something to try and make up that distance. And it's not a lot of distance. It's 10 centimeters, but that you can't let James get away with anything. You have to be painting his door the entire run to beat him. Man.
Well, here we go. Looks like decision's in. Slide them left for Dean, right for Wiańczek. It's going to be one vote for Dean. It's James Dean getting the win and heading to the qualifying showdown final. Piotr Wiańczek moves away from it. Has he just lost the lead of the championship, or could he be tied in points, or could he still be trailing Shanahan? We will have to find out. It's going to be all down to those scores as they come in and we reveal that final championship standings before we head into tomorrow. The top 32 here exclusively on Red Bull TV is something you are not going to want to miss.
No, if there's any drifting event you've ever watched, this is the time to call your friends, call your aunt, call people you haven't chatted with since high school and tell them, hey, you need to tune in. You've got to check this out.
Well, look, the story is unveiling. We don't know what the end of the story looks like yet. Becky is down there with Piotr Wiańczek. He looks like he's smiling, Becky. He's always happy, but is he really?
Guys, he just said to me, he said, at least it was exciting. Peter, it looked like you took a bit of a bigger bite than you meant to out of James Dean's door there. Can you tell us what happened inside the cockpit?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Just first of all, let me welcome everybody who come here. Dzień dobry, miło was wszystkich powitać po raz pierwszy tu na stadionie. Fajnie, że jesteście. Jesteście wielcy. Cieszę się, że będziemy mogli jutro walczyć w top 32 i pokazać wam, co potrafię. Mam nadzieję, że lepiej niż dziś. So, yeah, what happened? I was trying to be fully committed on James, just treat it a bit as more of a training because we don't have much of a training for tomorrow. And yeah, I overcommitted in the second corner. Fortunately, both cars in a pretty okay shape, so that's what matters. I just bent the tie rod, that's why I cannot continue the run.
Well, it's controversial, but it's great to see you back in the qualifying showdown. Can you tell us what maybe pushed your decision to come back?
Honestly, I was a bit convinced by my dad, which I'm not blaming him for. He has right, because it was a good moment for practicing, especially because tomorrow we don't have much practice. So it was a good moment. I practiced definitely this breakdown, so hopefully tomorrow we'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you so much, Peter. Dziękuję, and we will see you tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. He said it was exciting.
Yeah.
And Becky said it was controversial. It was very controversial because, look, if you've been watching and following Drift Masters all season, if you haven't, where have you been? It's been a roller coaster. Jacob, it's been a story, right?
It's been incredible,
It's the final chapter. Peter, that big incident in Spain, opted to not do any more qualifying showdowns, and we haven't seen him at any apart from now when he knew that these could have been the points to lead the championship. We don't know right now how it stands in points. We need to get that final championship standing graphic up at the end of this evening, and we'll see how it all stands as Peter takes that car off the circuit, a bent tie rod stopping him from competing in the rest of that qualifying showdown. That does mean that the final battle of our qualifying showdown will be against James Dean and Kevin Purser.
Nuts.
What's even more nuts is they're both fighting for third in the championship.
I know. It just makes it that much better. There's so many storylines going on right now. Like I said, it's very easy to focus on the championship, and that is the cherry on top of this incredible cake that we're making with the third place. And like I said, even fourth, and for a lot of these drivers, just top 10.
Top 10.
First time in the top 10, that's what they want to do. Or a wild card coming in and saying, listen, I flew all the way here, and I'm going to show the Europeans how it's done. That's going on. There's so many things going on it's kind of hard to keep up.
It certainly is hard to keep up. We're going to try our best to keep up over the course of tomorrow. And here we go. This is how our qualifying showdown looks. Vasseur took down Jakob Kroll. James Dean got the win against Wiańczek. And now Dean faces off against Kevin Vasseur in the final of the qualifying showdown. Going to get those guys' cars turned around and back out on track as quickly as possible. And our guys behind the scenes, Jacob, are doing some serious maths.
Yeah, I can hear it. There's like 100 calculators going at this point in time, trying to
I
make sure
heard
we
there
got
was
this
like
all locked
4
in.
guys with no socks on. They were counting toes and fingers, and everyone was trying to do the maths.
We ran out of fingers and toes, and thought it'd be inappropriate to ask other people, so we got calculators.
We just used for the stuff. We just asked staff.
Yeah, volunteers. Man, what a night. I mean, beautiful, absolutely stunning night. Track conditions are great. Fans are phenomenal. I mean, it's an incredible evening.
Well, tomorrow we turn it up a notch again, because we always do at Drift Masters. Tomorrow we turn the heat up once again here in Poland. Tomorrow we pack this place out. Over 50,000 people will fill this stadium to witness history as we crown the champion of 2025. Who will it be? Will it be Conor Shanahan? Will it be Piotr Wiańczek? Wiańczek looking strong this weekend, but a mechanical failure from Shanahan, you can't never count him out of the fight. He could come back swinging tomorrow.
And it could happen to any driver at any moment. You think you've got this car completely dialed, and that 5-cent part is what ends up taking things out. You have no idea, and that is what makes drifting so beautiful and heartbreaking, because it's not just the driver, it's every single element has to be perfect to win a championship.
It certainly does. These guys are going to be working through the night. The teams will be checking every single nut and bolt on these vehicles, making sure they are perfect, ready to go to war tomorrow on this custom-built circuit at the PGE Narodowy in Poland, in Warsaw, the capital city, as these guys want the last shot, the last trophies, the last time to get remembered for 2025.
Yeah, this is it. This is, I'm getting a little emotional thinking about it. This is it.
Yet.
I know.
Save that for tomorrow.
But this is the precursor to it, and is setting the stage, and it's the final item to lock down before tomorrow, where you have to give everything. All of us, you, me, the judges. It's the last push to wrap up this season, which has been one of the most insane Driftmaster seasons, period. From the get-go, from the first phone call all the way to the end, this has been just incredibly nuts. And I mean, personally, I'm incredibly happy to be even just a small part of it. And I don't want it to be over, Ian. I'm not ready for it to be over. But yeah, we push on as we wait now for our competitors to get their vehicles ready and find out who ends up taking these last couple of precious points before tomorrow morning.
Exactly that. Well, even more drama unfolding.
Okay.
There was only 2 points difference between Vasseur and Dean before the qualifying showdown.
Okay. Of course.
Imagine playing with your emotions a little bit more there.
A little bit.
I like to tell a story. That's what it's all about. As I say, we go under the lights tomorrow here at the PGE Narodowy, where this place will be packed out. The atmosphere will be insane. We have an incredible amount of show going on. Not only do we have the Red Bull Drift Masters grand finale happening on this circuit, we also have the Race of Legends, where we see David Coulthard, Carlos Sainz Sr. racing buggies around this track. If you've got your tickets and you're heading here tomorrow, it's going to be an absolute spectacle. It's going to be one to not forget, that's for sure. We've brought in some new stuff. We've got Kiss Cam on the Jumbotron.
That's never gotten anybody in trouble. It's great. They've really stepped up the show. I mean, the pyro, everything, the CO2, everything is just bigger, badder, brighter, and more intense.
It certainly is. Well, that is going to be one way to round out 2025 before we announce the incredible season that is ahead for 2026. It is going to be an electric season. I just hope I get my job again next year, Jacob.
I mean, we're in the same boat, brother.
Let's see if we get those contracts renewed together. We'll come back.
We'll have to do it before the last event.
Yeah, we'll do it tonight.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah,
we should. All right.
Well, here we go. Looks like we have 2 guys ready to go to war. The qualifying showdown final is almost ready to kick off. James Dean pulls onto the circuit to warm up the tyres on the back of that Ford Mustang RTR Spec 5 DM. As Kevin Vasseur in that crazy M50 Turbo BMW 2 Series pulls on, a man that is so determined to get that 3rd spot in the championship. He'll do anything this weekend, but he's got to take down a man that has done it all He's been crowned the 5-time Formula Drift champion. He is a multiple Drift Masters champion, a multiple Irish and European champion in so many different areas.
Almost any competition he has entered, he has won. That is the easiest way to put it.
Yeah.
I think there are very few series that he's entered and hasn't walked away a champion, if any, to be honest. It's wild, but even the greats eventually fall down.
They certainly do.
They're not perfect forever, and we've seen cracks in James's armor, and it's happened. And a lot of the times it comes from drivers that sometimes you don't expect because they push and they do crazy things, or maybe James hasn't driven with them a whole heck of a lot. So for Kevin Passeur, this is an opportunity to really show and try and intimidate James Dean.
Yeah, he's going to try and get under the skin of James Dean. Look at this, laser focused. He's in the zone. Kevin Passeur wants this more than ever. 26-year-old Estonian sits alongside James Dean, a man that has more trophies in his cabinet than I dare to try and imagine. He sits there a little nervous, James Dean. We see that stare through the visor. He gives a nod to our start line Marshall Martin as he slams that Mustang into gear. He tests the hydro one last time. Martin has donned the shirt for the final of the qualifying showdown is underway as Dean fires that Mustang from left to right, and Passeur goes for it, sticks the BMW straight to the door, no messing around, shallows up the angle, takes another bite out of the door of that Mustang. They fire through. How did they squeeze both those cars on that inside zone? They make it into outside zone 4, door to door, as Passeur backs off now, takes another lunge at the side of the Mustang. He fires through the smoke. Dean on an absolute flyer of a lead run out front, tags the wall though. Dean upsets the line. Passeur has to back out of it. They're both a little scrappy, but they get it across the line.
What a sparring match between these two titans. I mean, James Dean, it was the scrappiest run we've seen from him in a very, very long time. It wasn't perfect, and that also gives just a bit of an insight into the mind of James Dean, that he knows Kevin Passeur can come up and beat him. He's having to drive that little bit harder, and Passeur going for these lunges, trying to get into it, trying to predict what's going on. And you can see James Dean in that car working the pedals, working the handbrake, doing everything to get through this run and try and shake off Kevin Passeur, who is so resilient in the chase. Look at these shots through the window, watching your competitor go through it. Look at hunting him down, and there's James Dean with that bit of contact. You can see his head go forward because he knows that he's gotten into it, but Passeur not shaken at all. Doesn't even back out all that much. Just hopes that Mustang doesn't come flying around the other direction and make contact. And oh my gosh, what a shot. That right there, that is nuts. Through the fire, through the smoke, there's Kevin Passeur now in the lead against the legendary James Dean.
There we go, Martin down there wrapping some tape around the back end of that Mustang, trying to hold those body panels together for one last run of the circuit before we call it a night here in Poland and get ready for the biggest weekend of European drifting tomorrow in our top 32, where these titans go head to head once again. And Martin, the man, the myth, the legend, a pro with the duct tape.
He's any vehicle you need fixed. I mean, between the blower, the tape, I mean, he can do it. He can absolutely do it. And the crazy part is, the vast majority of the time, that piece of bodywork will be in the same place at the end of the run.
Yeah. He's an absolute artist with it.
He is, yeah.
He's
I've seen him do sculptures. It's very impressive.
Well, here we go. He gets the thumbs up, James Dean. Tests the steering, slams that Mustang into gear. Look at the way he's positioned that car. He knows Passeur is fast. He doesn't want to let him get away. They come off the line. Kevin Passeur from Estonia to lead out James Dean from Ireland as Passeur flicks the back end of that BMW towards the Mustang. Dean gets into it now. Dean falls into formation as he goes door to door with Kevin Passeur through the middle of the circuit, through that front clipping zone. They get into it once again in outside zone 4. Passeur shallows up the angle. Look at this. Passeur desperately trying to get away from the Mustang, but he can't, as Kevin Passeur is getting absolutely bullied by James Dean in the Mustang. He swings it wide, and that opens the door even more for James Dean as Dean tags onto the back bumper, now back onto the front wheel and on the door across the line.
This question starts to become, does James Dean's mistake in the lead, is that superseded by that incredible chase? That becomes the question to me, because James was all over Passeur, who had a phenomenal lead run. He's just locked in through every zone, and that gave the opportunity to James Dean. I mean, Passeur even swung wide before our last outside zones, which gave James even more time to get into the pocket. A very difficult spot to make that dive because they're coming in with so much speed. You're diving straight at the wall, and the driver's got to be able to tuck in there. But Passeur almost just opens the door and says, you know what? Go for it. Here you go. Here's your opportunity. But James needs no room to make sure that he is rubbing tire on every body panel of the lead driver. That was wild. Very, very wild between these two drivers. So we'll have to see. Judges are in for a tough call on this one. You can see across the line, I mean, what he's able to do. I mean, yeah, James Dean once again throwing down, but Kevin Passeur, he was in it. He was in it the entire way, and this will not be an easy call.
Wow, so there we go. They're both out the cars, ready to receive the decision from our judges. Who is the winner of our final qualifying showdown of 2025? They go arm in arm. Who is victorious? The decision's in. Slide them left for Dean, right for Passeur. It's one vote for Dean. It's James Dean, the winner of the final qualifying showdown of 2025. James Dean stands victorious in the Ford Mustang RTR. Incredible drive today from James Dean.
Yeah, wow, he is absolutely on form and really pushing for that third place on the podium. This is a wild night for him.
Well, I want to know how that splits the points when it comes to the championship standings, because now Dean has beaten Passeur. There was 2 points in it before. Has Dean moved up the order? Where does he sit alongside Jack Shanahan, who is third in the championship? Well, we need to find out how everyone's feeling down there. Becky, our queen from the paddock, is down with James Dean. How's he feeling? It must be a good result.
A great result for James there. Redemption, some might say, after Germany was not a great time for you, but you've come to Poland, you're rested, recovered, you've got that championship under your belt in America, and look, now you're topping the qualifying showdown. Can you tell us what's going through your mind right now?
This event just gives me so much energy. Like when you come out here and you see the fans, you see the Irish flags in the corner down there, and just all the nationalities and drifting fans from around the world coming together for one event. You cannot but try your hardest, try your best, and that's what we did today so far. It's been an amazing weekend. Also an amazing weekend for me with Manoa driving my S14.9 from last year, and he was absolutely killing it. So amazing first day, but this is only one small part of the weekend, but it's a great start. I know I can do it. The car's working well. We got some good practice tonight, and we're just going to go hard tomorrow, try to have fun and put on a show.
We've got to talk about tomorrow. I mean, there is still the possibility for you to claim a third or second in the championship, but I guess it's one step at a time, isn't it?
It's one step at a time for sure, because as you see from Germany, the last round, you know, everything can be going to plan, and then one small little $20 part takes you out. So we're just going to try our best. We're going to go over the car tonight, check it out, and we're coming here to have fun, put on a show, and enjoy the moment, because like this event is so special for drifting. Every time I come back here to Warsaw and Poland, it makes me so proud of how this sport that we all love and supported and grew up with has come so far. So I'm just proud and honoured to be a part of it.
Brilliant, James. Well, congratulations on winning the qualifying showdown, and good luck for tomorrow in your top 32. Guys, back to you.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, it's one step at a time, and there we go. That's the moment that James Dean got the decision and won that qualifying showdown final battle against Kevin Passeur. I'm interested to see how the championship stands now, because it is getting heated. Well, this is a look at the points that these guys gained from this evening. So as you can see, the top 8 gain the points, and then the ones from the qualifying showdown also get those points. And we're going to find out exactly how the championship looks, because we're going to give you the championship standings in just one moment's time.
Man, here we go.
Well, here we go. This is it. This is the championship, and it's tied. Conor Shanahan is tied with points with Piotr Wieniawski with 390 points. Insane. Jack Shanahan still holds on to third with 303, but James Dean now starts to climb up closer with 259. Is Kevin Purser out of the argument? We won't know until tomorrow when it's all said and done. But we go into tomorrow in top 32 with two guys tied for points to win the championship.
Yeah, this is what you want at a final event of the year, and this is what you get. Your top 32 lined up. We've talked about a few of these, but this entire bracket is insane. Every battle here is incredible, and every battle has some unique story, but it really kicks things off. Piotr Wieniawski, Espen Road, Piotr's got to get through it, and of course, Conor Shanahan, Matt Field. Wow, would you have ever expected this?
Well, no, but here we are. And I know what happens if both of those guys go out in top 32. But we're going to go down to Becky, our queen, to close out the show. From me and Jacob, it's goodbye. But Becky, it's over to you.
Thank you, guys. What an incredible qualifying session that we've just had here. I mean, the battles that are coming up tomorrow are absolutely legendary. A tie going into the big Red Bull final. It's exactly what you want. It's going to be exciting. Conor and Peter will get themselves together in the top 8, which could be the decider. But who knows? It's all to play for. You will not want to miss this. Make sure you join us on Red Bull TV tomorrow at 14:45 local time. We'll see you there.